The scene begins with the Star Dragon taking a step forward and finally voicing what he calls a selfish plea. He wants rebirth. He wants to live another life from the beginning, and he doesn't even try to dress it up, admitting outright that he's shamelessly asking for such a favor. Murong Head by Aiden responds on the spot, his expression full of doubt as he questions whether something like reincarnation can even exist at all, and at the same time Murong is visibly stunned, turning toward the Star Dragon and pressing him hard. If the Star Ancestor truly had a way to do this, then why had it never been mentioned before? Unhurried, the Star Dragon explains that he was never trying to conceal anything. He says that to repay the Murong family he really did want to keep living, but the path to rebirth is so cruel and so difficult that it's nearly impossible to accomplish. And as he speaks, the hot dragon girl angles her eyes toward him, watching every word with clear attention. The Star Dragon continues, saying that the moment he saw both the Star Dragon and the Evelyn Dragon staying at Mr. Liu's side, he immediately understood something. Mr. Liu would definitely be able to make it work. And at that, the boy shoots the Star Dragon a sharp glare while thinking it through for himself. A method that lets dragonkind be reborn actually requires an Evelyn Dragon and a Star Dragon working in tandem. Now that his interest is fully hooked, the boy speaks up, saying his curiosity has been completely awakened, and he tells the Star Dragon to lay it all out in detail. So the Star Dragon starts with the Elemental Dragon's Dragon Domain, explaining that it's a domain expansion skill. Yet most people miss the most important point, because Dragon Domain isn't merely a technique at all. It's a genuine realm that truly exists, a space that belongs to the dragon race itself. Right then, a screen appears with clear, detailed information. Dragon Domain deploys a 100-meter diameter domain. Allied dragons and blood-related entities gain a 50% increase to all stats. Non-dragon enemies suffer a 50% decrease to all stats and cannot enter or leave the domain through movement, teleportation, or summoning. Building on that, the Star Dragon explains that this ability directly anchors the Dragon Domain to the real world. And then he brings up another power, saying that the Star Dragon's Star Shuttle can tear open the boundary of that connection. Another screen flashes into view. Star Shuttle rips space apart and forms a portal rift leading to a designated target location. The portal remains for 60 seconds and is completely unaffected by formations or forbidden spells. The Star Dragon goes on to say that by passing through this rift, one can step into the true Dragon Domain, and hearing that, someone cuts in, confused, asking if that means that by combining their powers they can enter a space that truly belongs to dragons, almost like an entirely different world. Only for that assumption to be immediately corrected, because Star Shuttle can travel only to a designated target location. So it isn't nearly that simple. The boy immediately raises another problem, pointing out that Xingqian has never once set foot in the true Dragon Domain. So how could she possibly open a rift to a place she's never even been to? The Star Dragon answers without dodging it. Right now, she can't. But once she reaches the Dragon King rank, Star Shuttle will evolve to the point where it can rip through any domain space at all, including the true Dragon Domain itself. Then he finally lays out the core of the plan. Inside the true Dragon Domain, as long as his life-condensed origin is handed over to her, to the mother of all dragonkind, she will be able to nurture him anew and grant him rebirth. The boy immediately asks whether she really is the mother of all dragonkind, and the Star Dragon simply nods and confirms it. Yes, she is the Life Dragon King, the root of all creation itself. The moment those words land, Chen Dragon reacts on the spot, repeating, Life Dragon King, and then breaking into laughter, clearly entertained by how interesting and amusing the situation has become. At the same time, the boy stands frozen in shock as his thoughts collide into sudden clarity. This means the blood-stained seed of the flying dragon divine tree has to be delivered to her. That's the key, and only then can she reclaim victory over the true Dragon Domain. Not long after, Bai steps forward with sincere urgency and speaks to Mr. Liu, begging on behalf of the Murong family that if he is willing to let the Star Ancestor be reborn, he will grant his agreement. Murong follows instantly, without a trace of hesitation, declaring that as long as the Star Ancestor remains, the Murong family remains as well. They swear to serve Brother Liu and the Yi family for generations, through fire and water, and ask him to accept their loyalty. The boy draws in a deep breath before he answers, explaining that it isn't that he refuses at all. He also wants to find the Life Dragon King. But Xingqian is only level 64, still far from the Dragon King rank, and with her current strength Star Shuttle simply isn't powerful enough to reach the Dragon Domain. The Star Ancestor responds in a calm voice and tells them not to worry, saying she can transfer what remains of her power into the young Star Dragon, and at the very least, that will directly push one of Xingqian's skills up to the Dragon King rank. The boy stares, stunned, and asks if something like that is truly possible, while Bai immediately voices the fear hanging over everyone. If the Star Ancestor gives up her remaining power, will she fall asleep again? The Star Ancestor answers plainly, yes, she will. Murong steps forward at once and declares that if that's the case, then the Murong family will continue to guard the Star Ancestor until Brother Liu returns from the Dragon Domain. The boy nods with firm resolve, and since Brother Morong has that much faith in him, he tells Xingqian to begin. Xingqian shoots into the air at once, wings spreading wide as she turns toward the star ancestor dragon, and in the next instant energy surges outward to flood the surroundings while a powerful dragon roar rolls through the air. The star ancestor immediately guides Xingqian, explaining that a star dragon's body is nothing more than a container for spatial power, and telling her to sense the galaxy contained within her own body, then accept the strength being given to her. In that instant, a screen pops up showing the star shuttle skill, describing how it tears space apart to form a portal rift to a target location, how the portal lasts 60 seconds, and how it remains unaffected by formations. Not long after, the star ancestor speaks again and announces that the young star dragon has now obtained a star shuttle capable of breaking through all domains. Vi rushes in, calling out to the star ancestor, but before she can even reach her, the star ancestor crumples to the ground, and blue energy spills from her body, spreading outward in a flawless circle as it slowly takes shape into a crystal ring. With a weak voice, the star dragon tells them to carry her essence and go find that mother, saying the Life Dragon King will surely be grateful. A new item appears right then. Star Dragon Essence. Legendary quality. Described as the essence of the star ancestor dragon, retaining unconsciousness to differentiate and verify the core of a star dragon. The energy keeps compressing until it finally solidifies into a complete star essence. And through that essence, the star ancestor explains that she can still communicate with them this way, though she will soon sink into a deep slumber. Another system notification flashes to confirm the reward. Obtain Star Dragon Essence Core X1. With what little strength she has left, the star ancestor entrusts everything to them and urges the dragon tamer to go. The boy clenches his fist hard, determination etched across his face as he answers with confident certainty that there's no problem, and with that Xiao Fei and Xingqian ready themselves to head toward the dragon domain, prompting an immediate quest notification. Quest name: Rebirth to the Star. Giant Dragon Quest description: the starry giant dragon bound to the western borders of the Murong family is nearing the end of its life, and as an offspring of the Life Dragon King, the root of all things, it wishes to return its essence to its mother for rebirth. After that, Xingqian stands planted in place, posture steady, confidence obvious, her appearance striking as she holds herself ready. The scene then cuts to the quiet courtyard of the Murong mansion, where Murong tells Brother Lu that the area has already been cleared and that no one will be affected by the skill. As Xiaofei lifts into the sky, the boy nods and gives the signal to start, and she immediately shoots upward. While they rise, uneasy thoughts creep into the boy's mind as he recalls how the devouring Demon Dragon King once tried to devour the Life Dragon King, how no one knows exactly when she vanished, and how that uncertainty gnaws at him until he begins to suspect she may still be plotting something even now. Another system screen appears. The dragon domain is deployed, and within a 100-meter radius allied dragons and blood-altered entities gain 50% to all stats, while non-dragon entities take a 50% reduction. Soon after, Xiaofei steps into a land utterly blanketed in flames, and Murong stares around in stunned amazement, unable to hide how shaken he is, because this is the dragon domain, an ability so incredible it leaves him speechless. The boy doesn't waste a second, telling Xingqian to unleash her newly empowered star shuttle, and she answers immediately, fanning out the star dragon's 3 forms as brilliant starlight spills in every direction, echoing and resonating with the star ancestor. The system display flashes star shuttle again. Space is ripped apart. A portal rift forms toward a distant target location. The portal remains for 60 seconds, and it is completely unaffected by formations or forbidden spells. The boy glances back just long enough to tell his brother to move on and wait for good news, and Murong responds with open excitement, saying they'll be waiting for his triumphant return. Then, as they surge forward, the boy orders Xiaofei and Xingqian stay tight behind him and follow closely. The scene shifts again into the true dragon domain, where Dragon Head Peak rises in front of them, the entire land swallowed by fire. The boy stares across the endless expanse in awe, realizing this is the true dragon domain, far beyond anything he pictured, so alien and immense that it feels like crossing into a completely different world. Now at Dragon Head Peak inside the dragon domain, the star essence speaks with steady calm, saying this is the world that truly belongs to dragons, that they're standing at Dragon Head Peak, and that Life Canyon, where Mother resides, is not far from here. The boy answers at once, saying if that's the case, there's no point stopping to camp midway, and he proposes they push straight through in a single continuous run. The star essence hesitates, then speaks again with a note of confusion, because something feels off. This place used to be crowded with dragons cutting through the skies, yet now there isn't even one to be seen, and in the dragon domain, even the weakest dragons are usually around level 150, with different regions each ruled by different dragon kings. She admits she's been gone far too long, and in her memory, there were once 11 dragon kings here, and no matter what happens she warns him, never to trespass into their forbidden zones. Hearing that, The boy repeats it to himself. 11 Dragon Kings, each above level 150, and the thought alone crushes down on him with its weight, to the point that for a brief moment he imagines what it would be like to tame them all, only to instantly shut the fantasy down, because even thinking it feels impossible. Just then, the Star Essence speaks again and announces that they've arrived. The scene cuts to the gate of Life Canyon within the Dragon Domain, and the Star Essence explains that beyond this gate is Mother herself. The boy studies the structure in silent admiration, because the stone gate is enormous and majestic, even more imposing than he expected. Yet when he and all his companions come to a firm stop before it, he spots the problem immediately. The gate is completely sealed, and he can't help wondering how he's supposed to enter it all. At that moment, the Star Essence Dragon suddenly blazes with light, her radiance spreading across the sky as she tells him to leave it to her. Her essence is the key, and once the gate senses her presence it will open, but she also makes it clear that the instant this happens, she will no longer be able to communicate with him. A system notification flashes up, showing that the Star Dragon Essence Core has been used. The essence sinks down and finally touches the gate, and the Star Essence Dragon speaks for the last time, telling him that from this moment forward, he's on his own. The boy's heart tightens, because at last he's about to meet the Life Dragon King. The enormous stone doors begin to part, inch by inch, and as the boy and his companions hold their ground before the entrance, all three of them go rigid, staring straight ahead without moving. Disbelief crashes over him. How can this be? He looks deeper into Life Canyon within the Dragon Domain, and his face darkens, because the canyon is corroded and wrecked, and there isn't even the faintest trace of vitality left inside it. This is supposed to be Life Canyon, yet what lies before them has nothing to do with life at all. Around him, his comrades start speaking up at the same time, and the boy cuts through it by giving a quick order, telling everyone to follow him and move deeper in the canyon first. But as he advances, something erupts without warning. Purple energy bursts from nowhere and strikes straight at him, catching him completely off guard, and almost immediately a screen appears with information about a strange entity. Straight Dragon 3 form, switch Galaxy. Emerald Dragon 3 form, switch Eternal One. The boy instantly understands what it is and shouts that it's an ambush, ordering everyone to get ready for battle, as Xingqian snaps in her dragon form, and Xiao Fei also shifts, swelling into a towering giant dragon. And together they turn to face the purple, liquid-like dragon shape ahead. Xiao Fei releases surging waves of green energy, scattering it across the area, to push back the advancing purple flow, and another system screen appears to explain eternal protection. It generates a protective barrier that covers all targets beneath it, with the barrier's damage absorption determined by the Eternal One's HP and its self-regeneration ability. Then, still in her dragon form, she lifts her hand and unleashes a massive white light that floods the surroundings with blinding brightness, while heavy power ripples outward in every direction, and a new screen appears showing Starfall. Within the region covered by the galaxy, starlight continuously rains down from above. Other skills can still be used during Starfall, and its effects last indefinitely until the skill is cancelled. The boy locks a sharp, icy stare onto the purple fluid, and when it turns toward him, he roars out a command, telling the weaklings to be gone, as a screen pops up to explain the ability. Weaklings Be Gone releases Draconic Killing Intent, dealing defense-ignoring area damage that kills nearby enemies and knocks them back. With Starfall pouring down and spreading over the battlefield, the purple fluid starts to splinter and crumble under the impact, while Xiao Fei and Xiao Chun keep pouring out their energy, striking without pause and erasing huge swaths of the purple flow, and the boy stands firm at the front watching it all, thinking that maybe, finally, it's over. But then something immediately feels off, because the purple fluid doesn't truly vanish at all. It slumps onto the ground and writhes, twisting to shapes like reptilian creatures or animals, and the boy's expression shifts as a chilling realization hits him. It isn't dead yet. He forces himself to make sense of what he's seeing, mind flashing with the impossible question of how this could even happen, because the entity can't be appraised at all, and he can only wonder whether this corruption is tied to some ancient god, or whether these things aren't living creatures in the first place, until a system message appears to shut it down cold. Appraisal is restricted. At the same time, Xiao Chun is still in flight when another burst of purple energy suddenly lashes out and attacks again, and the boy finally grasps the truth in a single, grim instant. These things can't be killed, and dragging the fight out any longer isn't an option. Without warning, a huge wave of purple fluid slams down directly in front of him, and the boy shouts for everyone to dodge as the purple substance spreads at terrifying speed, swelling outward and grabbing at everything nearby, trying to drag them into its mass. He yells for everyone to stop wasting time fighting and push deeper into the canyon, and he and all his comrades immediately launch into the air, but as they fly his thoughts only grow darker, because even the Life Dragon King's own domain has become like this, and he can't stop himself from wondering if the Life Dragon King is already dead. Some of his comrades shout something urgent, and the boy snaps back, quickly demanding that Xiao Fei tell him what's going on, yet before he can get a clear answer the purple liquid erupts again. He sees it now. The corrupted entities are clustering together, gathering into thicker masses as they surge forward and rapidly close the distance. And he shouts for everyone to speed up and shake them off while he and his comrades pour out their energy, trying to blast the purple fluid away from their bodies. He drives a powerful steel punch straight into the purple mass, thoughts racing as he notices they're getting faster. And with no other choice left, he activates another skill, switching his dragon taming aura into Dark Blade mode. A portion of the purple fluid finally peels away, and he and his companions keep flying as another system screen appears to confirm what he's done. Dragon Taming Aura. Shadow Dragon King form activates. The Shadow Dragon King bloodline awakens, granting a massive aura boost, 300% increased speed, and shadow stealth. Under the influence of the Dragon Shadow Aura, Shadow Stealth lets them enter or exit stealth whenever they want, and their stealth won't be broken by detection or even by taking damage. As he flies, the boy tells himself this should finally be enough to shake off those unknown corruptions. But only moments later, while he and his comrades struggle to scrape and wipe the purple fluid from their bodies, his frustration boils over. Even at triple speed, the corrupted entities are still matching them. They can't be killed, and they can't be escaped easily either, and he grits his teeth, wondering if there's truly no way out at all. Then his eyes snap wide, because a vast wall of fire erupts directly in front of their path, abruptly sealing off their escape. The scene opens inside an enormous wall of raging fire, flames burning without end as they surge outward in every direction. And while the boy and his comrades force their way through that inferno, unease tightens in his chest because something is deeply wrong. This fire feels downright insane, far more outrageous than even Xiao Ye's cataclysm. Before he can fully piece that feeling together, a violent surge of liquid purple corruption suddenly punches through the flames and spreads straight into the fire itself. And the sight shocks him to the core, because this shouldn't be possible. A system message appears at once. Shadow Stealth has been deactivated. The boy reacts instantly by activating Steel Shield, and as he watches what happens next, his eyes widen with disbelief. The fire is actually suppressing the unknown corruption, forcing the purple substance to weaken and recoil under the pressure of the flames. Right then, a gigantic dragon with terrifying, oversized teeth speaks from within the blaze, stating flatly that corruption cannot be killed and can only be suppressed for a time. The boy snaps his gaze toward the source of the voice in shock, but the dragon continues without pause, questioning him. How does a mere human step into the dragon domain? And with two young dragons at his side, who exactly is he? A system screen immediately identifies the creature, Flame Colossus Dragon, a root-winged dragon. The boy holds his ground, gripping the star essence tightly in his hand as he introduces himself as a dragon tamer, explaining that he has two critical tasks that must be delivered to the Life Dragon King, and that one of those tasks concerns the life of a dragon living outside this domain. Another system screen appears, displaying the Star Dragon Essence Core, legendary quality, explaining that it is the remaining essence of the Star Sky Dragon, that it still contains its consciousness, and that it is used to differentiate and verify a dragon's core identity. The giant dragon reacts the instant it senses it, roaring in surprise as recognition flashes through its tone. This is true dragon origin energy from the Life Canyon, and it acknowledges that the boy really is a dragon tamer, though it admits it never believed such an offensive profession could still exist in the world beyond the dragon domain. The boy doesn't waste a breath on anything else, immediately demanding to know what happened here and where he can find the Life Dragon King. The fire-shrouded dragon answers with stern authority, ordering him to calm down because this place isn't safe, because corruption could strike again at any moment, and telling them to follow it first. The boy hesitates just long enough to weigh it, then chooses to trust the dragon, leading his comrades after the massive creature as it guides them across the burning landscape. When they finally reach a particular spot, the boy looks around in surprise and asks what this place is. The black dragon explains that this is a small secret realm constructed by Mother herself, a place known as the dream space of the Life Canyon. Then another dragon, still wreathed in fire, speaks with visible fury, declaring that Life Canyon has already been completely corrupted, that it's uninhabitable, and that this place is their last sanctuary. A voice follows, saying the area is filled with dragon remains, and demanding to know what in the world has happened to the dragon domain. Before anyone can take another step, a dragon entirely shrouded in raging flames strides forward and forcefully orders them to stop right there, and as it moves, the heat rolling off its body surges violently. A second voice cuts in just as sharply, also shouting for them to stop. But this time it comes from a white dragon whose fury is plain to see as it angrily accuses the fire dragon of bringing a dragon tamer before Mother, saying he's truly gone mad. And this one is identified as the Bronze Colossus Dragon, a root-winged dragon. Another dragon speaks next, its body still burning with fire, accusing them of betrayal. Allowing an outsider to learn of this place is a betrayal of Mother herself. A system screen appears, identifying yet another presence as the Cloudflow Dragon, Also, a root-winged dragon. The bronze dragon immediately declares that the outsider must be killed, and that Mother must be defended to the death. And it's revealed that this dragon is a twin-headed dragon, another root-winged dragon. But the dragon engulfed in flames roars back in anger, insisting he isn't betraying her at all, explaining that this dragon Tamer was entrusted by a dragon from outside the domain to find Mother, that he has earned that dragon's trust, and that he is an ally. The Cloud Flow dragon freezes in shock at that, blurting out the question, there's still a dragon outside the domain, and there are still brothers and sisters out there who remember them? At that moment, the boy steps forward, a softly glowing crystal in his hand, the star essence, and he explains that it belongs to a star dragon nearing the end of its lifespan, and that dragon believes the life dragon, King, surely has a way to grant it rebirth. A system screen appears again, displaying the star dragon essence core. The instant those words leave his mouth, an uncanny reaction ripples through the space itself as the rebirth of the dragon begins to resonate faintly, stunning everyone present, until someone speaks up to say that such a rebirth requires a seed of life to be accomplished, and the boy and all his comrades jolt at that revelation. Then an unknown presence finally reveals itself as layers of white roots unfurl outward, and a calm yet crushing voice speaks, saying it recognizes every one of its children, including the essence held in the dragon tamer's hand, and that from this moment onward, he is one of them. This presence is revealed as the Life Dragon King, the root of all things. A system notification appears, updating the quest. Quest name, Rebirth of the Star Giant Dragon. Objective update, delivers Star Dragon Essence Core 1 by 1 to the Life Dragon King, root of all things. Progress, 0. Reward, obtain Life Seed. At that very moment, Xingqian suddenly laughs, saying she has finally found her at last, and without a hint of hesitation, she rushes toward the Life Dragon King, while dense purple energy begins to circulate around her body. She declares that the Life Dragon King's power belongs to her, then bursts into laughter as she reminds them that she warned this would happen. Xingqian suddenly freezes, caught off guard, as the boy steps forward and firmly tells her he won't allow her to block his path. She shrieks back in fury, ordering him to move aside and warning that if he refuses, she'll devour him too. The boy answers with steady calm, asking whether she truly intends to break their contract, reminding her that as long as the contract remains, if he dies, then she dies right along with him. He tightens his grip on the flames, resolve unmistakable as he declares that the Life Dragon King is essential to all dragonkind, and that he will never permit her to be harmed. Then he challenges her head-on. If she wants mutual destruction, then come. She clicks her tongue in irritation, saying he's spoiling her fun, and with a mocking smile she calls him Little One, remarking that he's getting more and more cunning. The boy stays composed, neither lunging to attack nor speaking with aggression, and instead gives her credit, saying it's all thanks to her excellent teaching. She pauses, and at last she relents, saying she won't touch the Life Dragon King, but only for as long as the contract holds, and that once he uses his remaining 2 summons, he won't be able to restrain her anymore. He replies instantly that when that moment comes, he'll have enough power to stop her again. The scene then opens with the boy standing firmly where he is, while his 2 comrades remain close at his sides, one to his left and one to his right, his stance steady, yet carrying something subtly wrong. The fire dragon notices it right away and asks what's wrong with him. The boy gives a small shake of his head and answers honestly that it's nothing serious, that he's simply been exhausted lately and keeps getting lost in his thoughts. From behind them, the twin-headed dragon suddenly speaks, directing its question toward Mother as it asks why she is awake. The Cloud Flow dragon follows with concern, pointing out that her roots haven't absorbed nutrients for a very long time, and warning that if she doesn't rest soon, this secret realm will collapse completely. Mother answers with quiet calm that it doesn't matter right now, because what matters is that she wants to speak with her new companion, the Dragon Tamer, and then she gently asks him how the exiled dragon has lived its life all these years. The boy pauses, remembering what Muron once told him. The exiled dragon fled far into the outside world, forged a powerful family there, and that family endured for more than a century. He speaks in a softer voice, saying that even now, as that dragon approaches death, it still can't let go of the ones it cared for. At that, the bronze dragon, Jarl Bai Singh, snorts with open disdain, calling it ridiculous as he claims humans only crave the power of dragons and never offer real respect, then angrily pointing at the hatchlings beside the dragon tamer and calling them living proof of enslavement. The mother dragon cuts him off with quiet calm and explains what she truly sees. Whenever the dragon tamer loses focus, the 2 young dragons at his sides immediately grow anxious and worried, and that kind of reaction can't be faked. It's genuine concern, so she believes what he said. Then she tells him she is willing to give him a seed of life, but that it will take time. The boy reacts instantly, anxiety playing as he says the star dragon has no time left and demands to know what exactly they're waiting for, pointing out that the unknown corrupting entities have already swallowed up the canyon outside. The mother dragon falls silent, offering no answer at first. So the fire dragon draws a deep breath and speaks in her place, saying that as the dragon tamer can already see for himself, Life Canyon has been corrupted beyond any hope of survival. Only then does the mother dragon speak again, telling him to witness it with his own eyes, and asking him to touch her branches. As her branches reach toward him, the boy feels a sudden shift and jolts in alarm as his awareness is pulled away. Inside his mind, he understands at once what's happening. These are the Life Dragon King's memories. He sees countless dragons soaring through the canyon, and then a violent eruption of purple fluid explodes into view. Dragons roar in agony as the corrosive substance spreads, its damage so overwhelming it tears through them. All the dragons begin releasing their energy in desperation, trying to fling the purple fluid off, while the mother dragon herself roars and unleashes her power, raising a colossal barrier to block it. Then a light blue energy surges into existence and slams straight into the purple corruption, the two forces colliding and grinding against each other in a brutal struggle. The mother dragon activates a green, lens-like glow, and the boy stares in shock as that power sharpens her vision. And then recognition strikes him like a blow. He knows it. He says it's mascara, and that the power pouring out of that rift is identical to the power of the ancient gods. The mother dragon turns her full attention onto him and asks in a quiet voice whether he recognizes this power, because they have awakened outside the dragon domain as well. The boy nods and confirms it's true. They're called the ancient gods, wielders of annihilation who want to erase all life from existence. The mother dragon speaks with calm weight, explaining that if not for the protection of the crystal dragon kings, they would have been wiped out long ago. The fire dragon continues in a steady, grim tone, explaining that this secret realm itself is a barrier formed from the body of a crystal dragon king, hiding them away and completely isolating them from the corrupted life canyon outside. The boy's thoughts turn heavy as the implication sinks in. The crystal dragon king, meaning the giant dragon he witnessed in the Life Dragon King's memories, must have sacrificed itself to save everyone, and it no longer exists. The fire dragon adds one more piece, voice firm but bleak. Mother has no combat strength left, but she can drive her roots deep into the earth and reshape the land, turning it into an environment where dragons can survive. That is why the survivors in this realm are still breathing at all, kept alive only through Mother's careful, limited infusions of her own life force. And for what the boy can tell, the situation outside the dragon domain is no better. The Cloud Flow Dragon speaks next, saying they've waited for rescue for a long, long time, yet the corruption has only continued to spread, and now it has begun to threaten this secret realm itself. The twin-headed dragon follows with a bitter edge, saying that every dragon who ever left this place to seek help died. Not one returned alive, and they were forced to retrieve every corpse nearby, because if they didn't, the corruption would possess the bodies. The boy finally speaks again, because he understands now. They no longer have the strength to escape. The bronze dragon confirms it bluntly. The exiled dragon has forgotten them. Only 4 root-bound guardians remain. Mother has nowhere left to draw energy from. Her life force is fading, and this realm is already teetering on the edge of collapse. The boy's face hardens as the truth comes into perfect focus. They are powerless against the ancient gods, and if he does nothing, the Life Dragon King will die here. A system notification appears at that moment. Dragon Nation Fire Seed Metal, Legendary Quality Accessory. Effect: increases all attributes of the wearer by 25%. And if that happens, the entire dragon domain will eventually be swallowed by the ancient gods. The boy looks at them and asks directly whether they truly recognize him as a companion. The Cloudflow Dragon answers yes, but asks why he's asking, and the boy doesn't hesitate for even a heartbeat. Then let me help you escape the corruption. The mother dragon studies him carefully and asks whether he truly means to take them away, warning that if the dragon domain falls, the ancient gods will eventually spread their corruption into the human world as well. The boy answers with calm certainty that even if they stay, they won't survive much longer anyway, and he asks whether that assessment is wrong, because this place will be consumed no matter what. But if they come with him, they will live. Then he clasps his hands together with firm resolve and continues, saying he has already slain an ancient god, and that his nation has formally recognized him as a conqueror of ancient gods. Another system screen appears, Godborn Dragon King Armor of the Fallen Mountain rank, and the Cloudflow Dragon senses the aura and reacts in shock. A Dragon King worn his armor. Yet the aura feels strange. The twin-headed dragon adds that it carries the scent of their dragon kind, but also the scent of corruption, a power that feels both familiar and unsettling at the same time. And the wyvern speaks, clearly, explaining that this armor is a dragon king fused with the essence of an ancient god, and that the ancient god he defeated now has its power wielded by him. He continues with confidence, saying that even if the dragon domain becomes completely corrupted, the instant an ancient god awakens he will hunt it down, and that he also has an island territory where they can recover and live in peace, a place that is absolutely safe. The mother dragon watches him in silence for a moment, then answers with a gentle warmth, saying that the way he considers others so carefully makes it no surprise the hatchlings at his side have grown to adore him so completely. And with that, the fire dragon finally speaks up with firm resolve, saying that if that's true, then he wants to ask Mother whether they should go with the dragon tamer. The scene opens inside the Life Canyon dreamscape, where the mother dragon speaks in an even, steady tone, admitting that letting go hurts. But Life Canyon has already been fully eroded. There's nothing left worth clinging to, and this is their last chance to survive, so they're placing all their hope in their companion. After that, our boy and Xiaochan rise into the air together, and our boy gives a small nod as he says it's time to go deeper into the departure, prompting Xiaochan to immediately cast a starry sky warp. A screen flashes in a view showing Star Dragon 3 forms with star radiance, and in the next breath stars begin to tumble down from above, scattering starlight in every direction as the warp activates, forming an open space that becomes a partial rift leading straight to the target location. The portal rift is stated to last 60 seconds, and it's also influenced by magic circles, forbidden spells, and barriers. At the very same time, our boy releases his own energy and triggers a link, tying the target portal directly to his territory teleport. Because territory teleport lets a lord open or close a portal to their territory whenever they want, and more than one territory portal can exist at once. With the connection made, our boy immediately turns toward Shun and urgently tells everyone to hurry and follow him, because they only have 60 seconds left. The scene shifts to the Tianfu Island Shadow Fortress, where a table inside is already laid out under a wide spread of delicious food, and our boy's aunt busies herself arranging dish after dish, as she says this should be enough, adding that it's all the food Xiaofan loves best, because she's going to wait right here for him to come back. Then she sits alone at the table surrounded by the dishes, quietly praying for our boy, until she suddenly stiffens, freezing in place as an odd sound reaches her ears. Outside, the mother dragon lets out a soft laugh and says the air here feels unbelievably fresh, just like their homeland before erosion claimed it, and she sincerely thanks her friend. Beside her, the Cloudflow dragon turns his gaze across the surroundings in open amazement and remarks on how beautiful everything is, while the fire dragon follows by admitting he'll need a bit of time to adjust to a place that actually is water. That's when our boy declares they've arrived, telling them plainly that this is his territory, and from now on, it will be their new home. As they draw nearer to the house, a voice suddenly calls out to our boy, and he stops dead, snapping his head around until his eyes meet his aunt's. He calls back to her, but she can only stare past him at the enormous figures standing behind him, and then she asks what those huge things are, joking that they better not all be his brand new pet dragons. The moment his aunt's joke leaves her mouth, the twin dragons bristle with instant anger, and one of them lashes back in a furious snap, calling her rude and openly offended, insulted that a mere human would dare label them pet dragons and look down on them that way. The other lets out a threatening growl and declares it will eat her, forcing our boy to surge forward at once and put himself in the way as he shouts for her to stop, because she's his aunt, his family, not some enemy to be attacked. His aunt stands there frozen for a heartbeat in sheer shock, then blurts out in disbelief that they can actually talk, and our boy immediately hisses for her to be quiet, warning her not to say anything reckless. He explains quickly that these aren't pet dragons at all, but terrifyingly powerful friends he rescued from somewhere else. And although she keeps staring at him, still stunned, she can only admit that the friends he brings back are getting more and more outrageous every time. Our boy lets out a soft laugh and tells her they really haven't had much contact with humans before, so she needs to brace herself mentally if she's going to get along with them. The bronze dragon speaks up then, sounding plainly relieved as he remarks that this place is overflowing with life, and that the energy here is so rich he can feel the exhaustion from his earlier battles finally draining away. The mother dragon gives a calm nod and says that once she draws enough energy from this land, she'll soon be able to nurture a seed of life and let that exalted dragon be reborn. And with that, she turns her gaze back to our boy and speaks bluntly, pointing out that he didn't bring them to a place this abundant and prosperous for no reason. So she asks him directly what he wants in return. Our boy answers without dodging it. He wants them to remain here and help guard his territory. The mother dragon considers it and nods, saying that's acceptable, that they will stay until she recovers her full strength, and until that day comes, they will protect this territory on his behalf. Our boy adds that he understands he probably can't keep them here forever. Legendary dragons aren't the sort to settle in one spot indefinitely, but if he gives his word, then maybe they'll rethink their wandering ways. Right then, a system notification flashes up, listing Bloodstained Flying Dragon Scare Tree Seed as a quest item and proof that the demon-devouring Dragon King has been slain, followed by another notification updating the quest as Seed of the Flying Dragon Scare Tree and tracking every Bloodstained Flying Dragon Scare Tree seed delivered to the Life Dragon. The mother dragon sucks in a sharp breath, stunned as she realizes he actually killed the demon-devouring Dragon King, and the bronze dragon shouts in exhilaration that our boy has completed the hidden quest she left behind, while the Cloudflow dragon backs it up, saying there's no doubt. This truly is the demon-devouring Dragon King's blood. Our boy cuts in before it can spiral further, explaining that after the War of the Three Dragons, the demon-devouring Dragon King was left gravely wounded, and when he found her in Dragonfall Valley, he seized the chance and finished her off. He adds that it was fortunate he acted when he did, because he could never allow the Life Dragon King to discover she was still alive. The Mother Dragon admits that she had already abandoned hope long ago, never once imagining there could be someone who would actually manage to kill her. Right after that, another system notification appears to confirm the quest progress, showing that the blood-stained flying dragon scare tree seed has been delivered to the Life Dragon King. The Mother Dragon turns back toward our boy, and when she speaks, her voice carries both relief and pride as she tells him he has avenged the children she lost so tragically on the flying dragon's scared tree. Not only did he save the exiled dragon, he also carried out her ancient vengeance, and with feats like that, there's no way he'd be asking for their help merely to make them stay here. So she presses him again, asking what he truly wants. The fire dragon steps forward as well, and adds that as long as it's something they can give or something they can do, they'll help him without hesitation. The bronze dragon nods in agreement, saying he understands now. Our boy has torn the throne of grief and despair out of Mother's heart, so they owe him, and he has earned that repayment, and all they want is for him to remain here in his territory. Then the Mother Dragon looks at our boy with a blend of amusement and admiration, laughing as she calls him a fascinating, clever human. Our boy simply smiles and explains that as a dragon tamer, his purpose is to become friends with dragons. Humans might hunger for a dragon's power, but there are paths to that power other than subjugation or stealing it, because if they become companions, that bond lets him borrow their strength when the moment calls for it. The Mother Dragon is clearly moved, and she admits that after everything he's done for them, they truly have no reason left to refuse him. A system screen pops up, confirming that the seed of the Flying Dragon Scare Tree quest has been completed, and then another screen shows the Life Dragon King along with a ruthless guardian dragon settling into the territory, followed by a third announcement stating that the Life Dragon King is taking root, burrowing deep into the earth to anchor herself. During this period, she will enter slumber, she won't be able to move, and she will automatically shift into an absorption state. The Mother Dragon says that for now, they should simply get along happily, and a system notification confirms that the taking root absorption state has been activated. Our boy thinks to himself, impressed that he managed to secure the Life Dragon King and 4 enormous dragons without using any contracts at all, and he reflects that the hidden quest Xiao Fei picked up back then ended up letting him gain 5 powerful dragons in one sweep. He looks around, startled to realize he's already healed, and the Cloudflow Dragon explains that while Mother is taking root, she will sleep while continuously absorbing energy and releasing a life aura at the same time, and that aura can heal, and can even grant experience points. Our boy is stunned and asks if he heard that correctly, because does that mean they can level up just by staying close to the Life Dragon King? The Bronze Dragon gives a confirming nod and says yes, that's right, though Mother's life force is still weak at the moment, so in about a month they can probably only gain 7 or 8 levels at most. Our boy breaks into a grin, genuinely amazed, because this is basically leveling up while lying down, and in his mind he can already see it. Everyone kicking back, soaking in the hot springs, taking in the sea view, while the dragons handle the territory like it's nothing, the kind of luxury countless people could only fantasize about. The twin dragons add that even if this pace might feel a little slow for class changers, it'll be much quicker for the ferocious beasts on the island, since those monsters are already around level 90, and Mother will soon be able to push them up to level 100. Our boy's eyes go wide at that, and he blurts out in disbelief, asking if even the beasts can level up too, and the dragons just laugh. One of them even tosses out a teasing joke to provoke him, and our boy shoots back a sharp glare. Then the fire dragon announces he's realized the water here isn't ordinary at all, and that it can actually boost several of his stats, prompting our boy to yell at him to get out of the water, joking that he'd been the one claiming he couldn't stand water, yet he nearly boiled the hot spring dry. The fire dragon grins right back and calls him stingy, reminding him that he'd just been talking about friends and companions. Meanwhile, our boy's gaze shifts to the Mother Dragon, who is spreading her green energy throughout the territory, and it clicks for him that what she's releasing is the Seed of Life that will save the Star Dragon. A system screen appears at once. Seed of Life, Phase 1, Legendary, Consumable. Our boy launches up into the sky, thinking that the Life Dragon King needs time to absorb enough energy before the seed can truly finish forming. But then, without warning, a surge of green energy erupts above his head, and the Bronze Dragon speaks up, saying that Mother trusts him, and they do too. Yet when it comes to the Seed of Life, they have to set down some rules on her behalf before anything goes further. The scene opens on Tianfu Island, with our boy standing there and talking about establishing rules, trying to get everything sorted out, while on the other side the Cloudflow Dragon begins laying out what really matters. The Seed of Life is created from Mother's own flesh and blood, and only one seed can be produced each year, and when it first comes into existence it enters the first stage, and in that stage it carries the power of rebirth, essentially granting someone a second life. The moment he hears that, our boy immediately asks whether that means there's a second stage as well, And the fire dragon nods as he explains that yes, there is, because as the seed of life continues to grow, it advances into the second stage, and once it reaches that point, it gains the ability to nurture new brothers and sisters who will eventually hatch into life. Our boy looks openly shaken by that, and asks if that means every one of them was born from the same seed. And the Cloud Flow Dragon confirms it, explaining that before the dragon realm was corrupted, their mother had 237 children, but now only the 4 of them remain. The corruption prevented Mother from absorbing energy, and because of that, no new dragons could be born. Hearing all of this, our boy starts piecing it together in his head. So the seed of life is basically the Dragon King of life's dragon egg. He never would have guessed that his own territory could produce a dragon egg every single year. And the moment that sinks in, his mind races. If he simply lets it grow with time, wouldn't he be able to cultivate an entire legion of dragons? A thought so absurd it feels almost unreal to him. But before that idea can go any further, the bronze dragon suddenly shouts that they won't outright forbid him from harvesting the seed, yet at least 1 year, or even 10 years, must be left untouched so that new rootless dragons can be born. And our boy immediately reassures them he understands, telling them not to worry because he also wants the dragon race to prosper, and unless it becomes absolutely necessary, he won't harvest the seeds. The bronze dragon perks up, clearly pleased, and says good, then tells him he can take this particular seed to feed the exiled dragon who has been waiting, and our boy wastes no time, grabbing the seed at once. Right after that, a screen flashes in front of him confirming he has obtained the seed of life, first stage, followed by another screen displaying his current progress and listing the seed of life he's obtained one by one. And seeing that, our boy thinks the Star Dragon's quest can finally be completed now. The Fire Dragon immediately urges him to hurry, explaining that their mother's life force is extremely weak and the seeds will wither in less than 3 days. And in the midst of that, someone remarks that the spring water is incredible and tells everyone to try some, making our boy react on instinct as he demands to know why they're drinking it again, snapping that they should go drink seawater instead and stop running the hot spring dry. At that moment, someone from the previous loft looks stunned and asks who that person is, and another voice answers by calling out to Lu Fan, demanding to know if he still remembers them. They accuse him of stealing Sakura Nation's dragon, and even killing their Yamada no Orochi, and they warn him he shouldn't have thought they would fail to find him, even if it meant chasing him all the way to the ends of the earth. Then, without warning, a black beast with glowing red eyes emerges, stepping forward as it fixes its stares squarely on our boy, and our boy is plainly caught off guard. But instead of retreating, he narrows his eyes and glares straight back at the red-eyed creature, and in an instant the air turns thick with pressure. Immediately after, the black beast's identity is revealed. YNMZI, level 191, a 119 on Myoji. The red-eyed beast speaks with smug confidence, declaring that now, with his master and the 4 major clan leaders supporting him, our boy is basically finished. He sneers at him, asking what's wrong and whether he's scared, then goes even further and mocks him for being so terrified he can't even answer. Our boy draws a slow, steady breath and responds with calm contempt, saying Yin's skill is honestly garbage, because all he can do is project his voice. He can't even see him. Only for Yin to reply coldly that sending his voice is already more than enough, since he doesn't even want to look at that disgusting face anyway. Our boy suddenly raises his voice and rockets straight up into the sky, calling him out loud and clear, asking if he's here for revenge, and if not, then to stop wasting his time. Yin's red eyes flare even brighter as he breaks into laughter, saying our boy is still just as arrogant as ever. But fine, he'll speak plainly. Our boy killed his Shikigami and stole the dragon, so his master, In Tianzi, will personally lead the 4 major clan leaders to demand an explanation, and in 3 days they'll arrive at his current location. If he has the guts, he can try running, but wherever he goes, they'll hunt him down and find him. Our boy doesn't so much as blink, only staring back and casually asking if that's all, reminding Ian that last time he survived solely because he ran fast enough, and warning that this time, whether it's his master or any so-called big shot, he'd better bring them all. The beast answers that Yin's master and the 4 clan leaders have already reached the 5th turn, and if our boy wants to stay alive, then he should hand over his dragon pet right now. The instant he hears that, our boy gathers his power and lunges in, trying to drive a punch into the beast, but the beast's voice rings out again, cool and taunting, reminding him that he has only 3 days to think through how he plans to face them, and our boy merely replies that he'll be waiting. The scene cuts to the Sakura Nation, inside Tianfu Palace, where the slave is shouting in furious rage, livid over how everything has gone since returning to Sakura Nation, screaming that Luo Fan dared to interrupt his ultimatum, and swearing he wants him dead, so dead there won't even be a corpse left behind. While he's still throwing his tantrum, another voice slices through it, sharp and cold, calling him a disgraceful fool and ordering him that it's enough. And the moment his master steps out, the slave collapses to his knees at once, bowing low and crying out to his master. His master stands there with purple energy coiling around his body, and with calm arrogance he remarks that young people who gain power beyond their limits tend to grow arrogant, that he's seen countless examples, and that once fifth-term professionals are standing in front of someone like Luo Fan, that person will naturally learn humility. A screen appears, displaying Yin Tianzi, level 130, Lord of Tianfu Palace. The slave crawls along the floor and agrees eagerly, claiming that once the master arrives together with the 4 fifth-turn clan leaders, all the dragon pets will belong to him. But the Lord of Sakura Nation answers coolly that when the time comes, he'd better watch his manners in front of the clan leaders and not bring him shame. And as they move out of the hall, Ian explains that bringing the 4 noble clan leaders is mainly meant to probe the situation in Taichi Nation, because if the 10 clans supporting Taichi Nation don't respond, they'll erase Taichi Nation in a single strike, and, as for avenging the slave, that's merely something they'll deal with along the way. What everyone actually cares about, he makes clear, is how the dragon pets will be divided afterward, because the slave himself isn't worth much at all, and the one truly capable of commanding Tianfu Palace along with the 4 noble clan leaders is him. The slave hurriedly nods, saying he understands, and the master follows by stressing that this entire trip is a covert operation, so secret that even the king knows nothing about it, then orders the slave to keep his mouth shut, prompting the slave to bow flat to the floor at once, repeating yes again and again. Once the master is gone, the slave starts laughing to himself, thinking privately that his master's real power is even greater than the king's, and at this time they won't merely kill Luo Fan and seize the dragon pets, but will also crush Taichi Nation and expand their territory. So in his mind, everything is lining up perfectly. The scene cuts back to our boy and the dragons, and one of the twin dragons remarks offhandedly that Ian sounds like an idiot and suggests they should just kill him, while the other chimes in even more bluntly, saying he misses the taste of human flesh. The fire dragon, though, speaks with more restraint, saying that if the enemy is coming, they can all help their dragon Tamer. And our boy looks genuinely surprised as the fire dragon continues, explaining that as his companions, they will appear whenever he needs them. A screen pops up displaying Flame, Giant Dragon. Our boy asks whether they still intend to leave after all of this, and another screen appears showing Flying Cloud Giant Dragon Scale. The Cloud Flow Dragon explains that they plan to roam the world in search of other outland dragons scattered across it, gathering them together and preparing to resist the corruption of the dragon domain, while the Bronze Dragon adds that they won't stay on this island forever. Yet, whenever our boy needs them, they can teleport to his side instantly. The twin dragons jump in again too, saying that in 3 days they'll come help, and whether our boy can handle the enemies or not, they're definitely going to eat them. And in the end our boy gives a final nod and says fine. He'll accept it. A screen flashes up showing obtained Flame Giant Dragon Scale 1, and then again obtained Flame Giant Dragon Scale 1. Our boy thinks to himself that with proof like this, he can summon 4 giant dragons, and even if they aren't on the demon-devouring Dragon King's level, at least he won't have to constantly worry about being betrayed at any moment. And honestly, a 3-day death ultimatum almost sounds interesting. Still, before that confrontation arrives, he needs to head back to the western region first to finish the 3rd giant dragon's quest. The next morning, the scene opens in the western region of the Yi residence, where Yi stares at our boy in utter disbelief and says it's honestly unbelievable. He went off to help the Murong family, and somehow returned with the dragon mother and 4 giant dragons. Then she adds that at this rate, his territory is practically about to become a full-blown dragon pet hatchery. Our boy stays unruffled, lifting his teacup for an unhurried sip as he tells you not to make it sound so exaggerated, because a seed of life takes a very long time to hatch into a dragon, so it's nowhere near as instant or dramatic as she's making it out to be. Then his face tightens and turns serious, and he asks her directly whether, while he was gone, the Ning family or the Luo family caused her any trouble. Yi answers evenly, saying she nearly forgot to bring up the Ning family. Ever since the Divine Ruin's Secret Realm incident, Ning Shuang has been coming here repeatedly looking for him. Our boy blinks in surprise and mutters that she's really relentless, then asks about the Murong family, wondering if they would truly just sit back and watch Ning Shuang throw tantrums like that. Yi explains that it isn't really fair to blame the Murong family in this case, because the main issue is that Ning Shuang always comes alone, only asks for him, and if she can't find him, she simply leaves. It doesn't look like she's here to take revenge at all, so Yi didn't even think it was necessary to inform Murong Shang. They're still talking when a loud voice suddenly rings out from outside, shouting for Lu Fan to come out and see her, and he immediately inhales sharply and mutters that speak of the devil, and the devil appears, because Ning Shuang is here again. Our boy looks startled as the scene shifts outdoors, where Ning Shuang stands her ground with a straight, unwavering posture, loudly declaring that she knows he's back and ordering him to come out, even shouting that if he doesn't show himself today, she's not leaving. Our boy finally steps out and tries to settle her down, calling out that it really is Ning Shuang, but she flares up instantly, snapping at him not to pretend he doesn't know her, and saying he finally decided to come out and see her. Outside the mansion, our boy takes in her outfit and tosses out a casual tease, saying she's dressed like that as if she's here to seek revenge, and that anyone who didn't know better would assume she's desperate to marry him instead. Ning Shuang pauses, And in that brief silence her expression turns complicated, tangled with emotion, before she answers yes. That's right, she came to marry him. And she stands there firm, refusing to retreat. Our boy immediately shouts back, demanding to know if she's lost her mind, accusing her of trying to extort him because she can't beat him, then blaming her outright, saying it's because of her that he's lost the trust of both the Ning family and the Luo family. Ning Shuang doesn't avert her gaze for a second as she tells him he has to take responsibility for her. And from where she's watching the whole scene unfold at the Yi residence, sister, he can only sigh and remark that she's witnessed forced marriages before, but someone threatening their own life right on their own doorstep is truly a first. Our boy reacts fast, lifting both hands as he tells her not to misunderstand him, because he didn't do anything at all. But Ning Shuang refuses to yield. She fires back that he wants to claim no responsibility, yet he already ruined everything she had and now he's acting like there's nothing between them. Then she calls him Luo fan and says he has only two options. Either he takes responsibility for her, or he kills her. And the instant those words leave her mouth, she draws a knife and presses the blade against her own throat. Sister Yi mutters under her breath that she used to think the two of them just had a rough time together in the secret realm. But looking at this now, it's clearly far more complicated than that. Our boy is caught between anxiety and irritation. And in his heart, he keeps repeating that it isn't like that at all, that there is absolutely nothing between him and Ning Shuang. Yet Ning Shuang only tightens her grip on the knife and warns that if she dies here, he'd better think carefully about how the Yi family is supposed to explain it to the Ning family. Our boy snaps back at once, telling her to get lost, and that if she wants to die, then she shouldn't do it at the Yi residence. Sister Yi just shakes her head and points out that the Ning family's eldest young miss has always been proud, and now she's even throwing away her dignity for him. So how is anyone supposed to believe that nothing happened between them? Our boy drags a hand over his forehead and says this mess can't be cleared up in a few words, and the more they argue, the uglier it will become, then adds that he still has proper business to handle for the Morong family first, and he'll deal with this situation later. Sister Yi only shrugs and tells him to do whatever he wants. Not wasting another second, our boy spreads his wings, energy rippling outward as he shoots up into the sky. And as he flies off, he can't help thinking how completely ridiculous this is. He decides he'll let her cool down for now and smooth it over after he comes back. But Ning Shuang still won't let go. She sprints after him and yells that he won't escape from this. The scene shifts to the Murong residence in the western region's Red Peak mountain range, where our boy drops to the ground with a solid landing, and the swirling energy around him gradually settles. Head leader Bai approaches to greet him, saying Mr. Lu Fan has finally returned, and Murong immediately asks how things went in the dragon domain, to which our boy answers calmly that it's been taken care of. Murong quickly invites him inside, explaining that the ancestor has been waiting for news, and he warns the guards that this is the Murong family residence, and no outsiders are to be allowed in without an invitation. Right then, Ning Shuang appears at the gates, and the soldiers instantly raise their bows and aim arrows at her, but she stands there without a hint of fear and declares with full confidence that she is Lu Fan's wife, and that she's with him. Murong looks completely baffled and points out that not long ago, in the Divine Ruins, the two of them were practically trying to kill each other. So what in the world is going on now? Our boy stares at Ning Shuang's back, lets out a long, slow breath, and admits he doesn't understand it either. But one thing is certain, she is absolutely not his wife. Murong gives a short nod and immediately orders the doors closed, and Ning Shuang erupts in fury outside, shouting that he's trying to shake her off and warning Lu Fan to keep dreaming if he thinks that will work. Our boy only feels more irritated by her outburst, but he refuses to engage and simply heads inside. And once they reach the main hall, he turns respectful at once, addressing the ancestor properly before shifting his gaze toward the Star Dragon. Murong reports to the ancestor that Mr. Lu Fan has returned safely and has brought the item they requested, and our boy raises his hand to present it, saying plainly, "Here, it's the seed of life you wanted." The Star Dragon studies the seed for only a moment before his expression changes, because he immediately senses something wrong. He says the vitality inside feels extremely weak, and with visible anxiety, he asks whether something happened to his mother. Our boy answers without sugarcoating it, saying the Valley of Life no longer exists, and the words hit like a blow. Head Murong looks stunned. Murong himself stares in disbelief, and the Star Dragon reacts the strongest of all, shouting and demanding to know what he just said. So our boy starts laying it all out. By the time he arrived, the valley was already nothing but wasteland, and the Life Dragon King along with the 4 remaining dragons had been trapped inside a secret realm. Beyond that realm, the entire world was crawling with monsters that can't be killed because they regenerate endlessly, and even the dragons that have already fallen have been corrupted by those same creatures. He goes on, saying the root of the chaos is something akin to an ancient god, and that ancient god has already awakened. The instant the Star Dragon hears the words ancient god, he shouts in shock, and a powerful yet unstable energy bursts outward from him, low and heavy, filling the whole space with suffocating pressure. The scene opens at the Murong residence in the western region, inside the Star Tomb, where the Murong clan head looks down at the Seed of Life and asks whether it can still grant the ancestor a second life. The Star Dragon answers with forced calm, explaining that even though a large portion of the vitality has already been lost, the seed is still enough to let him be reborn. However, he adds that once reborn, he'll recover only 8% of his original strength and attributes, and the remaining power will require 10 full years to slowly return. The clan head answers at once that as long as the ancestor can live another life, nothing else matters. Without the slightest hesitation, the Star Dragon takes the Seed of Life and swallows it whole in a single gulp. And the moment it goes down, energy begins surging out from his body, the power climbing higher and higher in wave after wave as a deep blue light spreads across everything, growing darker, thicker, and more intense by the second. In the middle of that transformation, the Star Dragon suddenly calls out to our boy, telling the Dragon Tamer to summon his Star Dragon, and our boy responds instantly by raising his hand as a ring of blue light appears in midair, circling, spinning, and flowing forward as it glides toward the Star Dragon, standing behind him. Once the energy steadies, the Star Dragon points toward the other dragon and says that this is the reward they agreed upon. A system screen immediately flashes up. Star Radiance form strength increased from 500% to 1000%, transforming into the Star Ripper for 60 seconds. The Star Dragon's aura keeps rolling outward in heavy, forceful waves, and then another screen appears, displaying 13 million heavenly stars, World Annihilation, and 39 million heavenly stars. World Annihilation summons the Star Core. Our boy watches with unmistakable excitement and says this is exactly what you'd expect from a Dragon King level skill. And right after that, another system screen confirms. Quest completed. Commission of the Star Giant Dragon. Quest reward. Your dragon pet of the same Star Dragon lineage gains the power of the Star Giant Dragon. Murong and the others look overjoyed as the entire rebirth finally reaches its end. And once it's done, the Star Dragon clears his throat and addresses our boy with respect, calling him benefactor, then says he has one last request. He wants our boy to return to his territory and pay respects to his mother, the Life Dragon King. Murong immediately asks if that means he's leaving this place. In that moment, our boy thinks privately about warning both the Star Giant Dragon and the Murong family that Sakura Nation will strike Tianfu Island in 3 days. And although the Murong family expresses that they're willing to help him, he chooses to refuse their kindness, believing this fight shouldn't pull even more people into danger. Before he goes, he promises the Murong family that after he meets the Life Dragon King, he will safely return the Star Giant Dragon. With everything settled, our boy takes out the adventurer's notebook he obtained in the Divine Ruins secret realm, quietly flipping through it as he prepares himself, calm and steady, while he waits for the enemy to come knocking. Then the scene shifts back to Tianfu Island, inside the Shadow Fortress leisure area, where Taozi comes rushing up to him with her phone in hand, her face tight with worry, as she tells him there's huge trouble because the headlines have just exploded. Our boy takes the phone from her and reads the headlines carefully, and after taking it all in, he points at the screen and says that with a lineup that massive, there's no way they came only for him. They probably plan to pressure the neighboring forces too, so they can swallow Taichi Nation in a single move without shedding even one drop of blood. Taozi keeps staring at the phone, visibly tense, while our boy continues in even tone, saying that since they came for him, he'll make sure they get an experience they'll never forget for the rest of their lives. The scene shifts to the Black Sand Sea, Sector 3, and one day later the enemy's strongest forces are already assembled there, their mere presence pressing down like a physical weight. The slave approaches his master to report that up ahead lies the endpoint marked by the resentment of Yamada no Orochi, and according to that mark, Lu Fan should be there. Yin, red eyes glowing, stares into the distance and declares that this is the endpoint of the marked dragon Tamer, that there's nowhere left for him to retreat, and that the dragons will inevitably end up in his hands. The scene cuts back to our boy, who stands before a projector and faces a massive screen, coolly remarking that it looks like their distinguished guests are already in position. He zooms out for a wider view, and in the next instant a flash of black energy streaks across the display, while outside the electric lights begin to flicker and drop out one by one. Someone shouts that it's lightning, that thunder shots are incoming, and there's far too much of it, and the thunder blasts spread with violent force, striking down and killing people, until another voice yells that seawater is surging in and orders everyone to seal the hatches. All vessels are commanded to activate the fleet's combined shield and drive power output to the absolute maximum. And the urgent order to repeat maximum output echoes again and again. Back in our boy's office, Taozi blurts out in surprise that the attack was actually blocked, but our boy stays composed and tells her not to get ahead of herself, because this is only the appetizer. The scene shifts back to Yin's army, now battered hard by the storm. Boats are trapped in raging waters, some vessels go under, and soldiers fight desperately just to make it to the riverbank alive. The slave rushes to his master to report that the storm and lightning caused around 40 deaths, mostly among third-turn professionals and below, while their core combat strength remains intact, and Master Ian remarks that for a kid to hold a place like this, he clearly has some ability. Then the Master God gestures forward and orders them to keep advancing. The scene cuts back to our boy, who calmly tweaks the display and refreshes the screen, watching the situation unfold in real time, while Wyan's army presses onward despite their obvious nerve from the thunder, lightning, and violent storm. One of the stronger subordinates warns that the fog feels extremely sinister and suggests they proceed carefully, testing what's real and what isn't, only for the Master to answer with icy certainty that they should reveal everything, because the more extraordinary and mysterious this territory is, the more valuable it will be once it becomes his. Before long, soldiers begin screaming and sobbing, and some collapse onto the ground, crawling and begging as they shout that the fog is poisonous and their life force is being drained away, forcing the Master to spread a ring of green energy outward as he casts a healing spell to cleanse the area, the green light rolling toward the soldiers in waves. A system screen flashes up, showing life resonance, stating that centered on the caster it releases 3 expanding healing waves within an 8th master radius. The soldiers feel the relief immediately, exchanging surprised looks as the pressure in their bodies eases. But the moment they start to relax, a white strike whips toward them, and one man's head drops on the spot. The rest stiffen in horror, and then, one after another, they begin to fall as unseen attacks slice them down. Someone screams that they're under attack, yet they can't even tell where the enemy is, and, as the seconds drag on, more and more soldiers are carved apart and sent to the ground. The Uroboro moon appears and remarks that this is a rather interesting welcoming ceremony, adding that they're waiting for them to panic, aren't they? While the Uroboro god snaps angrily that the fog is eroding their energy, and that there's no way this is a naturally formed phenomenon. A level 80 shadow swordsman raises his blade, readying himself to strike, and the Master orders them to use Illuminate, to flood the area with light and disperse the fog. Another screen pops up showing Bone Wrinkle of the Netherworld, explaining that if hostile line targeting or spiritual disturbance occurs within a 100-meter radius of the wearer, it will trigger a response. The Master shouts into the unseen space toward the hidden dragon Tamer, accusing him of doing nothing but playing tricks and telling him to come out. Another system screen appears for Illuminate, describing that once activated it produces a powerful light effect capable of quickly dispelling all intermediate or lower illusions. And back at his base, our boy lets a faint smile tug at his lips as he tells everyone to get ready and enjoy the meticulously arranged performance. The scene opens on Shadow Island at the edge of a ruined city, where the Shadow Swordsman and another fighter wielding the Eye of Thunder are already locked in battle, striking from different angles. One of them yells at the concealed enemies, calling them hiding rats and ordering them to come out, then activates Eye of Thunder as electricity crackles through the air and his vision sharpens, while at the same time the Shadow Swordsman whips his blade through flashing arcs and pivots toward a beast lurking nearby. The man steps in and finishes the creature with a single decisive blow. A system screen appears showing earth-shattering cleave, describing how a heavy sword swing smashes the ground and sends a forward propagating shockwave that damages enemies in its path and briefly knocks them back. Not far away, Uroboro comments that this feels like playing hide-and-seek, but unfortunately for them, he always knows which cave the ghost is hiding behind, and another screen appears showing Shadow Arrow, heart-piercing, stating that it fires arrows wrapped in shadow energy to deal massive physical damage to a single target. Around Master Ian, his strongest subordinates hold their ground and swiftly wipe out the Shadow Swordsman and the nearby threats, while back at base our boy watches it all on the giant screen, calm yet sharply attentive. Then, all at once, a man dressed in white steps forward on the battlefield, and as he spreads green energy outward in every direction, soldiers caught inside it start collapsing where they stand, dying one after another. A system notification flashes up, describing Illuminate as a skill burst that releases an intense light effect capable of dispelling or suppressing all mid-tier and below illusions, instability, shadow effects, and shadow concealment. Master Ian immediately shouts that this place isn't suited for a drawn-out fight, ordering every unit to charge straight toward the ancient city and end the battle quickly. And at his command the troops pull themselves together, regroup, and begin sprinting toward the next city exactly as instructed. When they reach it, Master Ian speaks with icy certainty, declaring that no matter how deeply the enemy tries to hide, it won't change the truth that they're nothing but turtles trapped in a jar. At that precise moment, our boy's voice rolls across the battlefield as he channels energy through the screen interface, calmly remarking that they arrived later than expected and welcoming them all to his hunting ground, and in the blink of an eye energy surges throughout the entire area as the army, still standing in formation, whips their heads around in shock and begins taking hits from every direction at once. A screen pops up listing Shadow Death Sentinel level 95, Shadow Death Sentinel level 90, and Shadow Soul Executioner level 85, and as Yin's forces turn to face the sudden threat, thunder and lightning slam down from overhead while Shadow Dragons, Shadow Earth Constructs, and Shadow Souls materialize and start cutting the soldiers apart one by one. The battlefield devolves into chaos, filled with screaming and crying as bodies drop, and then yet another shadow entity rises into view, spreading a broad ring of purple energy outward. Anyone caught in that ring starts shrieking as their bodies weaken, and then they collapse into death. On the other side of the field, one of Yin's strongest men stares at the shadows with burning fury, swearing in his heart that he'll dig out every last one of these insects and crush them one by one, and without any hesitation, he transforms into his giant form, his body swelling larger and larger as overwhelming force pours off him, clearly intending to flip the entire battle through raw strength alone. Energy then erupts from that top warrior on Yin's side as he activates Thousand Birds' Thunder Domain, and a blinding light detonates from his body and spreads rapidly across the battlefield. A system screen appears for Thousand Birds' Thunder Domain, explaining that it instantly weaves a three-dimensional spiderweb of high-density lightning through a special airspace within a 100-meter radius, dealing 200% lightning attribute magic damage per second to all flying units inside, until lightning saturates the sky like a lethal cage. Right then, a heavy shadow dragon, General, level 95, charges straight at him, and the man gathers power into his hands and shouts at the dragon to stop playing tricks as he fires his force toward it. But the dragon doesn't retreat. Instead, it swallows the lightning and keeps driving forward. Back in the command center, our boy watches closely and remarks that a fifth-turn expert is personally clearing trash mobs. So this must be Sakura Nation's trump card rushing out to stabilize the field, and then he taps the screen and triggers something else. A notification appears. Target locked. Mana Crystal Cannon sequence ready. Followed by another screen confirming Mana Crystal Cannon charged to 100%, and the instant it hits full charge, massive fire-heavy bombs roar out toward Yin's army, detonating in overwhelming chains of explosions that hurl soldiers into the air as fiery shockwaves ripple outward, the heat and destructive force turning brutally savage in an instant. Even head leader Yin is visibly stunned, and with a scoffing disbelief, he says that kind of power is probably already on par with epic-tier weaponry. When a blazing fireball shoots straight for Yin's strongest warrior, the man stares at it in shock and blurts out how Lu Fan could possibly have a Mana Crystal Cannon, wondering why Snow Nation's military equipment is in his hands at all. He hurriedly gathers blue energy and tries to counterattack the dragon again. Yet the moment he moves, he's slammed back by a fierce counter, blood spraying from his mouth as the impact forces him to stagger backward. The star dragon lets out a thunderous roar, and in the next instant another barrage of fireballs rains down toward that man. He cries out as multiple blazing spheres streak directly for his position, and head leader Yin and the others can only watch in horror as their second brother is erased completely, so thoroughly that not even a scrap of remains is left behind. Master Yin reacts at once, barking an order for Ashita to deploy Fearless Shield and commanding everyone to tighten their formation, and Ashita activates the artifact-grade shield as a system screen appears. Fearless Shield, stating that using the artifact-grade shield as the core, it unfolds into a hemispherical fearless field with a maximum radius of 50 meters. And while that field exists, it will protect all friendly units inside. Another screen shows Fearless Shield durability, 10,000 out of 10,000. But soon another update follows. Fearless Shield durability, 8,821 out of 10,000. Back on Tianfu Island. Level 2 territory. Area 43,800 kilometers. Location Black Sand Sea Sector 3. Our boy triggers Auto Sky, Thunderburst, and golden energy descends from the heavens like divine punishment, slamming down onto the battlefield as the shield's durability plunges again to 6135. The man holding the shield braces with everything he has, trying to cover himself and endure the crushing golden force while he screams for everyone to hold the line, yet the golden energy keeps pressing down without mercy, and the screen shows Fearless Shield durability, 4135. Then it drops again to 2135, until the light swells even harsher and the shield finally shatters outright, the barrier breaking into fragments as it collapses. With the defense gone, the golden radiance floods straight into Yin's ranks, scorching everything it touches, and the strongest survivors begin retreating in frantic panic as Yin himself turns and tries to flee the advancing brilliance, shouting that they can't hold it and have to get back to the flagship to activate teleportation. One of the top fighters who's running gets swallowed by flames, and while he burns he cries out to his master, confessing that his disciple is incompetent, and in the final moments the golden light reaches its absolute peak, sweeping across the battlefield and burning nearly everyone there down to bare skeletons until death blankets the entire field. In the end, only Master Yin and a handful of his closest comrades remain alive. The slave stares across the wreckage and reports bitterly that they're all dead, but the people of the four houses have been almost completely wiped out, and says it feels like they all became actors inside Lu Fan's script, while Orobro stands there in silence. Master Yin finally speaks, his voice low, cold, and heavy, calling it a brilliant scheme, because he cannot believe a mere level 70 dragon tamer could possess the means to flip heaven and earth and bury centuries of Sakura Nation's accumulated heritage. Another survivor snarls that this hatred must be repaid with blood, and Master Ian raises his voice until it echoes across the sky as he orders every remaining unit to launch a full-force assault, declaring they will seize victory, no matter the cost. Opens on a pitch-dark island cloaked in shadows at the edge of a ruined city, where the air itself seems heavy with pressure and the tension hangs so thick it feels unavoidable, and in that gloom the master of the evil faction, the one who leads the 4 house members, snaps out a cold, sharp order for everyone to spread out at once and get away from the lightning strike zone immediately, just as purple energy starts to flicker around their bodies and, without warning, a system-like screen materializes in front of them to explain a skill called Shikigami. The screen states that Shikigami triggers automatically the instant the caster is struck by life-threatening, fatal damage, or the moment they are caught inside an unavoidable attack zone. It blocks that incoming attack, but the price is steep, draining a huge amount of yin energy and also consuming a small portion of the caster's own life force. And in exchange for that sacrifice it produces a Shikigami doll that becomes completely linked to the caster's life and aura, inseparable in both existence and presence. Then a second screen flashes into view, laying out what occurs when a powerful golden energy attack, referred to as the night parody of 100 demons, connects, because the moment it strikes, the caster's body and their yin energy are instantly shattered into residual yin phantoms. Each phantom carries 20% of the caster's HP while still retaining the caster's aura, and they scatter at high speed in different directions, only for their power to begin thinning and fading as time passes. A third screen follows immediately, introducing another ability called Momentary Infernal Abyss, and it explains that once activated the caster enters a state known as Soured Heart Clarity, a condition where perception and reaction speed surge by 500%, so close to short-term precognition it feels unreal, because within the next few seconds they can see the trajectory of every incoming attack aimed at them, their mind pushed into overdrive until the world seems to slow down around them. Meanwhile, the dog-like member of the 4th house, crossbow in hand, takes aim and fires a bolt straight toward that golden energy attack, and as the shot leaves the weapon another screen pops up to reveal the skill Shadow Moon, Aberrant Path, a technique that launches a specially crafted shadow deflection arrow meant not for a direct hit but for control, because it detonates at a selected coordinate and generates a 2-second shadow singularity zone. And within those 2 seconds the zone exerts a fierce gravitational deflection force that bends and redirects every energy-based attack that passes through it, turning the move into a clever way to shape the battlefield rather than simply strike an enemy. Even so, the golden energy keeps firing toward the 4th house members, and what's unsettling is that none of them flinch. No panic, no scrambling, just silent attention as they watch it come, until the dog with the crossbow finally speaks with anger boiling through grief, saying it was that very cannon that blasted his second brother to death, and he swears he'll tear out the dragon tamer's soul and refine his spirit as an offering to the heroic father of Sakura Nation, his voice carrying loss and fury in the same breath. Right then, his master turns toward him and says something that catches him off guard, because the master's wounds are already knitting together on their own, and even the meridians that have been corroded by shadow energy are visibly repairing themselves, and the dog can only stare in shock as he blurts that it's unbelievable, realizing this can't be some ordinary healing spell at all, because what he's feeling from it is something closer to a blessing drawn from the origin of life itself. That healing force takes on a vivid green glow as it pours outward and spreads through everything in sight, looking far less like ordinary magic and far more like a dragon sculpted from pure light, or maybe the radiant branches of a colossal tree unfurling as they stretch into the distance. And as that green life energy continues to expand it rolls toward the 4th house members and wraps around them, as if something ancient and overwhelmingly powerful has just stayed awake. As the green current shifts closer, Yaju's eyes tighten into a hard squint and he thinks to himself that this is no common power at all, because it carries the weight of a divine artifact that has watched the birth of heaven and earth. In the same breath his mind races into ambition as he wonders that if he could seize that kind of strength for himself, why he would ever need to stand beneath anyone again, and if he truly possessed it, then what would Tianzi even be worth? His desire igniting hotter and hotter inside his chest. Meanwhile, our boy is standing inside something like a tent-shaped structure, calmly watching the entire scene play out, and with the same relaxed steadiness as always he remarks that the greed shining in their eyes is even brighter than his mana crystal cannon, because he can see exactly what they are thinking the moment they think it. At the very same time, the evil master declares that a divine tree like this, and the entire island along with it, should belong to him and him alone. Yet our boy doesn't move from where he stands and almost seems entertained, thinking that the best part of the whole show is letting a self-righteous hunter convince himself the treasure is within reach, only for the one directing the stage to personally grind that hope into dust, because to him it's all nothing more than a performance he has set up from start to finish. The evil master tightens his fist, and purple energy bursts out of his body in a surge, and a screen appears with the word Shikigami summoning technique, explaining that the demon consumes a massive amount of chi along with a piece of a 100-year skeleton as a consumable, then descends onto the battlefield using that skeleton as its body while unleashing an oppressive domain pressure that presses down and suppresses the entire field. Another screen immediately follows, introducing Shikigami summoning, water-type umbrella dance, and it states that this technique consumes a moderate amount of brightness energy and a vermilion umbrella rib as its consumable, summoning Umbrella Island onto the battlefield where the entity wields an umbrella like a blade and releases swift, light slashes delivered with deadly precision. Then yet another screen appears, displaying Shikigami summoning technique Tengu Wind Skeletal, explaining that it consumes a medium amount of bright energy and one black Tengu feather as a consumable, summoning a great Tengu to descend onto the battlefield with fiery winds forming its wings as it carries out aerial suppression that rips apart enemy formations from above. After calling down these terrifying presences, the evil master removes the seals, those marks, from his body, and one of the four house members watches him with nervous tension and admits that something feels off, that their opponent is far too calm, only for the master to answer with icy suspicion as he asks whether it's just a bluff, or whether that boy truly has something reliable supporting him from behind the scenes. Yaju then lets a faint, green-tinged smile curl across his face as he declares that today they will reclaim honor for the Yaju family, and the crossbow dog follows it up by saying it's a fine stage, and even if their enemy ends up buried here, at least he'll gain a shred of dignity in death. Our boy calmly scans the battlefield and thinks that out of more than 1,000 enemies, only 4 still have a nerve to stand their ground and keep shouting, and then, without warning, the evil master throws his head back and roars the order to attack, his anger boiling over as multiple forces born from that purple energy surge forward in a single rush and slam toward our boy all at once. Yet our boy doesn't budge, not even a step, remaining planted there in the same steady posture. And then in the next instant a colossal wave of fire detonates toward the enemy side, panic snapping through the crowd immediately, because that blaze is coming from a dragon under our boy's command, and as it dives it sweeps down like a living catastrophe, catching enemies in its wings while they shriek and wail in raw terror. The evil master can only stare in stunned disbelief, admitting he has never seen a dragon like this in his life, and the fourth house members are struck just as hard, with one of them throwing his eyes wide and muttering that it can't be real, while the crossbow dog chokes under the crushing pressure, barely able to breathe, and another member blurts out a warning that the dragon's level looks even higher than their master's. Then a burst of golden energy erupts across the battlefield, smashing through everything nearby and igniting the surroundings as it goes, and in the chaos the dragon lunges straight for the evil master, seizing him by the beard and battering his power apart with sheer, brutal force, before opening its mouth and beginning to swallow the evil forces themselves as if they were nothing but food. Its golden eyes bleed into red as it orders the flames to come forth, and it even remarks that the spiciness of these enemies is unexpectedly palatable. Our boy's companions can only gape at the sight, with Towsy blinking like he can't process what he's hearing as he wonders out loud whether dragons really treat something like this as a snack, while someone else watching through the screens grows uneasy and worries that Lu Fan might be pushing things a little too recklessly. But the dragon doesn't slow down, continuing to pour fire across the battlefield until the flames swell into a ferocity that starts burning through everything in sight, and with unnerving casualness it asks whether that thing is edible in its current form, only for another dragon to chime in that roasting at high temperature condenses the taste and refines the flavor, while yet another dragon, its eyes a golden mustard hue, seems almost impressed that such a small being can endure its flames at all. Meanwhile the four house members finally break, turning and running in outright panic as they yell and curse, demanding to know where these dragons even came from. But there's nowhere left to flee because the dragon's fire spreads across the entire battlefield, erasing every safe corner and leaving no place to hide, and the heat and blaze swallow them as they scream. The evil master and the rest of his followers are left completely shaken when one dragon plants itself right in the center of the field, radiating fire in every direction like a breathing inferno, and the four house members can only bolt in desperation with a single thought in their heads: survive. Our boy, still composed as he watches the slaughter unfold, casually notes that the enemies are trying to escape, and one of the dragons answers with cool certainty that they won't get away, after which the cloud dragon releases circular rings of purplish energy that spread outward in widening waves, the intensity rising so high it blankets the entire environment and seals the four house members inside it. Trapped with no exit, the members scream and curse at our boy and the dragons, their frustration boiling over as the ringed prison holds firm around them. The cloud dragon laughs at them, mocking that they can't even keep track of a handful of ants, while the black dragon grumbles that they've only just found decent food and now they're being interrupted. But before he can even finish the complaint, the cloud dragon cuts him off and tells him to stay away, and at that order every dragon turns its head to stare straight at the black dragon, pinning him in place with their attention. Another cloud dragon chimes in to remind him that eating isn't some form of entertainment, but a required process to sustain life, even as it layers the reminder with sarcasm by commenting on how elegantly he's dining. And through all of it the four house members keep screaming in hopeless despair. The twin dragons then remark that it looks like the others have decided they're unnecessary and aren't even planning to leave them any scraps, and one of them adds that he already told everyone to clear the field, yet someone is still sneaking food anyway. Opens back on that same shadowed island at the edge of the ruined city, where our boy is now flying in the air above the battlefield, calm and utterly in control, and as he looks down over the chaos he says they arrived just in time, because in his eyes these people were never true threats to begin with. The Cloud Flow Dragon turns to him and asks how they should handle the situation from here, and our boy answers in an even, cool tone that the defense test is finished and not a single detail about this island can be exposed, meaning nothing here is allowed to leak out. The twin dragons, their bodies glowing with blue and pink energy, respond at once that they understand, and immediately they begin to spread their power over the battlefield, crushing downward with such overwhelming force that the fourth house members start screaming and sobbing as they are pressed under it. Meanwhile, their evil master is sinking into the purplish energy as if it's swallowing him alive, and he howls in pain while desperately shouting for them to wait and spare him, insisting he can be useful, claiming he only came here to help his foolish disciple, then yelling again that the disciple is already dead so there's no need to kill him too. Our boy looks down at him and lets a faint grin tug at his mouth, then calmly asks what the master can possibly offer in exchange for his life. The evil master keeps screaming as the energy continues consuming him, begging to be released while promising he can introduce them to the elites of Sakura Nation, his face twisting as he shouts and demands to know why they're hesitating. And even while completely shrouded in purple energy, he insists that as long as he remains alive he can guarantee them access to all of Sakura Nation's resources. He swears they could control the entire nation, vows he would pledge loyalty, and even offers to make them the true rulers hiding behind the throne. Yajiu, one of the fourth house members, snaps in fury at that, shouting at his own master and asking if this is really the resolve of the master of Tianyan Palace, accusing him of wagging his tail before the enemy and selling out his own nation just to keep breathing. The crossbow dog speaks up as well, saying it's truly a spectacular performance, admitting he always thought the master was simply ruthless, but never imagined that deep down he would throw away even the last shred of a warrior's dignity. No, even a human being's dignity, so completely. The evil master sinks even deeper into that purple energy and snaps at them to shut up, demanding to know what they could possibly understand about surviving, insisting that only by staying alive can there ever be a future, because once you're dead everything is simply gone. And then he turns his scorn on Yajiu Kazama in particular, mocking him by asking whether that so-called honor and dignity of his can block a dragon's breath. Yajiu answers with a cold, cutting steadiness, saying that being linked to a despicable wretch like him is the greatest shame of his entire life, and he spits out the name Yajiu Muniashi with open contempt. The dog piles on with another insult, saying that with the way the master looks right now, even the role of being a good dog would be far too ugly for him to play. The evil master roars back at both of them, calling them foolish and arrogant, declaring that he sacrificed everything to climb to the very top of Sakura Nation, and if they truly aren't afraid of death, then they should go ahead and die. Our boy listens to the whole argument without interrupting, and in his mind he reflects that after the fifth time, a person's appearance becomes like this, wondering whether the closer someone crawls toward power while abandoning dignity, the more dangerous, warped, and twisted they become. Then the evil master turns back toward our boy and forces respect into his voice as he pleads, saying the others are stubborn and unyielding but he's different, that all he wants is to live. And he begs again, promising that if he's spared then all of Sakura Nation will become theirs, serving as their stepping stone so they can become the true rulers behind everything. Our boy reaches up and adjusts the black mask over his eyes, and in the same calm tone he replies that, in a certain way, what the master is saying actually makes sense. The evil master jolts with panic and hope all at once, that flicker flashing across his face as he hurriedly asks if that means our boy agrees. Our boy answers with a sharp grin, then just as calmly asks if he knows what he hates the most. The evil master stays, stunned, and asks what it is our boy hates the most. Our boy replies evenly that the man reminds him of an old friend, the sort of person who, for the sake of profit, sells away his own dignity and lowers his head in submission to other nations, and the words land heavier than any physical blow. The moment he says it, our boy rises into the air, and blue and pink energy from the twin dragons drifts and coils around him, flooding the battlefield with crushing pressure. And then, with no hesitation at all, the ruthless dragons send them on their way as the twin dragons unleash their different energies at the exact same time. Yajiu fixes his glare straight ahead and says that a loss is still a loss, but at least in this fight he gave everything he had, and the dog follows immediately, declaring that they are only the vanguard and that the descendants of Sakura Nation will one day seize the dragons. Meanwhile, the evil master's eyes blow wide with pure terror, his mouth hanging open as he screams that he doesn't want to die. In that instant, a frightening blend of purple, blue, and red power churns and gathers deep inside the twin dragons' mouths, and a screen flashes up displaying Ice Fire Frugatory, explaining that the two heads of the twin-headed dragon compress the origin of extreme frost and blazing heat into a single release, then fire off a catastrophic combined strike into the target zone, where frost and flames roar without stopping and inflict sustained hybrid damage on every enemy unit caught within range. When those two forces fuse and erupt outward, the evil master is swallowed whole by the blast, and he can only scream and sob as he drowns inside the crushing storm of ice and fire, while above him our boy hangs in the sky with unsettling calm and the twin-headed dragon plants itself firmly on the ground to watch everything burn, until the battlefield itself is left as nothing but devastation. Even so, our boy can't help thinking about the last time Jin Sheng used a skill to fake his death and slip away, and he wonders whether something like that could happen again here. So he moves in close to the twin-headed dragon and asks if they're truly dead, and whether they might have some kind of resurrection method. One head answers that their power is on the level of a human at the 6th advancement stage, and if the enemies try to use any resurrection skill, it won't escape their perception, while the other head cuts in with impatience, telling him to stop nagging and simply crush them completely. Burn it all until not even ash remains. Our boy turns his gaze to that other head and agrees without hesitation. Good. As he stands there, one of his people suddenly calls his name, Lu Fan, and when he turns, he sees he hurrying toward him in panic, anxiously asking whether he's all right and if he's been hurt, because the disturbance just now was enormous. Xiaoqin steps up as well, looking him over and saying it seems everything has already been settled. Our boy reassures them that it's fine and that the trouble has been handled, then says the timing is perfect and asks them to help clean up the battlefield, since there should be a lot of spoils left behind. Xiao Fei spots a glowing stone and gasps at how many good items are here. Xiao Chen starts drifting around as he searches the wreckage for anything useful, and our boy watches with faint surprise as all of his group members throw themselves into looting with obvious enthusiasm. Then someone suddenly calls out that there are 12 battleships. Our boy's thoughts start turning as he imagines refitting them into Henry C. Emperor-class magic battleships and assembling them into a fleet, which would be ideal. But the Yi family and the Murong family are both based in the western mountain regions and would have no use for these battleships at all. And besides, Morozov would only let him keep one main ship at most, meaning everything else would do nothing but attract trouble. Right as he's weighing that, his phone suddenly rings, a light flashing as the call connects, and he lifts it to his ear while thinking that he's about to give Tu Jing a truly grand gift. The scene cuts to the Northern Frontier military camp, inside Tu Jing's office, where Tu Jing reacts with open shock and blurts out that he can't believe what he just heard, asking again to confirm whether our boy truly wiped out Sakura Nation's invading main force and captured 12 battleships in the process. Our boy answers with the same steady calm, confirming that it's correct, then adds that he'll hand over 11 of the battleships and keep one for himself to modify, tossing in the simple question of how that arrangement sounds. Tu Jing responds immediately that it's good, excellent, even, and the excitement in his voice is impossible to miss as he says he'll send people to Dragon Academy tomorrow to take care of the handover. The next day, the scene shifts to Dragon Academy, where all the members are gathered outside the building, and without warning a glowing blue energy star begins circling through the sky, marked with a distinctive symbol, drawing everyone's gaze upward in surprise as they wonder what it could be. Then the sound of heavy wings pounds through the air, and a figure drops from above and lands with commanding authority. It's Zheng Gong, the Golden Wing Commander of the Griffin Corps, though his exact level isn't clearly defined, and the others descend alongside him, wings folding neatly behind their backs as they settle in. Our boy steps forward to greet them, asking whether Senior Tu Jing sent them and saying he's been waiting for them for quite some time. Opens at Dragon Capital Academy, where the force led by Zhang Gong of the Griffin Corps descends from the sky and lands solidly on the ground, moving with crisp, efficient speed, every step sharp and disciplined as they take position. Zhang Gong comes forward and offers our boy a formal salute, introducing himself as Zhang Gong, a golden emblem officer of the Griffin Corps acting under the Marquis of Zhenbei's orders, and stating plainly that he's here to receive the warships. Our boy studies him for a moment and recognizes him, remembering that Zhang Gong is the same golden emblem officer who handled the heretic attack incident in Taik Nation back then. He greets him with polite respect, thanking Commander Zhang for the hard work, and explains that even the standard-issue Sakura Nation magic warships are already prepared and ready, inviting him to inspect them and accept the transfer. A screen flashes up labeled Storage Ring, explaining that it provides an independent space, time suspension, and multiple storage slots, and our boy lifts his hand toward Zhang Gong and passes him the ring, prompting a visible flicker of surprise as Zhang Gong accepts it. Right after that, another screen appears with the specifications of a Firmament-class Magic Guide strategic warship, describing how it's fitted with 36 Holy Magic Guide cannons and an Omniphase shield system, how its main cannon, Meteor Judgment, can vaporize an entire mountain range once fully charged, and how it also carries an enlightened traffic core that lets a small number of personnel run the entire vessel efficiently. With the ring in hand, Zhang Gong inspects what's inside with careful attention, then comments that the firepower modules, protection arrays, and power cores are all top tier, nodding in approval as he says, "Good, very good," before turning back to our boy to report that after inspection, the 11 warships are in excellent condition and superbly equipped. Zhang Gong adds that this haul will greatly help their nation in researching foreign warship technology, and for a contribution this outstanding, he insists our boy must receive matching military merit, then asks him to hand over his medal. Our boy lifts his hand and presents it, and a screen appears showing Griffin Corps Golden Military Merit Medal, Legendary Quality Accessory. Zhang Gong explains that the golden emblem is already the highest in medal there is, and since our boy's rank can't be promoted any further, the Griffin Corps has specially prepared a one-of-a-kind medal just for him, with all of his accumulated merits recorded inside it, and another screen appears showing Griffin Corps Military Merit Medal, Legendary Quality Accessory. Our boy takes the new medal and fastens it onto his cord, then casually comments that it's only a formality, and that serving the nation is worth more than any piece of metal. With the medal secured, Zhang Gong salutes him once more and declares the handover complete, adding that if there's nothing else, he'll immediately lead his team back to report. Our boy quickly calls out to stop him and asks him to wait a moment, and Zhang Gong turns back toward him. Leaning in closer, our boy lowers his voice and whispers that beyond the warships, he has an even more important idea, one that's terrifying and comes with serious consequences, and he adds that even Senior 2 might find it hard to make that call alone. Zhang Gong's expression shifts with surprise as he asks whether even the Corps commander can't decide, and then he asks who our boy wants to speak with. Our boy meets his eyes without wavering and calmly says he wants to speak directly with the 3 elders of the Dragon Nation. He looks at Officer Zhang and asks whether he can help find a way to make that happen. Zhang Gong pauses, still a little taken aback, but he quickly nods, saying he understands and that words like this must be treated with utmost seriousness, promising he'll report it immediately and telling our boy to follow him. The scene jumps ahead 2 hours to the high-level government district of the Dragon Capital, where our boy walks beside Commander Zhang through a heavily secured area, and when they finally reach their destination, Zhang Gong gestures toward the entrance and tells him to go in. Inside, a calm, dignified man sits waiting, unhurriedly sipping tea, and as he lifts his gaze he says it's been some time since they last met, mentioning that he heard our boy just handed the Griffin Corps a grand gift, and now he apparently has a terrifying idea he wants to share. A screen appears to display his identity. Han Fei Bai, senior leader of the Dragon Capital and one of the 3 elders of the Dragon Nation. Our boy offers a slight bow of respect and greets Elder Han, and a moment later, once tea has been served and the atmosphere settles into quiet focus, our boy lays out his entire plan without holding anything back, while Elder Han continues to sip his tea with calm composure as he listens. After hearing everything, Elder Han slowly rises from his seat and tells him to come along, and as they move through the corridors, Elder Han calmly orders the guards to keep watch outside and to let no one approach under any circumstances, the guards answering at once with a crisp, "Yes, sir." As our boy follows behind, he notes to himself that even the personal guards known as the 4 Peerless Swords have been left outside, and that fact alone tells him his proposal is being treated with absolute seriousness. They step into a private office arranged with a proper desk and chair, the door shutting behind them, and Elder Han motions for him to sit down first. Elder Han opens by saying that it isn't as though they've never thought about this idea before, but they've always lacked a pretext that was both suitable and defensible. Our boy answers evenly that his territory was invaded by the Lord of Tianyan Palace, who even used worship poisoning as a severe threat against him, and that this, right now, is the most appropriate pretext they could possibly ask for. Elder Han listens, nods, and admits it truly is a good pretext, but he immediately adds that if they move, it has to be done thoroughly, because Sakura Nation's support network doesn't stop at Tianyan Palace, and every hidden danger tied to it must be wiped out completely as well. He stands and begins to pace at an unhurried rhythm, then says that with the president of Taichung Nation involved, the only person capable of pulling this off is our boy. And then Elder Han lets a faint smile show as he makes one point perfectly clear. Of course he won't ask him to act without reward, and once it succeeds, Sakura Nation will be folded into Dragon Nation's territory, and at that time, so long as it doesn't threaten the nation's foundation, whatever our boy wants, they will do everything possible to satisfy it. Our boy looks honestly taken aback and asks if that really means anything he requests. Elder Han answers without wavering that as long as our boy handles this properly and permanently removes the threat to Dragon Nation's eastern frontier, then our boy's request becomes the nation's request. At that, our boy's eyes brighten as he says, "Good," and immediately states exactly what he needs, a vast quantity of materials containing pure life energy, with quality as high as possible, no restrictions on type, and the more the better. Inside his own mind he runs the numbers, because for the Life Dragon King to nurture seeds of life, the energy supply currently comes mainly from the blessed resident spring and from harvesting the corpses of high-level enemies, and even with that, producing a single seed per year is already the ceiling. But if he can secure a massive stockpile of life-rich materials to use as catalysts, then the entire process could be accelerated enormously. Before he can even finish mapping it all out, Elder Han cuts in and agrees on the spot, saying they'll tap the National Treasury's reserves and even mobilize the major clans to gather more on top of that, and that no matter how much he needs, they'll keep providing until he's satisfied. Our boy nods once and says that in that case, it will be a pleasant cooperation, and they can start discussing the details. Elder Han agrees, motions for him to sit properly, and says they should begin with the first step, adding that the list of targets, and their locations, must be handed over to him as well. The two of them clasp hands, then settle across from each other, and together they start mapping out the entire operation in careful, step-by-step detail, until, without fanfare, an eastern storm begins to kindle in silence, sparked by nothing more than a secret meeting between an elder and a young man. Begins as a screen suddenly appears, displaying a newly acquired classified document. Our boy walks down the stairs while studying the information with focused care, and as he reads he thinks about Elder Han's intelligence network and realizes he failed to factor in all the other experts involved in the coronation beside Tianyan Palace, and because of that he knows this can't be dragged out. Deployment has to happen immediately if everything is going to stay on schedule. The scene shifts to Tianfu Island, into the shadowed inner region, and finally into the dining hall, where Tiaozi looks at his sister and urges her to eat more, reminding her that she's been cleaning the battlefield and cooking for everyone and must be worn out, and she glances toward the doorway and asks where Xiaofan went, because he just returned yet now seems to have gone out again, only for another sister to answer quickly that she just saw him heading out. Then the scene cuts to the twin dragons hovering in the air, their power rolling off them in visible waves as they declare that Sakura Nation must be wiped out completely, with one head stepping forward to address our boy directly while the other head adds that, as expected, humans always push their luck, and just because Mother acknowledges him doesn't mean he can behave however he pleases. Our boy answers with steady calm that this isn't reckless at all, but a carefully arranged operation, and once it succeeds, the life energy materials of the entire nation will be supplied continuously to the Life Dragon King. The Cloud Flow Dragon asks whether that's truly guaranteed, and our boy reassures it that it is, because he already has the approval of the 3 elders of Dragon Nation, and Elder Han himself has promised that delivery will be completed within 3 days after the mission is finished. One of the twin dragon heads warns him that if he breaks his word, it will destroy his territory completely, but then adds that if it's for Mother, he will accept the commission, and our boy nods with firm certainty and says he won't break his word, then explains that the classified file contains the crucial targets that must be eliminated, 13 Sakura Nation experts, each strategically positioned to watch Dragon Nation, and they have to be removed in one clean, precise strike. Standing with quiet confidence, our boy tells the dragons that stabilizing Sakura Nation is vital to Dragon Nation's security, making it a win-win outcome. The dragons secure Mother's recovery, and the nation's enemies are neutralized, and the Cloud Flow Dragon affirms that it will do anything that helps Mother recover. Our boy then turns his attention to the Bronze Dragon, confirming that the routes and the key targets have been marked. He asks if 2 days will really be enough, and the Bronze Dragon simply dips its head in agreement, saying that 2 days is more than sufficient. Then, with a rumble that sounds like a threat turning into law, it declares for the hunt to begin and orders them to kill and slaughter every last one of them, while our boy answers that bloodthirsty promise with a smirk, already picturing how, in just 2 days, the Sakura Festival is going to become something far more lively. 2 days later, the story cuts to the Sakura Festival itself in the capital, Chiyoda, where lanterns line the streets and the air is crowded with excitement, children darting around in fits of laughter as they point at toys and decorations, and the entire city leans into the celebration like nothing in the world could interrupt it. Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Palace Council Chamber, the sovereign of Sakura Nation, Minamoto Takehito, sits with a hard frown and demands to know where the 4 house masters have gone, because the whole nation is out there celebrating the 5th turn, and yet the 4 house masters themselves have vanished without a trace. His soldiers report that Yin Tianzi took them, saying it was for His Majesty's grand plan of territorial expansion, and that they were sent off to Dragon Nation. And Minamoto's expression tightens as he says it had better be true, once they come back. And at that exact moment, dragons rise on the horizon and crash down onto the city, smashing through windows and ripping across the streets as if the festival were nothing but paper, the palace guards snapping their heads around in shock and craning their necks for a clearer look, while Minamoto himself shouts in raw disbelief at the chaos unfolding outside, recognizing what it is even as he can't accept it, dragons. At the same time, the Bronze Dragon and the rest of the swarm press the assault harder, carving through Chiyoda with devastating force, and throughout the palace the gods of Sakura Nation, scattered and caught off guard, cry out in panic, asking whether they can truly stop an attack like this, only for another voice to answer with grim resolve that even if they can't, they still have to try, because they refuse to stand by and watch their city be torn apart. Out in the capital, the guards fight to keep any kind of order while twin-headed dragons rain destruction from above, their fire spreading everywhere as buildings go up, streets collapse, and nothing is left intact, until it feels less like a battle and more like the city is being erased. Shrine priests force themselves into the fight, casting spells and hurling attacks at the dragons. But the dragons' glowing red eyes lock onto them, and the answering flames drown everything, leaving the priests suspended helplessly for a moment before they tumble down to the ground, and one of the few still standing snaps at the others to focus because this is their last chance. Yet the fire dragon keeps burning through everything it can see, wiping it out so completely that resistance starts to feel impossible. Inside the palace, one of Minamoto's guards sprints up to him and reports that under the dragon assault multiple regions are falling one after another, urging him to evacuate immediately. But Minamoto Takehito can only glare in stunned fury as he demands to know why dragons would attack Sakura Nation at all and who could possibly stop them. In frustration, he seizes the guard by the collar and curses the 4 house masters, demanding to know where they've disappeared to at the moment he needs the most. And the guard hurriedly explains that the 4 houses and the Tianyin Palace are in chaos and have no leaders right now, but there are still hidden experts among the people, so hope isn't completely gone. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to a massive building far off in a distant region, where Yoshiyuki, level 125 Akamura Divine Counselor and a great daimyo, sits with calm composure as 2 aides remain seated before him, until an urgent message is delivered announcing that the Lord has ordered their immediate return to the capital. One aide can't help but remark that the Lord only seems to remember them now, questioning why he never simply takes full control over the 4 houses and the Tianyin Palace in the first place. Before that thought can even settle, the bronze dragon comes crashing straight through, announcing that it has finally found them. And the instant it arrives, its enormous energy blasts outward as it slams a paw down, crushing trees and ripping the building apart. Yoshiyuki and the other daimyo spring to their feet, startled and shouting as they demand to know who would dare wreak this kind of havoc in the Nakamura state. But the bronze dragon only strides closer, and Yoshiyuki locks up in shock at the sight of a dragon so massive it barely feels real, while the beast rumbles that, as a fifth-turn class professional, Yoshiyuki looks exactly like the target they've been searching for. With no hesitation at all, the bronze dragon's eyes flare a glowing red and it tears through everything with its claw, leaving only total devastation behind. Nearby, a saint turns to a god holding a file and reports the fallout in blunt terms. The Nakamura, Kyoto, and Suramachi clans have been completely wiped out by the dragons. Minamoto hears it and breaks, shouting in despair that it's over, that Sakura Nation is finished. Yet a guard urgently grabs him and drags him away anyway, insisting it's no longer safe and that he must be evacuated. Then the Cloud Flow dragon fixes its attention on a green building, releases a wash of purplish energy, and streaks through the streets as a screen materializes to display the windfall technique in cold steps, locking the space, applying wind pressure, forming a singularity within the target zone, triggering a structure imposition, and converting everything inside the area into wind element particles. Until, as that energy spreads, buildings begin collapsing from the top down and nothing remains standing, and the Cloud Flow dragon declares the elimination complete. Meanwhile, the fire dragon keeps spewing its flames in a frenzy, announcing that everyone on the target list has been dealt with, and the bronze dragon, still smashing and tearing through whatever is left, confirms that every target has been eliminated. Even one of the twin dragon heads grumbles that it hasn't killed enough, only for the other head to snap back for it to shut up, because they're heading back. The next day, the scene shifts to Taichi Nation, inside the Sandalwood Palace meeting room, where a level 128 spirit controller, also a prince of the Great Court, addresses his officials while presenting the current state of Sakura Nation. Giant dragons attack the capital, the lord is dead, and Yin Tianzi has taken the 4 house masters away, leaving the entire nation in complete chaos. And he finishes by stating that this is the perfect moment to seize the initiative. Tengun steps forward and says plainly that anyone with eyes can see what's going on, because Yin Tianzi's so-called emergency heart profile operation is obviously aimed straight at their Taichi Nation. Not some random move, but a deliberate strike, targeted, and serious. Inside the Tan Palace of Taichi Nation, an old man at the meeting finally speaks up, reminding everyone that for years now Sakura Nation has competed with them in every arena they can. Economy, military strength, and practically every other field imaginable. And that this hasn't been harmless rivalry either, because Sakura has been secretly collaborating with multinational conglomerates and working to undermine Taichi from the shadows with intentions that are obvious and long-term. Tengun answers without wavering, saying Sakura Nation's ambitions never truly die, and that as long as they still exist, they remain a strategic threat to Taichi. Then his voice hardens into anger as he points out that the recent dragon assault has already wiped out many of Sakura Nation's hidden experts, meaning the timing couldn't be better, the moment couldn't be cleaner, and he issues a direct order on the spot. Everyone will follow Lord Tengun's command. They have 72 hours to prepare, and when that window closes, they will seize the entire territory of Sakura Nation in one decisive sweep. Then the prince, Tengan, known as the Prince of the Great God, steps in to stoke the fire even further, announcing that anyone who performs exceptionally during this conquest will be appointed as the ruler of Sakura Nation. So they won't just conquer it, because someone sitting in this very hall could end up governing it on his behalf. The whole room immediately buzzes with excitement as eyes turn toward Tengan with hungry anticipation. And even one of the old military leaders declares outright that is determined to claim the highest seat for himself. Right then, a screen abruptly appears, displaying Hichin Byung, Aegon, level 17, Grandmaster Conjurer, and the mood in the hall flips in an instant. Without warning, rings of golden fire begin forming high in the sky, one after another, dropping toward the meeting hall as multiple blazing circles descend with dramatic force, and then a massive bird materializes and hangs in the air, radiating power as it launches a direct attack at Prince Tengan right in the middle of the meeting. The hall erupts into shock, voices overlapping in confusion as everyone shouts and demands to know what that creature even is. Tengan stays up at the bird, frozen for a beat, and recognizes it immediately, a 3-legged golden crow. And before anyone can properly respond, a figure starts to emerge from between the crow's wings. At the same time, Tengan visibly jolts and calls out to Elder Shu. The man who steps down introduces himself with calm certainty, and the screen flashes again to reveal exactly who he is. Shu Ming, high-level official of Dragon Capital, one of Dragon Nation's 3 elders, and the tension spikes the moment that name lands. Still forcing himself to look composed, Tengan asks what honor he owes to Elder Shu for arriving in such an over-the-top manner. But inside he's in full panic, silently cursing and wondering how Shu could appear so quickly and in person. Even as he speaks, Tengen activates an energy shield behind his back and covertly pulls out a remote, presses the red button, and a machine somewhere begins beeping. Elder Shu, whose presence feels almost like a soul, there and not there at the same time, doesn't look impressed at all, and he calmly remarks that Tengen doesn't truly believe that little device can block his attacks, and as he says it, flames ignite directly in front of Tengen, fierce yet unnervingly controlled. Shu says that if he heard correctly, Tengen has just announced a plan to lead everyone here straight into Sakura Nation and seize it, and the weight of that single sentence drops on the room like a hammer. Fear starts crawling up Tengen's spine as his mind spirals, because from the broad strokes of this supposedly secret meeting to the tiniest detail, like the exact moment he activated the shield behind his back, everything they do feels like it's already inside Shu's grasp, as if they've been watched the entire time, to the point that Tengen even finds himself wondering how much land in their own city still truly belongs to them anymore. Still forcing himself to stand tall, Tengen straightens his posture and argues back that the four house masters of the Sakura Kingdom rose under Yin Tianzi's leadership for one purpose, to take over Taichi Nation, and now that their high-level leader has been eliminated, this is a rare strategic opening they can't afford to waste. The air in the hall stays tight and oppressive, packed with power, ambition, fear, and the unmistakable sense that the real game has only just begun. Elder Shu studies them with calm eyes and challenges their strategic opportunity, as if the phrase itself is a joke, essentially saying, strategic opportunity. Let me make a few things clear. And as he speaks, he slowly raises a hand. Above them, the golden fire rings begin to spin faster, and energy starts rolling outward from those glowing circles and widening pressure. Then he lays out his points one by one, starting with the first. The situation in Sakura Nation is already under Dragon Nation's control, and as he says it, flames bloom all around him, as though he's underlining the statement with raw force. One of the old military men jolts and blurts out that this means the chaos in Sakura Nation was orchestrated by Dragon Nation, but Elder Shu doesn't even acknowledge the interruption, simply continuing as if the outburst never happened. Second, he raises his hand again and states that Yin Tianzi and the four great houses have already been completely eliminated by them, and Tengen is struck speechless for a moment, barely able to process it before he stammers in disbelief that all of them are gone. Yet once again Elder Shu ignores the reaction and keeps speaking. Third, he lifts his hand once more and orders them to abandon their plan entirely, because Sakura Nation will grow under Dragon Nation's protection and Taichi will receive none of the benefits. Not a single share, not even a crumb. Tengen immediately snaps back, demanding how he's supposed to verify any of this, accusing Dragon Nation of wanting Sakura Nation's resources for itself and of spinning a story just to scare Taichi away, and challenging the idea that they should surrender a rare opportunity based purely on Elder Shu's one-sided claim. Elder Shu, his face completely concealed behind a black mask, asks, calm as ever, whether they truly don't believe him, and in that instant brilliant golden rays explode outward from the spinning fire rings as the pressure of the energy turns heavier and more intense, before he tells them plainly that if they doubt him, they are welcome to try. As the blazing golden circular rays flare even brighter, Elder Shu continues without slowing, warning that if Taichi sends troops into Sakura Nation today, then tomorrow Dragon Nation will take a direct shortcut straight through Taichi itself, and he proves he isn't speaking in metaphors by driving a tightly concentrated punch of energy through one of the golden rings, then telling them to think carefully, because Taichi's military and government are already worn down by repeated leadership changes and constant internal instability. The fire rings creep closer and closer, pouring out suffocating heat and pressure until panic spreads through the hall, and some of the attendees even buckle and collapse under the crushing force, while Elder Shu, cold and unmoved, asks whether Taichi truly has the strength to endure a dragon's attack a second time. Someone in the meeting mutters in stunned disbelief that Elder Shu can teleport directly into the Tian household, and the moment Tengen hears that, fear hits him cleanly and completely, because he finally understands this is what Dragon Nation's real power looks like. Deep down he feels an unexpected relief that he didn't act rashly earlier, because otherwise it might not have been only Sakura Nation left in ruins. Then a man in sunglasses suddenly shouts to Lord Tengen, warning that Taichi can't afford retaliation from the Dragon Kingdom and urging him to choose carefully, and the screen immediately tags him. Moon Cha, Level 112, Holy Healer. Right there, Prince Tengen makes the decision in his own mind, and with anger he orders every military operation cancelled. Yet before he can even finish the sentence, is left standing in front of the military leaders looking defeated, unable to fully put into words what just happened, while the air turns lead heavy and nobody dares to say a thing. The scene shifts again, 1 week later, back inside the Imperial Palace Council Chamber in Sakura Nation's capital, where a man stands holding official documents and is identified as Zhu Zhang at Yue, Dragon Nation Special Envoy and Senior Diplomat, and the agreement in his hands represents Sakura Nation's willingness to accept Dragon Nation's economic aid along with the Security Cooperation Framework. Jinghua turns his gaze toward another man clutching files, Takashi Shun, the provincial lord of Sakura Nation, who studies the documents with care, seeing terms that include the permanent disbanding of the four great houses and the dissolution of the Tianyang Palace, making it clear that the shift in power is now official and that the regional balance has been completely rewritten. As the council chamber meeting continues, Jinghua lays it out calmly, saying this agreement is the foundation of their cooperation and that it isn't only meant for the present, but also serves as a safeguard for the future, And then he raises the stakes even further by stating that as long as Takashi signs the document, he will officially become the supreme leader of Dragon Nation Sakura District. Jinhua offers him a pen, and Takashi takes the ballpoint and pauses just long enough to look at Jinhua, silently weighing the decision in that brief second, until Jinhua reassures him that once the signature is on the page, rescue and reconstruction can begin immediately, with no delay. Takashi finally lowers the pen and begins signing his name, and Jinhua doesn't look away for a second as the signature forms and is completed. When it's done, Takashi states plainly that the agreement is now officially reached, and the two men seal it with a fame handshake. Jinhua then announces that from this moment onward Sakura Nation will be incorporated into Dragon Nation as the Sakura District, adding that from now on they will move forward together into the future. Outside the building, word is already spreading and people are buzzing with excitement, officials and representatives clutching documents in their hands with a clear awareness that history has just tilted into a new era. Then the scene transitions back to our boy, and in the days that follow the Sakura District slowly stabilizes as social order is properly maintained and everything begins to settle. With the agreement in his hand, he reflects that Sakura Nation is now nothing but the past, and that with this expansion Dragon Nation's territory has become even stronger. Because the takeover is so significant, he decides to stay for the time being on Tianfu Island and watch how the situation develops rather than rushing ahead, planning that once everything is completely stable, he'll head for the far north to search for the giant dragon that still remembers the Ice Dragon King. As previously agreed, Elder Han makes sure enormous quantities of life energy-rich materials are shipped to Tianfu Island almost every single day, and with that steady flow the Life Dragon King recovers dramatically, while at the same time the life seeds maturation process accelerates at an astonishing rate. In only 1 month, seeds that originally would have needed a full year already show multiple stages of growth, and at this pace the life seed is expected to fully mature in just 3 months, with new hatchlings arriving within 6 months. And this flood of materials doesn't merely speed up the Life Dragon King seed production, because when golden energy starts falling across the island, system screens begin popping up one after another. One screen announces that the blue dragon's level rises to 68. Another screen flashes Bloom of all things eye, tied to the destruction dragon, showing it spreading its wings and unleashing flaming tornadoes that deal massive damage to every target caught inside. Then another notification hits. The black dragon's level increases to 70. A final screen appears for Roaring Thunder, describing how it roars across the target zone, calls down multiple lightning strikes, and forms a storm area that deals heavy lightning damage while paralyzing any enemies trapped within it. At the same time, the golden energy brings yet another change, massively boosting the efficiency of experience accumulation on Tianfu Island and multiplying it several times over. Another screen pops up showing Kurama Eruption. The attack attribute switches to fire. Each life harvested permanently increases the attack power of Kurama City by 0.1%, and the current bonus has climbed to 14.6%. With every new notification, it becomes impossible to ignore the truth. Dragon Nation isn't only growing in territory anymore, it's evolving in strength at a pace that's downright insane. To push everyone's strength even higher, the system notifications start stacking up again, one after another, until the screens feel relentless. First one flashes up showing Jian Ying's level climbing to 50%. Then another follows immediately with Qin Xiu's level increasing as well, and right after that a skill panel appears for Starlight Annihilation, describing how it summons Holy Light that slams every enemy in range for heavy magic damage, then brands them with a Holy Burn so they keep taking continuous light attribute damage every second, while their magic resistance is cut by 20% for 6 seconds. Day after day, the active shadow creatures on the island are wiped out, the rise in strength becoming impossible to miss, and more screens keep appearing. Emerald Land Dragon climbs to 70%, Lu Fan rises to 74%, Steel Dragon reaches 63%, Poison Dragon hits 68%, and all of that happened within just 1 month, with Starry Sky Dragon pushing up to 69%, Hanku reaching level 45%, Dao also reaching level 45%, and everyone's power making a leap so massive. It can't be dismissed as small growth, because it's huge. 1 month later, with everything in Sakura District completely stabilized, I decide it's finally time to head for the far north. The next day, the scene shifts high above the Griffin Korra crew camp in that far northern land, where I'm flying through the sky. And the instant I cross into the region I can clearly feel the pulse of the Blood Moon's true body, each tremor stronger than the last, like a sleeping beast beginning to stir. And according to Senior TU, as the Blood Moon's activity keeps intensifying, the Griffin Corps has already abandoned their original camp and pulled their defensive line farther back. As I continue forward, 3 people on the ground suddenly snap their crossbows up and aim straight at me, barking for me not to move, and I quickly tell them to relax, explaining that we're on the same side as I show my madam credentials. Immediately their posture changes. They salute respectfully, apologize, and address me as the Golden Emblem Officer. I drop down to the ground and explain that I'm here to visit Senior Tu Jing, even adding that I brought him some good wine. Right then, someone comes rushing out with open excitement. Lu Changgong, level 76 Holy Shield Knight and one of the 3 squad members, and is accompanied by Lu Fei, level 82 Divine Punishment Knight and the squad captain, along with another member around level 78. Changong eyes my golden emblem and cracks a joke about how customized it looks, while Lu Fei immediately gives a formal salute and apologizes for what happened earlier. And I tell Captain Lu is being too serious, because even if I earned the gold emblem, I still see myself as a rookie he helped train. Captain Lu explains that their squad only got back from a mission yesterday and came to rest, and I just happened to show up today. And Changong laughs and says we're all brothers here, then jokes that I'm advancing so fast it's like I'm rising upward without ever stopping, claiming fate is clearly on my side and warning me not to drift too far away from them. As I sit there beside Lu Changong, something suddenly clicks in my mind and I ask why Sister Shin isn't here. But Captain Lu hesitates the instant the words leave my mouth, his expression changing so fast it's like he's been struck, and after a moment of silence he finally admits in a low voice that she sacrificed herself 3 months ago. I go rigid, stunned, and ask how something like that could possibly happen. They start explaining that during a patrol along their usual route, the Blood Moon's true form suddenly mutated, and in that moment an enormous surge of black gas erupted from the surroundings, with Shinsei being invaded by the black mist until her wound began to rot and deteriorate at a terrifying speed, spreading out of control. Captain Lu remembers shouting at Chen Kong to hurry and get Shinsei back to camp for treatment, but she stayed calm even then and told them it was already too late. Before she lost consciousness, she begged Captain Lu to kill her, saying the fallen cop's energy was about to swallow her whole, pleading for him to end her life before she turned into a cop's slave, and begging, to be allowed to reunite with Li Luo. Captain Lu says that in the end, he granted her request, killing her with his own hands and whispering forgiveness as he did it. Back in the present, Captain Lu drops his head and admits that even though everyone keeps telling him Shinsei wouldn't blame him, her death still came from his hand, and that fact won't leave him. Another squad member tells him to stop blaming himself, reminding him that they all swore together that none of them would ever allow their comrades to become cop slaves. Hearing all of it, a heavy sadness settles deep in my chest, and after a long pause I quietly say that I want to go see her, asking if they can take me there. That afternoon, along North Route number 78, I arrive at the graves of Li Luo and Shinsei. The wind unnaturally quiet and the atmosphere thick and heavy, while Captain Lu stands beside me and softly tells Shinsei to look at who has come to visit her. I answer quietly, acknowledging him, and Senior Lu tells me to stay and talk with Shinsei for a while, promising that they'll wait for me at a distance so I can have space. I step closer to the graves and bend down slightly, and in a low voice I tell them I've come to see Sister Shin and Brother Li Luo, and as I stay there the memories come rushing back. Every battle, every laugh, every sacrifice, until I have to admit to myself that I never truly accepted that what we thought was a last farewell would actually be forever. After a while I straighten up slowly, my chest tight, and I can't stop thinking that if not for the ancient god, so many comrades wouldn't have died for nothing. Sister Shin would still be alive, and if only we could end everything before it fully awakens, maybe none of this would have happened at all. Standing there in grief, I call out inside my own mind, asking whether we have a chance to strike before the ancient god completely awakens, and I demand an answer from the Devouring Dragon King. In that moment, a young girl carrying the unmistakable aura of the Devouring Dragon heart appears behind me, and with unsettling calm she says that trying to kill the ancient god before it awakens is nothing but wishful thinking. I tilt my head toward her and push back, arguing that last time we joined forces and managed to slay a newly born ancient god, so why couldn't we do it again now? She steps forward and lays it out clearly, explaining that ancient gods exist in 2 forms. The first is slumber, and the second is awakening. And while they sleep they are like invincible beacons. They can't move, they can't attack, but they also can't be harmed in any way, which is exactly why they are untouchable in that state. She continues, saying the only reason we were able to kill that newborn ancient god last time was because it awakened prematurely, before it was fully prepared. The meaning hits me, and I say it out loud. We can only wait until this one awakens. But she places a hand on my shoulder and warns that once it does, it will be far more terrifying than anything before, because by then its power will be completely accumulated, and she even doubts whether the Dragon Kings in my territory could endure it. I ask her if there's truly no other way, and she answers that while we can't directly kill the ancient god during its slumber, there might be another approach, because she can try to kill its mount, and I immediately demand what she means by its mount. She explains that what humans call the Blood Moon is actually the ancient god's mount, and while the ancient god remains asleep, she can attempt to eliminate that mount first, because if she succeeds, then even when the ancient god awakens, its total power will inevitably be weakened. I tell her to do it, right now, to strike down the mount beneath the Blood Moon before it fully awakens. But she looks me dead in the eye and warns me not to assume it will be easy, because that mount is no ordinary creature, and once it truly awakens, even the combined strength of the 4 dragons in my territory might not be enough to face it. I press her again, asking if it's really that powerful. She steps closer and reminds me that only something absurdly strong could qualify as an ancient god's mount, then leans in slightly and explains that killing it would require the might of a Dragon King tier existence, and she admits she does have the strength to kill it, yet her power still hasn't fully recovered, meaning if she fights while weakened, she might not win. I ask what we're supposed to do then, because judging by the current state of the Blood Moon's true form, it doesn't look like we have much time left before both it and the ancient god awaken, and once that happens, stopping them will be nearly impossible. After a long, heavy silence, the devouring dragon finally says she can kill it, on one condition. She says she needs to return to full strength, explaining that once the life seed matures, if I can bring one to her, her injuries will heal instantly, and that restoration should leave her with enough power to deal with the mount. Hearing that, I can't help thinking to myself what she might be plotting now, and she catches the hesitation immediately, looking me straight in the eye as she asks whether I'm unwilling to do it. Frustration sharpens her face as she says she already put aside her grievances with the Life Dragon King just to help fight the ancient god. Yet here I am unwilling to spare even a single life seed. And then, to my surprise, she places a hand on me and states flatly that right now only the Devouring Dragon King has the ability to kill the Blood Moon's true body, that we can rely only on her power, and that there is no alternative. I turn it over in my mind, and when I finally speak, I tell her I can give her a life seed, but only under one condition. She tilts her head a fraction and asks what condition I could possibly have, sounding amused, almost entertained by the idea. I tell her plainly that after this evening, once the 2 summons are used and the contract between us is dissolved, she must not kill any humans, and she also must not harm any of my dragon pets. She bursts out laughing, staring at me like I've just said something absurd, and she asks if I really expect her to give a word, mocking me as she wonders when I became so naive. I answer calmly that this isn't naivety at all. It's a trade, because both of us need this deal, and her light golden eyes, almost tinted maroon, lock onto me. After a moment she agrees, but not without asking whether I truly believe in something like a promise coming from her. Then, wrapped in purple energy, she vanishes into the sky. A moment later the scene shifts back to Senior Liu, who walks over and asks if I'm finished, and I nod, saying we can go. Captain Liu tells me to follow him and says he'll take me to see Commander Tu. As we cross the camp, the scene shifts to Tu. And the instant he sees me he laughs and calls me a brat, asking why I didn't say anything before showing up. I laugh too and tell him I just wanted to surprise him, then pull out a century-old vintage wine and say I brought it specially for him, telling him to drink it sparingly. Tu snatches the bottle without hesitation and starts drinking right away, and when he's done he praises it, saying the wine has a real kick. Then he asks if they took me to see Shin Cai, and I confirm that I went to say my goodbyes to Sister Shin, reflecting that separations of life and death are far too common in the barracks. Things may be relatively peaceful for now, but if the fallen corpse ancient god awakens, tragedies like this will only become more frequent. While Tu tells me he hopes I'm not taking it too hard, I tell Tu I'm not crushed by it, and if anything, it only hardens my resolve to become stronger, strong enough to wipe things like ancient gods off this world for good. And Tu says hearing that makes him feel relieved. Then I pull out an adventurous journal that mentions an ice dragon, ask him to help confirm the coordinates, and place the journal in his hands. He studies it and tells me the location described isn't some unknown point at all, but Starfall Ice Lake, and I repeat the name, asking what that place is, only for Tu to explain that Starfall Ice Lake is one of the far north's most dangerous zones, famous for its unique meteor showers that, once triggered, rain down explosive damage that completely ignores defense, making it absolutely lethal. I ask if there's any way around that, and Tu shakes his head, saying the lake region is vast and boundless and the only choice is to push straight through, though he adds that he does have a solution. He calls for Specialist Hu, and moments later Hu Jiwu, level 72 Eye of Judgment and a Griffin Corps specialist, steps into the room and respectfully greets Commander Tu and Officer Lu. Inside the Griffin Corps camp, in Tu Jing's study, Commander Tu Yudon introduces the man standing beside him, explaining that this is Hu Jiwu, the reconnaissance specialist, a man who has led squads across Starfall Ice Lake many times and knows the terrain better than almost anyone, and Hu Jiwu greets me politely in return. Commander Tu then introduces me to him as well, saying I'm Lu Fan, the one who helped Dragon Nation win the national trial, explaining that I'm heading to Starfall Ice Lake and that who will be guiding me there, who nods that he understands, but adds that for a trip like this, we'll need a full sector squad. Commander Tu answers that he already has the perfect candidates ready, and calls for Squad 78 to assemble. Almost immediately, Captain Liu and the members of Squad 78 step forward and report for duty. Commander Tu issues the order. The 4 of them will protect Lu Fan the entire way and make sure we cross Starfall Ice Lake safely. Even though a few squad members look a little reluctant about taking on yet another mission that involves their junior, they still respond firmly that they accept. Captain Liu turns to me with a grin and says that this time it's his turn to cover me, and I tell him I couldn't ask for better backup. Commander Tu wishes us a triumphant return, and after that everyone breaks off to prepare. One day later, outside the Griffin Corps camp, Captain Liu tells me everything is ready and we can leave whenever I say the word. I apologize for causing trouble, but Captain Liu waves it away, reminding me that back when I first showed up here, everyone assumed I was just some official's kid sent out to rack up experience in this frozen wasteland. I laugh and tell Captain Liu it's almost been a full year already, and that time really did fly. But Captain Liu says nobody could have predicted that the freshly second advanced dragon demon from back then would turn into a national hero, joking that now we're the ones who can't keep up, and I tell him to quit teasing me. Captain Lu just shakes his head and says there's nothing embarrassing about it at all, because he'll never forget how I saved both Shinsei and him back then. One of the younger squad members immediately lights up at the mention of it and begs for the legendary story, urging Captain Lu to tell it again, while another chimes in to ask if Captain Lu is nervous on his first mission too, like they are right now, with sweaty palms and hearts pounding out of their chests. Captain Lu smiles and says it wasn't exactly nervousness so much as extreme caution, because back then they were surrounded by beasts from every direction and genuinely believed they were done for. In the scene as he remembers it, they are completely encircled by ice-field snow monsters, and then I appear, roaring as I summon my dragon, crossbow in hand as I fire bolt after bolt while red energy surges around the dragon. Captain Lu recalls that I charged straight into the horde and said that if we just kill all these ice-field snow monsters, the crisis will resolve itself. The younger members stare in open awe, saying that's absurdly powerful, especially right after a second awakening, and they keep praising Captain Lu and pushing him to continue. But I cut in and tell him to stop already, and Captain Lu only laughs and says we can save the stories for later before giving the order for all units to get ready to move out. Everyone answers at once, loud and confident. That afternoon, as the Griffin Corps pushes forward through the northern cloud clusters, Captain Lu warns everyone to stay sharp, because in this region invisible snow moths and cloud beasts are known for sudden ambushes, and he orders the formation tightened as we press deeper into the frozen expanse. Tamer steps forward and tells Captain Lu to leave this stretch to him, and Senior Lu turns back to look. But before anything else can unfold, one of the Griffin Corps soldiers shouts in surprise, calling out my name, Lu Fan. I'm already airborne, standing atop my dragon with a blazing red aura rolling off me, flames spreading outward in every direction as the dragon roars, and when it opens its mouth, a surge of intense red energy erupts forward, blasting everything back and burning straight through the attacking griffins. A soldier riding a griffin gasps that Senior Lu's dragon pressure is overwhelming, while another stares at the energy signature and says it's simply unbelievable. Then a system screen flashes up. Perfection. The black dragon can detect enemies within stealth range, and once activated it dispels all nearby stealth and camouflage effects. I let out a small smirk and say someone's been hiding pretty well. Xiao Yi. And right then my black dragon spreads golden fire across the battlefield, scorching everything it touches, as another screen appears to announce all things incineration. The destruction dragon beats its wings and unleashes 4 massive fire tornadoes that slam every target caught within them for heavy damage. Then another notification pops up for all things incineration second phase, showing the destruction dragon pulling all 4 fire tornadoes together and compressing them into a single, violent explosion. And right after that a new screen flashes. Mount level 85. Another screen follows immediately. Sky hunting flying line fallen guards level 85. And the black dragon climbs even higher into the sky as waves of destructive energy pour down across the battlefield like a storm. Once the enemies are wiped out, I state that the area is clear and we can push forward, and one Griffin Corps member can only comment that it was total annihilation in a single strike, while another praises me, saying that after more than a year my methods have become even more terrifying. Later that evening we reach the edge of Starfall Ice Lake, and as I stay ahead I say this has to be Starfall Ice Lake, with Wu confirming it right away as he explains that the pink energy churning above the lake is stardust turbulence, meaning any flying unit that enters will suffer continuous mana erosion and metal interference, so crossing by air is impossible and the only option is to walk across the surface. Captain Lu points toward the glowing formation scattered all over the lake and explains that these are starfall crystals, some stable, others primed to explode the moment you get close. And if even one detonates it can set off a chain reaction through surrounding crystals, and once that starts, survival becomes nearly impossible. A system screen appears to define starfall crystal as condensed falling star energy with a high chance of exploding when biological entities approach. Captain Lu turns to Specialist Wu and tells him they're depending on him now, and who reassures everyone that his class skill lets him analyze the explosion probability of each crystal so they can steer around the dangerous ones. Another screen appears showing martial analysis, explaining that it releases the essence of a target object for precise analysis and determines its structural integrity. Captain Lu adds that Specialist Wu has already led teams safely across before, that he can tell at a glance which crystal will blow and which one's a dud, and even if it can be a bit slow, the crossing is guaranteed to be safe. I watch the endless spread of crystals and point out that checking them one by one is far too inefficient, saying that if we could trigger every unstable crystal at once and clear them out, would open a path much faster. Xiao Fei steps up and activates Emerald Land Mirror to scout ahead, green energy rolling outward from him in widening waves. A system notification appears for Emerald Land Mirror selection, stating that it allows the user to select a friendly unit and create 2 mirrored clones, with the clones inheriting the original unit's skills at 30% of its attributes, up to a maximum of 2 clones per unit. As Xiao Fei continues channeling, the green mana thickens in the air and he darts swiftly across the lake surface, and suddenly someone blurts out in disbelief that Senior Lu's dragon has turned into 5. I immediately order an attack on the ice orbs, and another system screen appears for Lava Flame Continuous Breath, describing how it unleashes a sustained stream of fire forward that deals damage while also healing the user. Golden flames laced with crimson energy sweep across the lake and slam into crystals in every direction. Yet to my surprise, the barrage doesn't work at all. Fueled by anger, our boy lifts his hand toward the beast and snaps that if fire is useless, then it's time to change tactics and go physical, ordering it to use claws and fangs to smash those orbs into each other. The beast responds by either attacking or blocking the blows our boy throws at it. And then, without warning, blue energy begins raining down, while the beast, now encircled by a glowing blue ring, starts biting at the falling energy as if it can chew it apart. Who watches all of it with steady calm and says it's pointless, because mirror clones, pets, and summoned creatures can't activate the Starfall crystal at all. And the moment that lands, our boy finally understands what's been happening, admitting that if that's the case, then he'll have to trouble who to clear the mines one by one. Who brings his hands together and explains that from everything they've learned, this place has no fixed structure at all, and maybe this kind of chaos is simply the world's way of maintaining balance, because fighting isn't the only road forward. Some areas demand professionals like them. Not everyone is meant for combat, and that doesn't make them any less important. Meanwhile, Captain Luden finds himself thinking that strength doesn't only come in one shape, that everyone carries their own special abilities, and that lacking fighting skill doesn't mean lacking worth. A day later, at the Starfall Ice Lake camp, Senior Luden remarks that it feels warmer near the fire, and Specialist, who thanks him as he settles down facing the flames, sitting around the fire, who notes that the trip has been surprisingly smooth so far and says he hopes they don't run into a meteor shower, because if they get ambushed near the center of the lake there will be nowhere to hide, and all the work spent clearing their route will be wasted. Captain Lu suddenly barks that who has just jinxed it, and at that exact instant heavy blue energy starts falling like sparks from the sky, prompting Captain Lu to shout that the meteor shower is already here. Our boy launches into the air immediately and orders Xiao Fei to activate the barrier, and a system screen appears to explain Eternal Guardian, stating that it generates a protective barrier that shelters every target inside it, with the barrier's damage absorption determined by the Eternal One's health and self-recovery ability. Xiao Fei releases green energy that spreads outward into a protective shield, and our boy orders everyone to stay within it and protect Specialist too, declaring that he'll handle what's outside. Red energy flares around his crossbow as he starts intercepting the meteors, yet almost at once he realizes there are too many, that he can't block every single one, and that he needs to know which strikes are the critical ones. Right then, who calls out to Officer Liu and starts directing him to precise targets, 2 at the front left, 1 at the rear right, and the third one from the top. And another system screen appears for martial analysis, describing it as a skill that reveals the essence of a target object by analyzing non-living things through their structural integrity, energy state, material composition, and special properties, working best on items that are structurally stable or energy active. Our boy instantly sees how valuable that is, thanks Specialist too, and channels red energy into his crossbow again as a new screen flashes up to describe Dragon Roar Arrow Shatter. Dragon Roar consumes arrows and fires magic arrows, with uncharged shots dealing bonus armor-piercing damage equal to 45% of the wielder's strength and agility, and after charging for 3 full seconds, the Dragon Roar arrow can be released with its damage boosted by 500%. He charges the shot, and the red bolt tears straight into the blue energy storm, one arrow slamming into the body of the beast as a huge bloom of fire detonates outward, and somewhere up in the sky something breaks apart completely, shattering like it can't hold together any longer. The junior members recoil in shock and blurt out questions about what just happened, because Senior Liu only fired a handful of arrows, so how did the entire meteor shower explode like that? And Captain Liu explains that Liu Fan's arrows struck the unstable crystals hidden inside the meteor shower with pinpoint precision, triggering a chain reaction that blew the whole thing apart. But what truly stuns him even more is the seamless coordination between the two of them, because Specialist who identifies the unstable crystals inside that enormous storm in an unbelievably short time, and Liu Fan follows through with impossible accuracy. He understands the Specialist's intent instantly, and without missing a single mark he hits the concealed targets buried throughout that massive cluster of crystals, and even though it's their first time fighting together, their timing is flawless, perfectly synced, like they've drilled this exact combo 100 times already. Who quickly calls out that the second wave is coming and warns Officer Liu that there are even more meteors this time. But our boy immediately unleashes a wave of fireballs and says with total confidence that it isn't a problem, telling Specialist who to just point out the targets he needs to hit while he handles the rest, including the beast, who answers with calm certainty that he'll take care of what remains and calls out for Xiao Yi to move, and in the next instant a giant dragon releases a thunderous roar that shakes the air itself, leaving Hu looking shocked and faintly panicked at the overwhelming sight unfolding in front of him, just as a colossal monument of fire surges up into the sky, blazing fiercely against the falling blue energy. 3 hours later, when the chaos finally dies down, someone calls out to Senior Liu, and a junior member steps up to say that both he and Specialist, who are unbelievable, staying calm and coordinating so smoothly under pressure that extreme, admitting they've become his ideal, while Captain Liu adds that tonight really opened his eyes, because pulling off moves like that and walking out of a meteor shower completely unharmed is something he genuinely finds impressive. The junior leans in as if he's about to say more, but who speaks first, telling Officer Lu that their escape from danger this time is entirely thanks to Lu's judgment and strength, because without him all the work they did during the day would have been wiped out and their lives would have been in real danger. Our boy replies that the credit also belongs to the specialist, because without Hu's sharp observation and deep knowledge, no matter how strong he might be, he wouldn't have been able to take even a single step across the ice lake. They clasp hands, meeting each other's eyes with mutual respect. Then the junior speaks again and says they should keep moving, because the opposite shore isn't far now. After enduring 7 exhausting days on the road, the group finally reached the distant edge of Starfall Ice Lake, and as the endless stretch of frozen ground disappeared behind them, Specialist Hu released a long breath of relief and remarked that they had finally made it out. Having survived the perilous crossing of the lake, the pressure that had followed them the entire journey vanished in an instant, allowing everyone to celebrate, if only briefly, the simple fact that they were still alive. Chang Kong then turned to Lu Fan and stated calmly that their mission ended here, explaining that their next duty was to escort Specialist Hu safely back to camp. And hearing this, Lu Fan showed a faint smile before sincerely thanking his senior for all the effort he had devoted throughout the trip. Before departing, Captain Lu offered one last reminder, warning Lu Fan that the road ahead would be far more dangerous than anything they had already faced, and he mentioned hearing that the fierce beasts deeper inside were at least level 90 or even higher. Although he acknowledged Lu Fan's strength, he still urged him to remain extremely cautious, while Lu Fan responded in a composed tone that he understood his own limits clearly. At that moment, the specialist stepped forward and admitted that this was as far as he could accompany him, explaining that the region ahead was simply too dangerous for someone with a support-type class to enter, and Lu Fan replied that the assistance he had already given was more than enough, thanking him sincerely for everything he had done. With farewells exchanged, the team turned around and began heading back toward the camp, while Lu Fan wished them a safe return before continuing onward alone in the direction of the Ice Dragon ruins. Now traveling by himself, Lu Fan looked toward the distant frozen ruins ahead, fully aware that reaching them would still require several more days of travel. And without delaying any longer, he summoned his dragon and opened a portal to prepare for the next leg of his journey. As he advanced, he activated Shadow Stealth, instantly hiding his presence while quietly moving toward the ruins. At the same time, the system panel appeared before him, and the information displayed explained that this skill allowed him to freely enter or leave stealth whenever he wished, while the stealth state itself would not be cancelled even if a detection skill discovered him or if he suffered damage. 2 hours later, he arrived in an unexplored region known as the Despair Ice Plains, an area marked with a level of 100, and as Lu Fan scanned the surroundings, something unusual quickly caught his attention. Several strange ice sculptures were scattered across the land, and when he examined them more closely, he realized they were not sculptures at all but beasts frozen solid, creatures that appeared to have been sealed inside the ice while still alive. Sensing that something was wrong, Lu Fan suddenly noticed frost rapidly spreading across his own hand, and he immediately grasped the situation. The temperature in this place was far colder than anywhere he had encountered before, and the ice here was clearly far from ordinary. This strange ice carried a terrifying trait that could freeze living creatures almost instantly upon contact. However, the abnormal frost had almost no influence on Lu Fan, and he already understood the reason clearly. Because his body resonated with the bloodlines of many of his dragon pets, he shared the same natural resistances as dragons themselves, granting him an innate immunity to this freezing effect, which meant the lethal cold permeating this land could not easily harm him. At that moment, another realization surfaced in his mind, and Lu Fan concluded that this must also be the exact reason the Griffin Corps had never succeeded in developing this region. Without any warning, several powerful ice plains beasts suddenly emerged, their massive bodies rushing forward while releasing thunderous roars as they charged directly toward Lu Fan, and the system panel immediately displayed their information, identifying them as Ice Plains White Wraiths, level 100 monsters. Their abilities quickly appeared in the system window. One skill, Savage Snowball Throw, allowed them to rapidly form a massive snowball before hurling it forward to deal physical damage with a knockback effect, and once the snowball struck its target it would explode, slightly slowing any enemies caught within the surrounding area. Another ability, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, functioned as a passive skill that triggered when their HP dropped below 60%, pushing them into a frenzied state where their attack speed increased by 200% while every strike inflicted an additional 5% of the target current HP as true damage for 15 seconds. Facing the charging monsters, Lu Fan remained completely calm and simply summoned his dragon. Then as he watched the incoming creatures he wondered whether these beasts were merely stronger versions of the Ice Plains Yeti he had encountered earlier. Curious to test the power level of this region while also earning some experience along the way, Lu Fan gathered energy into his hand and activated the skill Starlight Annihilation, prompting his dragon to release the attack as a massive beam of condensed power shot forward toward the approaching beasts. The system panel revealed the details of Starlight Annihilation, explaining that the skill gathered the power of starlight throughout the user's entire body before releasing it as a laser-like beam capable of inflicting incalculable damage, completely ignoring defense and remaining impossible to block, while its destructive force scaled directly with the user's strength and level. The terrifying beam tore across the frozen plains before erupting into a violent explosion, instantly overwhelming the Ice Plains beasts as their furious roars were swallowed by the surge of destructive energy. And as Lu Fan calmly observed the aftermath, a faint smile appeared on his face while he remarked that the efficiency of this attack was quite impressive. Across the battlefield, other beasts watched as Lu Fan and his dragon soared through the icy sky while preparing yet another devastating strike, and Xingchen immediately began gathering the power of 39 million heavenly stars world-ending. Activating Starry Sky as the Dragon Tamer aura ignited and dramatically enhanced the dragon's strength and combat capabilities. The system window then displayed the description of Starry Sky, explaining that once the dragon bloodline awakened its aura, it would gain a buff equal to 100% of its strength attribute every 10 seconds, although any unused buffs could not stack. Within the core of 39 million heavenly stars, a stellar nucleus took shape, its power steadily growing as stars continuously split and multiplied within it, and when the decisive moment arrived, the Sky Dragon could detonate that star, unleashing catastrophic force capable of devastating the world itself. As overwhelming energy gathered, the dragon launched an unrelenting storm of heavenly star strikes across the frozen plains, while countless meteors rained down from the sky and smashed into the remaining Ice Plains beasts, crushing them one after another as the dragon's level steadily rose with every defeated enemy. Soon afterward, the system panel displayed the updated results. Lu Fan had reached level 75. The Starry Sky Dragon had advanced to level 70, and the Steel Dragon had risen to level 64. As drifting snow slowly settled over the battlefield, more Ice Plains beasts began appearing throughout the frozen landscape, and the system window indicated that their levels were gradually increasing, which made Lu Fan realize that the monsters now emerging were stronger than those he had just defeated. Moments later, the beast launched a dense barrage of icicles straight toward him. Lu Fan responded instantly by activating Star Radiant Scale Armor, forming a protective barrier around his body that intercepted the incoming attacks, and the system window displayed the skill's description. Star Radiant Scale Armor infused the user's scales with starlight, allowing it to absorb all incoming damage for 60 seconds, and when that duration ended, every enemy within melee range would suffer damage equal to the total amount the armor had absorbed. The countless icicles hurled by the beast struck the shield one after another, yet none of them managed to inflict any harm. And as Lu Fan watched the attacks rebound harmlessly away, he felt puzzled and wondered how an ice-type skill could somehow end up dealing fire damage. At that moment, something strange suddenly occurred. Every beast present lowered its head and bowed, acting as though their master had just arrived. Lu Fan was startled by this abrupt reaction and could not understand what kind of existence could intimidate creatures this powerful. So suspecting that an even greater threat might be lurking nearby, he mounted his dragon and took to the air to search for the source of their fear. While flying across the icy plains, he soon spotted several Ice Plains beasts lying motionless on the ground below. After landing nearby, Lu Fan approached one of the fallen creatures and knelt beside it, reaching out to touch the blood with his fingers, and he quickly realized that it was still fresh, which meant the beast had been killed only moments earlier. After examining the scene more carefully, he concluded that something powerful had been hunting them, yet whatever it was had not shown itself, and the traces left behind clearly did not resemble the work of a dragon. Lu Fan began to suspect that a rare elite monster, or perhaps even an area boss, was hiding somewhere nearby while relying on powerful stealth abilities, and activating Shadow Stealth once again. He concealed his presence before quietly moving toward the disturbance. Not long afterward, he discovered a massive herd of Ice Plains beasts gathered within a frozen valley. At the very center of the herd stood a powerful ice crystal beast, a rare level 120 creature surrounded by intense freezing energy. Its primary ability was Aurora Spiral Pierce, a skill that condensed razor-sharp ice energy within its spiral-shaped tentacles before releasing it as a high-speed piercing strike capable of tearing through anything along its path, dealing heavy ice damage while instantly freezing the target. And the creature also possessed an ice crystal domain that significantly enhanced its regeneration while freezing anything that entered its territory. The system panel further revealed that the ice crystal beast had a natural fondness for humans, particularly beautiful women, and could be tamed as a mount capable of granting its rider 70% of its total attributes, which made Lu Fan quickly realize that this creature was naturally suited to serve as a human mount. At that moment, the ice crystal beast suddenly leaped high into the air, and while rising it unleashed Aurora Spiral Pierce, sending the attack forward like a spiraling beam of frozen light that carried a devastating aura, freezing everything along its trajectory, and turning the battlefield into a deadly frozen domain. While Lu Fan calmly observed from a distance and silently thought that although he could already fly freely and Xiao Yi possessed a dragon saddle, he himself did not actually have a personal mount. Soon afterward, the ice crystal beast rose onto its hind legs and released a sharp cry that echoed across the frozen plains, its roar spreading throughout the entire region as Lu Fan continued watching from afar. And at that moment he began to suspect that the creature had already detected both him and Xingchen. Within the unexplored territory of the Despair Ice Plains, Lu Fan dismissed Shadow Stealth, and realizing the beast might escape at any moment, he immediately ordered Xingchen to pursue it and ensure it could not flee, while simultaneously summoning Xiao Yi and instructing her to intercept the creature together with Xingchen. Xiao Yi reacted instantly by activating one of her abilities, gathering blazing energy inside her mouth before unleashing a violent surge of molten fire known as lava burst, an attack that spread across the battlefield like a wave of scorching lava. The system panel displayed the skill's description, explaining that flames would form within the designated area to create a pool of lava, and any targets caught inside would gradually sink into the magma while continuously suffering heavy damage. At the same time, Xingqian activated his own ability and released Starlight Annihilation, firing a concentrated beam of destructive energy directly toward the Ice Crystal Beast, and in a single moment both dragons unleashed their attacks simultaneously. However, despite the overwhelming assault, the Ice Crystal Beast moved with astonishing speed and effortlessly evaded the combined strike, revealing just how powerful and agile it truly was. Seeing this, Lu Fan became certain that the creature genuinely deserved its title as a rare level 120 beast, so he immediately changed his strategy and, instead of trying to destroy it, ordered Xiao Yi to transform into her World Destroyer form and use Dragon's Might to suppress and control the creature. Xiao Yi immediately activated Dragon's Might, and the system panel appeared to display the details of the ability. The Black Dragon continuously released a terrifying oppressive aura capable of inflicting fear, immobilization, and stun on all enemy targets within a wide surrounding area. As the skill took effect, Xiao Yi let out a thunderous roar, unleashing crushing pressure that swept across the entire battlefield. The Ice Crystal Beast was instantly afflicted by multiple negative effects: fear, stun, and immobilization. And seizing that brief window, Lu Fan calmly descended from above before slowly approaching the creature while it remained frozen in place, intending to capture it before it could recover and escape. Advancing carefully, he attempted to soothe the beast, speaking gently as if to reassure it that he meant no harm, while trying to persuade it to trust him and asking it to become his mount. However, just as the fear and stun effects began to fade, the Ice Crystal Beast suddenly broke free from the restraints. Startled and panicked, the creature immediately fled the area, leaving Lu Fan frustrated after coming so close to capturing it, and he could not understand why the beast had reacted this way, especially when it was supposed to be naturally friendly toward humans. After thinking about it for a moment, Lu Fan finally realized the reason. The Ice Crystal Beast possessed a natural affinity for women, which explained why it had rejected him. Rather than feeling discouraged, he simply joked to himself that he could always bring it to meet some beautiful women later. Just before the beast could escape completely, Lu Fan extended his hand and quickly activated another skill, and the system panel immediately displayed the information for territory teleportation, an ability that allowed the Lord to open or close a portal connected to their territory at any time, though it required 10 seconds of channeling and only a single portal could exist at once. A glowing territorial portal opened, and in the very next instant the Ice Crystal Beast was pulled straight into it, successfully captured. Moments later, the scene shifted to Tianfu Island, where a peaceful hot spring beach lay beneath bright sunlight as several girls relaxed along the shore under the shade of palm trees, casually enjoying fresh fruit while taking in the calm surroundings. Suddenly, a strange portal formed nearby, drawing their attention, and before they could react, the Ice Crystal Beast leapt out onto the sand, with Lu Fan rushing through the portal immediately afterward as he chased after his target. Determined not to allow the creature to escape again, Lu Fan instantly activated another skill and struck with Blade Armor Scythe, sending a sharp crescent-shaped blade slicing forward toward the beast before it suddenly transformed into chains that wrapped tightly around the creature's legs, stopping its movement at once. The trap worked instantly, throwing the beast off balance as its bound legs forced it to collapse heavily onto the ground. Watching the sudden scene unfold before them, the girls gasped in shock and asked what had just happened, wondering why Lu Fan had suddenly brought such a dangerous creature onto the beach. Qin Xiu was the first to step forward, remarking that the beast actually looked quite beautiful and probably was not dangerous at all, and Lu Fan nodded while explaining that the Ice Crystal Beast was a rare mount capable of being tamed, one that naturally possessed a strong affinity toward humans. Han Ku cautiously approached the creature and gently reached out to pet it, soon noticing that it behaved calmly and even resembled a unicorn in appearance. And Lu Fan smiled as he admitted that he himself could not tame it because the beast seemed far more affectionate toward beautiful women, which was why he suggested that they try taming it instead. Qin Xiu commented with amusement that the creature appeared to have a rather perverted trait, and hearing that, Daozi revealed a playful grin while saying she would show off a charm, adding that she had wanted a dedicated mount for a long time. Lu Fan encouraged her attempt, and Daozi confidently stepped forward to try taming the beast, yet Han Ku was already interacting with it, prompting Daozi to remark that it seemed she had arrived too late. Qin Xiu burst into laughter and exclaimed that the creature behaved just like a little puppy, while Jianying also stepped forward, clearly amused by the sight of a horse acting more like a dog. As Lu Fan watched the scene unfold, he quietly muttered to himself that the beast truly favored beauty, and that perhaps he simply was not worthy of it. Not long afterward, the creature suddenly vanished in a brief flash of light, and the system panel immediately appeared with a message announcing that the Ice Crystal Beast had been successfully tamed. At that very moment, a delicate ice crystal symbol formed on Han Ku's forehead, glowing faintly like a tiny frozen star. The crystalline mark shimmered briefly before settling into place, an unmistakable sign that a beast contract had been established. Han Ku quickly understood what had happened. The Ice Crystal Beast had acknowledged her as its master, completing the taming process and becoming her mount. To confirm the bond, Lu Fan asked her to summon it once again, and she agreed before calling for the creature, after which a swirl of icy blue light gathered around her almost immediately as the ice crystal beast materialized beside her once more. The beast allowed Han-Ku to mount it without any resistance, clearly proving that the taming had succeeded, and as she rode it upward into the sky, Lu Fan watched from below while remarking that his aunt now had her own exclusive mount. Not only would traveling become far more convenient, but with the attribute bonus provided by a level 120 ice crystal beast, there would hardly be any need to worry about attacks from dangerous monsters along the way. Seeing this, Daozi gasped in amazement and admitted that she felt a little jealous, saying she also wanted to experience flying like that. And Lu Fan asked whether they liked the ice crystal beast while mentioning that the ice plains likely contained more creatures of the same kind, explaining that he planned to search the area for them. Qin Xiu remarked that rare beasts like that were probably extremely difficult to find, but Daozi immediately begged Lu Fan to begin searching right away and even thanked him in advance, while Lu Fan simply smiled and reassured them not to worry, explaining that the journey to the Ice Dragon ruins was still long and that along the way they might encounter more than just a single ice crystal beast. He promised that if he discovered additional ones, he would bring them back so everyone could have their own mount. And hearing this, the girls cheered happily, thrilled by the possibility that each of them might soon obtain a powerful flying mount of their own. Lu Fan soon returned to the Despair ice field and continued flying forward alongside his dragons, and as he crossed the endless frozen plains, a single thought lingered in his mind. Although he truly wanted to capture an ice crystal beast for everyone, creatures like that were incredibly rare, and even encountering one earlier had already been an extraordinary stroke of luck. Even so, he refused to give up on the idea, and while moving steadily across the icy terrain, his attention was suddenly drawn to a small rock lying ahead. Curiosity caused him to slow down before eventually stopping to examine the object more closely. At that exact moment, a massive shadow spread across the ground above him, followed by a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the frozen plains. Lu Fan immediately opened the status window, which revealed the information of the creature towering before him. It was an enormous ice crystal mountain beast, a level 120 monster whose gigantic body resembled a moving mountain composed of ice and crystal-covered rock. According to the panel, its main ability was Rock Arm Smash, a devastating attack that allowed the creature to swing its massive stone arms in a wide arc, crushing everything in front of it and dealing tremendous damage. Yet that was not the creature's only terrifying ability, for it also possessed another dangerous skill known as Ice Rock Avalanche. With this power, the monster could seize a target, hurl them high into the air, and slam them violently onto the ground. The initial impact alone caused enormous damage, but the real danger appeared immediately afterward, as sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground at the point of impact, triggering a deadly avalanche capable of burying everything nearby. The system panel further indicated that the massive mountain-like creature possessed several additional abilities, though the full details of those powers had not yet been revealed. Lu Fan could not help feeling surprised when he saw the monster, because he remembered encountering a similar creature once before inside the secret realm of the Grand Trial, although he had never expected to meet an enhanced version of it here. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his defensive skill Starlight Scale Armor, which infused his scales with starlight and allowed him to continuously absorb incoming damage for 60 seconds, and when the duration expired, every enemy within melee range would suffer damage equal to the total amount the armor had absorbed. After activating the defense, he promptly ordered his dragons to launch their attack. Xiaoyi moved first, launching a sudden sneak attack from behind as she swiftly unleashed the powerful skill Lava Blaze, sending a blazing surge of fiery energy crashing toward the mountain-like monster. However, to everyone's surprise, the attack produced no effect at all. In response, the gigantic creature immediately activated its mountain arm ability, causing its enormous rocky arms to spin rapidly as they swept across the battlefield, crushing everything in front of it while dealing heavy damage. As the mountain-like monster swung its gigantic stone arms through the battlefield, Xingqian suddenly appeared directly in front of it, and in a single instant she intercepted the spinning attack, blocking the massive arms and bringing the dangerous motion to a complete stop. At the same time, Xiaoyi transformed into her terrifying World Destroyer form, her body expanding into a colossal dragon that radiated overwhelming power. The moment the transformation was complete, the dragon released a thunderous roar and activated World Destroyer Roar, and the immense force of the sound struck the stone monster's senses, leaving it briefly disoriented and completely distracted. Seizing that moment, Xingqian immediately activated the skill Starlight Scale Armor. With the two dragons attacking in perfect coordination, the enormous stone creature was instantly knocked down, and the frozen ground trembled violently as its gigantic body crashed heavily onto the earth. Yet the monster was not completely defeated. Struggling against the impact, it slowly forced itself back to its feet while preparing to unleash another terrifying roar. Before the creature could act, Lu Fan had already stepped forward, his fist surging forward through the air while surrounded by powerful aura, and standing before the towering monster, he calmly declared that this strike will be his final attack against the mountain beast. With those words, his fist accelerated with unstoppable force as he intended to end the battle with a single blow. Without hesitation, Lu Fan rushed forward at incredible speed, instantly closing the distance between himself and the gigantic creature, and just before delivering the decisive strike, he activated a powerful skill known as Divine Bone Descent, a rare ability that could only be used while wearing the legendary Divine Bone Gauntlets. The moment the skill activated, a faint radiant armor materialized around Lu Fan's body. It was a Divine Bone armor, a powerful protection that prevented his equipment from being captured or suppressed by starlight abilities, and at the same time the armor dramatically enhanced his physical strength, instantly increasing every attribute: strength, speed, defense, and overall power by 300%. Energy erupted around him like a raging storm, and empowered by the overwhelming force of the Divine Bone armor, Lu Fan surged forward like a meteor crashing toward the earth as his fist slammed directly into the gigantic mountain monster. A deafening explosion thundered across the frozen battlefield as the enormous creature shattered instantly into countless fragments, chunks of rock and ice scattering in every direction until not a single piece of its massive body remained intact. Lu Fan slowly rose into the air and hovered calmly above the battlefield while his dragons gathered beside him. Watching the monster fall so easily filled Lu Fan with confidence, and at that moment he became certain that he could now defeat even the most dangerous level 120 beasts on his own, perhaps even facing an entire group of them without fear. He also believed that when the time finally came to confront the Ice Dragon King, he would stand a far greater chance of resisting the terrifying power of the fallen god. Suddenly, Xiao Yi noticed something unusual far in the distance and immediately pointed it out to Lu Fan, and curious about what she had seen. Lu Fan turned his gaze in that direction while jokingly wondering whether another giant mountain monster might be sleeping there. But when he focused more carefully, he froze in shock. Below him lay a nest of ice crystal creatures, and within that icy nest stood several ice crystal beasts whose bodies emitted a faint pale blue glow. The moment Lu Fan saw them, excitement spread across his face, and without wasting even a second he headed straight toward them. Only moments earlier he had been worried about encountering another dangerous monster, yet now he felt grateful for this unexpected discovery. He even joked to himself that he should probably thank the mountain monster, because without that battle he might never have discovered the ice crystal beast at all. Lu Fan then instructed Xiao Yi and Xingchen to remain where they were and wait for him, reminding them not to startle the creatures, and after that he gently descended from the sky before landing quietly near the herd. Looking calmly at the horses, Lu Fan spoke in a soft and reassuring tone, trying to calm them, yet the creatures still appeared uneasy and cautious toward the unfamiliar figure standing before them. Realizing what he needed to do, Lu Fan summoned his blade armor, forming a sharp sickle-shaped weapon in his hand, and moving forward with careful precision he began capturing the horses one by one, binding their legs with rope formed from the weapon so they could not escape, all while continuing to speak calmly in an effort to reassure them that he meant no harm. Once the horses were secured, Lu Fan opened a territorial portal, and one after another he guided the captured creatures through the glowing gateway until each of them disappeared into the swirling light. After the final horse entered, Lu Fan stepped through the portal himself. On the other side, at Tianfu Island, Lu Fan appeared while carrying baby ice crystal horses in his arms, explaining that he had managed to capture 2 adults along with 3 young ones, bringing the total number to 5 ice crystal beasts in a single day. When the girls saw the beautiful ice crystal horses, they were overjoyed and immediately ran forward, happily petting the creatures while praising them excitedly, as the system panel appeared to display the ownership information. Soon afterward, Qin Xiu and Jiang Ying successfully tamed the 2 adult ice crystal beasts, making them their personal mounts, and before long they were soaring through the sky alongside Han Ku as the magnificent creatures spread their wings and carried them high above Tianfu Island, flying gracefully while everyone below watched the scene in amazement. Meanwhile, back on the ground, Dao Zi sat with a frustrated and heartbroken expression, because no matter how many times she tried, she simply could not tame any of the ice crystal beasts. Feeling discouraged, she began wondering whether she somehow lacked feminine charm. At that moment, one of the small baby beasts slowly walked toward her and stopped directly in front of her. Surprised, Dao Zi looked down at the tiny creature and asked if it wanted to play with her, and just then the little beast gently bumped its head against her. Instantly, the system window appeared, confirming that Dao Zi had successfully tamed the baby ice crystal beast. Lu Fan was stunned that the attempt had succeeded so effortlessly, while Dao Zi's eyes sparkled with joy the moment she realized she finally had a companion of her own. Lu Fan smiled at the sight but reminded her that the little creature was still far too young to serve as a mount, explaining that it should be raised as a pet until it matured, and he advised her to take proper care of it. Dao Zi happily hugged the tiny beast and promised that she would raise it well. Not long afterward, Qin Xiu and Han Ku descended from the sky on their mounts and asked Lu Fan to check on the remaining adult ice crystal creatures, because the beast looked uncomfortable and appeared to be overheating. Lu Fan quickly realized the problem. The warm climate of Tianfu Island was simply too hot for creatures that came from extremely cold regions, meaning the environment here was not suitable for them at all. Qin Xiu added that the creatures looked as if they might suffer from heat stroke, which was clearly not good, and Han Ku then asked what they should do, since they could not allow such adorable creatures to suffer like that. After thinking for a moment, Lu Fan suddenly remembered a solution and told them not to worry. He activated the power known as the 2-headed great dragon form, a special ability symbolizing a legendary bond of trust with a two-headed great dragon, one that ensured whenever its companion called for assistance, the dragon would respond. Closing his eyes, Lu Fan reached out and called upon the great dragon for help, and soon a deep rumble echoed across the sky as a portal opened above the island. From the swirling light emerged the powerful two-faced dragon. Lu Fan immediately asked the dragon to use its ice elemental power to transform the northern plains near the Shadow Fortress into a frozen environment suitable for the ice crystal creatures. The dragon confidently agreed and released its elemental energy, remarking that reshaping the land with ice was effortless, even joking that it could easily turn the entire island into a landscape of lava and ice if necessary. Lu Fan quickly replied that such drastic changes would not be needed. The dragon then released a thunderous roar, and within moments snow began falling across the region while a cold wind swept over the land, as frost spread rapidly across the ground and transformed the area into a vast frozen field. Soon afterward, a system notification appeared announcing that Tianfu Island had reached a new stage of development and that a massive frozen field had now been formed. Everyone watched the transformation with amazement as the newly created cold environment immediately felt far more comfortable for the ice crystal creatures, while the dragon proudly remarked that completing such a task had been as effortless as breathing. Meanwhile, night had already fallen across the Despair ice field, especially within the cold and silent snow mountain basin. Lu Fan continued his journey toward the distant ruins alongside his dragons, and as he flew through the dark freezing sky, he warned them to remain alert because danger could appear at any moment. As the flight through the night continued, Lu Fan found himself reflecting on everything that had happened earlier, recalling the warnings he had heard about the dangers surrounding the ruins of the Dragon King. Those thoughts made him more cautious, yet they also strengthened his determination. Unwilling to waste any more time, he urged his dragons to accelerate, cutting through the freezing night sky as they sped across the endless plains of the Despair ice field. In his mind, the next objective was already clear. He simply needed to leave the Despair ice field behind, since he had already confirmed the location of the Ice Dragon ruins. During their flight through the frozen darkness, Xiao Yi suddenly called out to Lu Fan after noticing something unusual within the surrounding area. Lu Fan immediately moved closer and carefully scanned the icy plains below, and it did not take long before he discovered the source of the disturbance. Soon he realized that the creatures approaching them were ice-field worms. From Lu Fan's understanding, these beasts were a swarm-type ferocious species that relied on overwhelming numbers to defeat their enemies rather than individual strength, and with each icefield worm possessing a level of 120, the entire swarm became extremely dangerous within such an environment. Their first attack was known as Snow Burrow. Using this ability, the worms rapidly tunneled deep beneath the snow-covered ground and rushed toward a selected target location, and once they reached that point, they suddenly burst out of the snow while releasing a surge of frost energy that dealt heavy frost damage to every enemy caught where they emerged. Their second ability was Frost Spray. This attack released a chilling stream capable of instantly freezing liquids while continuously stacking layers of frost on the target, and each layer gradually reduced the enemy's defense while slowing their movement speed, making it increasingly difficult for opponents to react effectively during battle. Their final ability was Savage Regeneration. Through this skill, the icefield worms could devour one of their own living companions in order to restore their strength and vitality, allowing them to endure longer in combat and continue fighting their enemies. After observing the situation, Lu Fan immediately summoned his dragon companion About to confront the approaching swarm, ordering About to enter the powerful World Destruction Thunder form and prepare a devastating strike. Without hesitation, About began casting the skill known as 3,300,000 Heavenly World Destructive Thunder, releasing a thunderous roar as a bolt of lightning surged toward the approaching enemies. This technique summoned a massive storm across the battlefield, and within the designated area countless world-destroying thunderbolts, numbering 3,300,000, descended violently from the sky. The ability was recognized as a Dragon Tongue forbidden spell influenced by Thunder Favor, though it was not directly controlled by the original source of thunder itself. At the same time, the icefield worms attempted to launch another Snow Burrow attack against Bao. Yet Lu Fan calmly observed the battlefield and even revealed a faint smile when he noticed the worms once again hiding beneath the snow. Recognizing the opportunity, Lu Fan ordered Xiao Yi to transform into her destructive dragon form and coordinate an attack with him using Dragon Tongue magic. Following the command without hesitation, Xiao Yi immediately shifted into Black Dragon Form 3, the destructive dragon form. Together, Lu Fan and Xiao Yi activated Dragon Tongue Resonance while casting the attack Lava Burst toward the approaching enemies. Lava Burst detonated violently within the targeted area as an eruption of flames burst from the ground, releasing intense heat that spread outward and formed a growing pool of molten lava that engulfed the enemy units. At the same time, Dragon Tongue Resonance functioned as a powerful amplification technique. Whenever a dragon tamer and their dragon companion cast the same Dragon Tongue spell simultaneously, the power of the spell increased by 100%, transforming their combined strike into an even more devastating force. After unleashing this overwhelming assault, Lu Fan left the remaining enemies to another dragon companion, the Starry Sky Dragon, which was currently in its galaxy form, and he instructed Xing Chen to finish off the survivors. Responding immediately, the starry sky dragon activated the skill Starfall, covering the battlefield with countless beams of starlight that descended from above like a storm of falling stars. Under this relentless combination of attacks, the battlefield was cleared almost instantly. Within a very short time, every enemy was completely annihilated, and soon afterward a system notification appeared informing Lu Fan that his level had risen to 7-7. Once the battle was over, Lu Fan calmly told his companions that they would rest there for the night, explaining that the following day they would cross the snow mountain, which would eventually lead them into the Ice Dragon Ruins zone. Morning arrived with an even harsher environment. When Lu Fan woke up, he immediately sensed that the temperature had dropped far lower than the night before, and the air was so cold that every breath felt as though it were freezing inside his lungs. Yet despite the brutal cold, there was no wind and no falling snow, creating a strangely unnatural stillness throughout the atmosphere. Everyone traveling with him felt the same chilling discomfort. Not long afterward, the group arrived at a place known as the Ice Dragon Frozen Domain, and simply from hearing the name, Lu Fan concluded that the Ice Dragon ruins must be somewhere nearby within this region. At that moment, he noticed that Xiao Yu was struggling under the extreme cold. Her body trembled uncontrollably in the freezing temperature, and the chill made it difficult for her even to speak properly. Seeing her condition, Lu Fan decided that she should rest rather than forcing herself to endure such a harsh environment. He planned to summon her again later once they reached a warmer area, and with that decision made, the rest of the group continued advancing deeper into the mountains. As they moved further into the frozen terrain, Lu Fan gradually sensed that something was wrong. The surroundings had become unnaturally silent, creating the uneasy feeling that a hidden danger might be waiting somewhere nearby. Eventually, their path came to an abrupt dead end. At that very moment, large cracks began spreading across the massive ice wall standing before them, and from those fractures a dragon suddenly burst out, releasing a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the mountains. The creature that appeared was an Ice Dragon Corp spirit, and its level was also 120. Lu Fan immediately understood the situation and realized that the danger he had been anticipating had finally arrived. The monster was a spiritual entity formed from the corpse of an ice dragon. Yet the situation was even more dangerous than it first appeared, because it was not only a single spirit. Multiple Ice Dragon Corp spirits had awakened at the same time. Preparing for battle without hesitation, Abao once again transformed into the world-destructive thunder form. Lu Fan knew they were already extremely close to the Ice Dragon ruins, so he ordered both Xingchen and Abao to fight with their full strength and hold nothing back. The Starry Sky Dragon also entered its starlight form, radiating brilliant light across the battlefield. Soon afterward, one of the Ice Dragon Corp spirits launched the ability Ice Crystal Storm, summoning a violent storm formed from countless sharp ice crystals. The attack spread throughout the surrounding area and inflicted heavy frost damage on every enemy caught within its range. At the same time, Lu Fan activated his dragon-taming aura in the form of the Black Dragon, awakening the Black Dragon bloodline. Under the influence of this power, all of his attacks gained additional fire damage while applying the vulnerable effect to enemies. With this power surging through him, Lu Fan stepped forward and threw a powerful punch, and in that instant he also activated Divine Bone Descent, a special ability that could only be used while wearing the Divine Bone Gauntlets. The skill granted him Divine Bone Armor, which did not occupy any equipment slot while simultaneously increasing all of his attributes. Meanwhile, the Starry Sky Dragon unleashed its devastating attack Star Annihilation Light, gathering an immense concentration of starlight into a single focused laser beam capable of dealing immeasurable damage while completely ignoring the target's defense. However, the Ice Dragon Corp spirits possessed another terrifying ability known as Restless Death. Whenever one of these spirits was defeated, the skill activated automatically, causing the spirit to freeze its own body before reviving again with full health only a few seconds later. Realizing this, Lu Fan immediately understood that the enemies they had just defeated were not truly destroyed, and their resurrection had to be stopped at once. To deal with the problem, Lu Fan quickly used the destructive Thunder Dragon ability called Bright Yellow Jade and launched a powerful thunder strike toward the enemy spirits. At the same time, Abao released a fierce roar and summoned a massive thunderstorm across the battlefield. Soon afterward, the devastating Technique 3,300,000 Heavenly World Destructive Thunder was unleashed once again, sending countless thunderbolts crashing down upon the enemy forces. Under this relentless barrage of destructive attacks, the Ice Dragon Corp spirits were finally destroyed completely. After the battle ended, Lu Fan sincerely praised Abao for the great effort he had shown during the fight, and not long afterward another system notification appeared, informing him that his level had increased once again. Despite the victory, Lu Fan noticed that there was still no clear sign of the Ice Dragon ruins nearby. This made him begin wondering whether the lingering spirits they had just defeated had actually been guarding something important. As he carefully examined the surrounding ice walls, Lu Fan eventually noticed something unusual sealed within the frozen surface. Looking closer, he realized that the Ice Dragon spirits had been protecting a ring embedded inside the ice wall. He inspected the ring and discovered that it had no level requirement, and in addition the ring granted ice element damage while applying a freezing effect when used. The system window displayed the item's details, revealing it to be an Ice Dragon gem ring of legendary quality. Its attributes showed 649 strength, 538 agility, 485 spirit, and 579 stamina. As the surrounding ice slowly cracked and shattered, the ring finally broke free and dropped directly into Lu Fan's hands. After obtaining the item, Lu Fan decided to continue advancing deeper into the mountains in order to finally locate the Ice Dragon ruins, and with that decision made, the rest of the group followed him as they pressed forward on their journey. The scene opens with our boy walking slowly across a vast frozen land where endless sheets of ice stretch as far as the eye can see. As he moves forward over the icy ground, he suddenly senses that something about this place feels strange, so he stops and carefully looks around. While observing the surroundings, he begins thinking that the ruins should be somewhere nearby, and because nothing appears where he expected, he starts doubting the information he read earlier, wondering if the journal might actually have been wrong. At the same time, the little dragon beside him complains that they have been circling the same place for a long time and that it is starting to feel bored. Just then, our boy suddenly takes another step forward before stopping again, this time standing completely still without saying a word. After silently studying the environment for a moment, he finally understands something important and says that he now knows what is happening. The ruins of the Ice Dragon are not located on the surface at all but are sealed deep beneath the ice. The moment he realizes this, our boy leaps into the air and calls out to his companions, ordering Xingqian and about to attack the ice together with him, and both dragons immediately turn around and respond to his command. Hovering in mid-air, our boy prepares to strike and throws a powerful punch toward the frozen ground, and at that exact moment a system screen appears. Dragon Taming Aura, Starry Sky Dragon. The Starry Sky Dragon activates its bloodline power and releases the Starry Sky Dragon Aura. Every 10 seconds it grants a strength boost equal to 100% of the strength used. However, these boosts do not stack. Meanwhile, Dragonabao suddenly stops and raises his hand as golden lightning crackles around him and powerful energy gathers within his palm, while at the same time Xingqian begins releasing a bluish-purple energy from his body. Another system screen appears. Heaven's Judgment Calamity locks onto and tracks one enemy target while releasing rapid consecutive heavenly lightning strikes that deal massive lightning damage. Right after that, another system screen appears. Divine-Born Descent. This skill can only be used when Divine-Born gauntlets are equipped. It grants Divine-Born armor that does not occupy an equipment slot and increases all attributes by 300%. Another system message follows. Dragon Taming Aura, Starry Sky Dragon activated. Then yet another ability appears on the screen. Shatter Star creates a star and then crushes it, causing massive area damage. The power of this skill scales with the user's strength. Soon afterward, the golden lightning energy and the bluish-purple power merge together, before crashing down onto the frozen ground. However, something completely unexpected happens. Both our boy and Xingqian stop and stare at the ice in surprise. Our boy looks shocked and wonders what just happened, then immediately flies closer to inspect the surface. Inside his mind, he quickly realizes something troubling. The ice is not broken at all. Not even a single crack has appeared. This makes him begin thinking that perhaps the seal covering the ruins cannot be broken by force. At that moment, a sudden laugh sounded from behind him, and the mysterious voice remarked that the situation was quite interesting, adding that watching this scene had made her laugh. Our boy turned slightly and fixed the person with a sharp glare before asking whether she knew how to remove the Ice Dragon King's seal. The woman replied calmly that she did know the method, then explained that the Ice Dragon King's seal could only be melted by flames of the Dragon King tier, or at the very least by something extremely close to that level. Hearing this, our boy raised his hand slightly and asked if that meant the Ice Dragon King was truly sealed inside these ruins. However, the woman told him not to celebrate too early, because finding the location did not mean he would be able to obtain what was inside. At that moment, Abao spoke up and questioned her statement, pointing out that she had said the seal required Dragon King level flames, and even though Xiao had not yet reached that level, the protagonist still had another option. Our protagonist then explained with confidence that he could summon a rootless dragon close to the Dragon King tier, and with that dragon's flames, he believed he could melt the ice. Before he could finish, the woman suddenly placed a finger against his face and apologized for interrupting him, then explained the real reason she had said he would not be able to obtain it. She revealed that the Ice Dragon King was already dead, and that inside the ruins, nothing remained except its corpse. Our boy was completely shocked when he heard this and immediately asked whether it was really true. The woman then explained an important rule about Dragon Kings. When a Dragon King knows it is about to die, it seals itself away so that its power cannot fall into the hands of others, and the Ice Dragon King had followed that same rule. However, she also added that he did not need to lose hope yet, because the Ice Dragon King had left behind trials. Leaning slightly toward our boy, she explained that if he could pass those trials and gain the Ice Dragon King's recognition, then he would be able to obtain a portion of its power, which made our hero excited enough to ask what kind of trial it was. But the woman merely laughed and said she had no idea, and that he would have to figure it out himself. Before leaving, she gave him one final warning, saying that the Ice Dragon King's trials might only be the beginning of his problems, and adding that she was looking forward to the day he returned to ask for her help. After that conversation, the scene shifted, and our boy was now standing beside the little dragon, who remarked that he finally seemed to have snapped out of his thoughts. Our boy continued thinking about the last words spoken by the devouring Dragon King, wondering why she had sounded so confident that he would return to ask for her help. He narrowed his eyes and began analyzing the situation carefully, suspecting that even if he cleared the trial successfully, obtaining the Ice Dragon King's power might still not be easy. He considers the possibility that the devouring Dragon King is expecting him to fail so that he will eventually return to her for help. And if that happens, she might seize the opportunity to devour the Ice Dragon King's corpse herself. Still, he reminds himself that this is only speculation for now, and the most important task is to reach the Ice Dragon King's ruins first. With that decision made, our protagonist immediately gives an order, telling Xingqian and about to fall back. At that moment, another system screen appears. Flame Giant Dragon Scale, Legendary Quality. This item is proof of the Flame Giant Dragon's trust. Whoever holds this scale is recognized as a companion of the Rootless Dragon. Whenever the holder needs help, the Flame Giant Dragon will answer the call and offer assistance. Without hesitation, our boy prepares for battle and calls out to the Flame Giant Dragon named Apia, asking the dragon to help melt the ice so that he can reach the Ice Dragon King's ruins. Almost instantly, the Flame Giant Dragon appears and responds that it has come as promised in answer to his call. The massive dragon then tells everyone to stand aside while it incinerates the Ice Dragon King's seal. The Flame Giant Dragon releases a powerful roar and unleashes an enormous wave of fire that spreads across the frozen ground. Our boy watches closely and quickly realizes that the plan is working, because the ice seal finally begins to crack and melt. However, the Flame Giant Dragon soon comments on how incredibly cold the area is, explaining that the freezing energy left behind by Dragon King is truly overwhelming and that the cold is easily extinguishing its flames. The dragon admits that although it is curious about what the Ice Dragon King's ruins look like, the extreme temperature is making it extremely uncomfortable. Understanding the situation, our protagonist tells the dragon that Xiao Yi is also not used to such extreme cold, so he asks the dragon to return to Tianfu Island and rest. Our boy then continues flying forward with two circular green rings surrounding him, while telling Xiao Yi, Che, and Avo that they should rest as well. As he travels deeper into the frozen region, he calls for Xiao Fei and Xiao Ji to follow him, and both of them immediately move after him. While flying, our boy continues thinking carefully. They are about to reach the ruins, and if the devouring Dragon King expects him to come back for help, then the trials ahead must be extremely dangerous. Because of that, he decides that Xiao Fei and Xiao Ji, who possess stronger survival abilities, should take the lead. At the same time, he decides to transform into the Golden Dragon King form in order to increase his stamina. Soon afterward, the scene shifts again as our boy lands firmly on the ground and begins moving deeper into the Ice Dragon King's ruins. Finally, he stops. In front of him stands a massive ice tomb, and inside it lies the frozen corpse of the Ice Dragon King. Our boy stays at the sight in amazement, realizing that the legendary dragon is truly sealed within this frozen tomb. Behind him, Xiao Fei is also shocked and quietly whispers while staring at the enormous corpse. At that moment, another system screen suddenly appears. Ice Dragon King trial activated. Current progress, 07. Xiao Fei remains standing behind our boy, still surprised. Our boy quickly understands the situation. The trial activates automatically once someone approaches the ruins. In front of them stand 7 different portals, and each portal represents a separate trial. In order to reach the Ice Dragon King's corpse, all 7 trials must be completed. Our boy then says that there is no reason to keep waiting and tells Xiao Fei and Xiao Ji to prepare themselves. At that moment, the Golden Dragon appears and remarks that instead of standing there and freezing like popsicles, they might as well begin the trials immediately. Another system screen appears. Will of the Fiery Dragon Warrior unseals the remaining bloodline power and allows transformation into the Golden Dragon King. Strength, agility, and spirit each increase by 50%. Endurance increases by 200%. While in Golden Dragon King form, the user cannot enter mount state. Just then, Xiao Fei suddenly steps forward, but the moment she moves, she becomes nervous and surprised at the same time. Inside the secret realm trial of the Right Claw, the Golden Dragon and Xiao Fei stand before a gigantic frozen structure belonging to the Ice Dragon King, and after studying it closely, the Golden Dragon realizes that what they are facing is the Ice Dragon King's right claw. Then a system screen suddenly appears with the skill description Eternal Forest Barrier, explaining that the surface of the Ice Dragon King's right claw is permanently coated in absolute ice armor, an armor that blocks 80% of physical damage and 60% of magical damage, making the claw extraordinarily hard to damage. Seeing this, the Golden Dragon decides they need to test just how durable it really is, and another screen immediately appears showing Emerald Land Blessing, an ability that applies 3 to 6 stacks of Dragon Aura to the target and increases the damage of the next 3 to 6 attacks. Xiao Fei looks shocked as all of this unfolds, and not long after, another system screen appears while Xiao Fei starts absorbing poison energy. The poison quickly spreads across the battlefield, and a new status window displays Current Toxin, Deadly Poison Slime, an effect that cuts the target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. The moment the poison starts spreading, the Ice Dragon suddenly launches an attack, and the force of the impact throws both the golden dragon and Xiaofei backward. Right afterward, another screen appears displaying Judgment Claw, and the golden dragon king's claw bursts into blazing golden flames. The next 2 claw strikes will deal bonus damage, and the skill also turns 20% of stamina into additional strength. At the same time, the poison keeps spreading over the ice dragon's body and slowly wears it down. But then another system notice abruptly appears showing Frost Energy Vortex, as an icy vortex forms across the claw's surface and begins absorbing 50% of incoming damage, converting that damage into stored energy. The golden dragon narrows his eyes the instant he understands what is happening, realizing that the creature is absorbing the energy from their attacks. Both the golden dragon and Xiaojiaj remain there, watching the ice dragon taking everything used against it. And the golden dragon immediately grasps the danger, saying that once the ice dragon's energy is full, it will release an extremely powerful killing move. Suddenly, the ice dragon unleashes a massive surge of icy power, and a system screen pops up displaying Winter Judgment. The ice dragon king's right claw slams down violently onto the ground, releasing all of its stored energy, covering a 50-meter radius around the impact point in devastating ice damage, while the attack ignores 50% of defense and inflicts deep frostbite that slows movement speed by 40%. Another burst of icy force follows, but the golden dragon reacts at once by activating a defensive ability, and a screen pops up showing Sacred Shield, a shield wielded by the golden dragon king that activates in guarding stance and grants complete immunity to all damage for 5 seconds. After shielding himself, the golden dragon steps forward once more and carefully studies the situation, realizing that the claw possesses a barrier and can absorb energy before unleashing a massive area attack. Even though the claw appears nearly impossible to destroy, the golden dragon begins questioning whether it truly lacks any weakness. Thinking fast, he calls out to Xiaofei and orders him to activate Amal and Mirror Clone. Xiaofei immediately releases his energy across the battlefield, and a new screen appears displaying Amal and Mirror Clone, an ability that selects an allied unit and creates 2 mirror copies. These clones inherit every skill of the chosen ally while possessing 30% of the original attributes. Each unit can maintain up to 2 clones at the same time, and the effect grows even stronger when used on dragons or allies carrying dragon blood. Moments later, several copies of the golden dragon appear across the battlefield. The golden dragon then orders everyone to attack together while activating dragon tongue magic, and multiple golden dragon forms surge forward simultaneously, rushing toward the ice dragon and launching their assault. Another skill notification appears showing Lava Burst, where flames erupt violently across the targeted area and form a pool of lava, causing any target caught within it to slowly sink into the magma while continuously taking massive damage. All of the golden dragon clones release their golden energy toward the ice dragon, repeatedly striking and smashing it without pause as the attacks continue one after another. However, the claw suddenly produces another Frost Energy Vortex, which once again absorbs 50% of all incoming damage and converts that damage into stored energy. Seeing this, the golden dragon realizes something is wrong and says their attacks are not working. But at that moment, something unexpected occurs as a sudden impact knocks the golden dragon backward. Once he regains his balance, he carefully studies the ice dragon again, and his gaze sharpens when he notices something crucial. Just as he suspected, every time the ice dragon launches an attack, its defensive armor disappears for a brief instant, and when the ice dragon shifts slightly, that short opening exposes its weakness. The golden dragon immediately announces that the flaw has finally been revealed and that this is their opportunity. Without wasting a moment, the golden dragon personally joins the fight as all of his clones turn toward the ice dragon and attack in perfect coordination, each strike following the last without pause and maintaining relentless pressure. At one point, the ice dragon manages to counterattack and strikes the golden dragon, leaving him with a minor injury. Yet the golden dragon ignores the pain because he knows the ice dragon's defense has vanished and this is the exact moment they have been waiting for. Gathering his strength, the golden dragon unleashes another fierce strike, and at the same time another dragon appears behind him, supporting the assault by channeling its mana directly toward the ice dragon. A system screen appears once again displaying Lava Burst, as explosive flames erupt across the target area and create a molten pool of lava that drags the enemy downward into the magma while continuously dealing massive damage. The attacks continue stacking on top of each other, and wave after wave of destructive force crashes into the ice dragon without stopping. Gradually, cracks begin spreading across the frozen claw, and the ice dragon starts breaking apart piece by piece until, at last, a massive red explosion erupts across the battlefield. Immediately after the explosion, a system notification appears, announcing that the trial of the right claw has been successfully completed. Not long afterward, the protagonist descends and lands on the ground, and as the dust settles, a circular ring formed from glowing blue energy suddenly appears nearby. As the protagonist and Xiaofei walk toward the luminous circle, another system message appears displaying Ice Dragon King ruins. The protagonist remains standing there for a moment, silently observing the ruins before him, carefully sensing the condition of the seal, and he soon realizes that it has not been completely broken. Although it now feels loosened and unstable, the seal itself still remains in place. He quickly understands that the only way to fully remove the seal is to complete all 7 trials. With determination settling firmly in his mind, the protagonist lifts his gaze forward and prepares himself for the next challenge, knowing that the next destination is already waiting for him, the realm of the left claw. The scene opens inside the secret realm, specifically the trial of the left claw. Our protagonist is standing there alongside Xiao Fei, calmly observing the situation. He then says that just as he expected, in the next trial realm, the opponent will have the same abilities as the Ice Dragon King's right claw. Right at that moment, a system screen pops up showing a skill called Emerald Land Mirror Clone. This ability allows the user to select an allied unit and create 2 mirror clones. These clones can use all the same skills as the original ally, but they only have 30% of the original's attributes. Each unit can have a maximum of 2 clones at the same time. Interestingly, the effect becomes even stronger if the ally is a dragon or has dragon blood. The protagonist stands there thinking deeply. Based on his previous experience, trying to break through these trials one by one is extremely difficult. Still, he decides to push forward and engages in a one-on-one fight, turning toward the ice dragon. But just as he shifts his focus, something sudden happens and he gets forced back. Another screen immediately appears, introducing a skill called Lava Breast. Flames erupt across the target area, forming a pool of lava. Any target caught inside slowly sinks into the magma while continuously taking massive damage. As the lava moves toward the ice dragon, a new notification pops up confirming that the left claw trial of the secret realm has been cleared. Without any pause, another screen appears announcing the next challenge, the secret realm trial of the lower right claw. Our protagonist keeps moving forward, continuously breaking through each trial. During this process, another skill appears on the screen called Void Sever. This ability channels dragon energy to unleash multiple consecutive slashes, which can also synchronize with dragon companions for even better coordination. Soon after, the screen updates again, showing the secret realm trial of the lower left claw. As the protagonist continues advancing and striking through obstacles, another notification appears mentioning the Ice Dragon King's ruin. Now, both the protagonist and Xiao Fei stand there, taking a moment to process everything. The protagonist thinks to himself that they have finally reached the last 3 secret realms. Then, a new screen appears, announcing the trial of the dragon torso. As they step forward into this new area, everything suddenly feels slightly frozen. Someone even questions how they are getting frozen just by moving. Out of nowhere, blasts of blue energy begin raining down onto the ground. Seeing the danger, the protagonist quickly shouts to Xiao Fei, telling her to use Emerald Land Light. She immediately activates the skill. A screen pops up explaining that Emerald Land Light grants the target 3 to 6 layers of protection, removes all debuffs, and increases all attributes by 30 to 60% per layer. On top of that, each layer can block 1 to 2 instances of damage. Even with this protection, the blue energy continues falling toward them and their allies. Another screen appears, introducing a powerful ability called Eternal Freeze. It is centered around an ice crystal sphere and instantly fires frostmark beams at any moving target within a 150-meter radius. Each beam deals base ice damage. As the beams start to slow them down and the pressure builds, Xiao Fei takes a deep breath, preparing herself. The protagonist quickly tells her to use soul protection, and she responds instantly, ready to follow his command. A new screen suddenly appears, showing Emerald Dragon 3 from Switch Soul Light. As Xiao Fei transforms into Switch Soul Light, another screen pops up explaining soul protection. It says that allies infused with Soul Light gain a 100 to 200 boost to all attributes every time they take damage. The damage they receive gets absorbed and turns into 1 to 2 stacks of 1 guard. Once the stacks reach 10, it releases 0-1 shock, which deals damage equal to the total absorbed damage, and it can go up to double that amount. As Xiao Fei fully transforms into the Soul Light, the protagonist stands there and quickly gives instructions. He calls out to Xiao Fei and Ji, telling them to use Poison Sea Surge. Ji steps forward confidently and begins activating the skill. Right away, another screen appears showing Poison Dragon 3 from Switch Nether Swamp. As the poison starts spreading and melting everything around, a strange interaction happens. When the incoming energy touches the poison, it begins to dissolve and fade away. Then another notification appears, explaining that the current poison toxin slime reduces the target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. Immediately after that, yet another screen pops up describing Poison Sea Surge in detail. It summons a surging nether swamp that deals current poison damage to all enemies within the area, and the poison stacking speed becomes twice as fast. The poison quickly spreads and completely covers the entire circular ring. The protagonist narrows his eyes while looking at the scene and thinks that the enemy's energy is almost depleted now. He stands firmly in place, holding his crossbow tightly in his hand. At that moment, another screen appears showing Emerald Eternal Freeze Gaze. It fires frost beams at moving targets within a 150-meter radius from a crystal sphere. Seeing this, the protagonist immediately commands Xiao Fei to release Chi Shock. A screen pops up explaining Chi Shock release. It deals damage equal to the total absorbed damage from the previous 10 hits, up to double, and causes a large area impact. On the other side, Xiao Fei spreads the Chi Shock, directing it toward the circular ring. Then another screen appears introducing Dragon Roar Arrow. This ability does not consume arrows, and all shots are magical. Non-charged shots deal extra armor-piercing damage equal to 45% of the user's strength and agility. Charging for 3 seconds unleashes a powerful Dragon Roar Arrow with 500% increased damage. The charging process is shown step by step. 1 second charge, 2 seconds charge, 3 seconds charge. The protagonist stands there holding the Dragon Arrow, continuously channeling energy into it while focusing on the target. As he releases the arrow, a red energy bursts out from it. The arrow shoots forward at incredible speed, cutting straight across the circular field, entering from one side and exiting from the other. The protagonist watches closely as the arrow flies faster than the eye can follow. Right after that, another screen appears announcing the secret realm trial of the Dragon Tail. As the barrier breaks, both Ji and Fei turn toward the protagonist. At that moment, a golden dragon emerges behind him. The protagonist immediately gives another command, telling Xiao Fei to use Emerald Land Mirror Clone. A screen appears explaining that this skill creates 2 clones of an allied unit, and the clones inherit all the skills but only 30% of the original attributes. Each unit can have up to 2 clones, and the effect doubles for dragons or those with dragon blood. The golden dragon then speaks, instructing Xiao Ji that once the barrier disappears, they should erode the enemy's defense using nether venom. Right after that, the golden dragon tells everyone to get ready. Suddenly, multiple forms of the golden dragon appear at once and shout to attack. Several skill descriptions start appearing one after another. The current poison toxic slime reduces the target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. Nether venom releases the current poison in the target area, forming a toxic mist where allies can continuously stack attacks. And the more stacks they build, the higher the damage per second, with no stack limit. Then comes lava burst, where flames erupt in the target area, forming a lava pool that causes enemies to sink into magma and take continuous massive damage. As multiple golden dragons launch their attacks toward the ice dragon, everything begins to melt down under the overwhelming force. The environment starts to calm, and it feels like the sun is setting over the battlefield. The protagonist stands firmly in front of the ice dragon, staring straight ahead with determination. He then says that only the final step remains. Slowly, he raises his hand, and a bright white light begins to gather around it. With full focus and confidence, he declares that Ice Dragon King, here he comes. As our boy takes a deep breath and prepares himself, a system screen suddenly appears showing Dragon Head Trial Secret Realm. The information displayed explains the conditions of this trial: extreme cold, erosion effects, and movement speed reduced by 50%. Even moving forward feels heavy and slow under this harsh environment. Our boy carefully walks through the area, stepping over melting ice that cracks beneath his feet. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something ahead of him. He freezes in place for a moment and says in surprise that this is something unexpected. Right at that moment, another screen pops up displaying Ice Dragon King's Soul's rank. Seeing this, the protagonist immediately realizes what he is facing and says that it is the Ice Dragon King. Another skill description quickly appears on the screen showing Aurora Judgment. According to the system, the Ice Dragon King compresses absolute zero energy inside its throat and then releases it as an extreme cold beam. This beam deals piercing true damage to the first target it hits, ignores 80% of the target's defense, and also inflicts a freezing state on the victim. Right after that, Xiao Fei begins spreading energy to counter the attack. As she does, a screen appears showing Emerald Dragon Thing from Switch Eternal 1, indicating that her ability has now transformed into a new form. At the same time, the Ice Dragon King begins releasing its own overwhelming power. Another screen appears explaining Eternal Protection. This skill generates a massive protective barrier that shields all the targets benefiting from it. The barrier's damage absorption depends on the Eternal One's HP and its self-recovery abilities. Our protagonist watches closely and quickly realizes something important. He thinks to himself that Eternal Protection might not actually be able to block the full power of the Dragon King. While observing the battlefield, the boy looks around and sees destruction spreading everywhere. At that moment, the Golden Dragon and Xiao Fei suddenly descend from the sky and appear on the battlefield as well. As they look toward the center of the fight, something incredible happens. All 5 Dragon Kings gather together around the Ice Dragon King. Each one begins unleashing their own terrifying power. The Black Dragon King starts firing powerful attacks, while the Golden Dragon King also releases waves of blazing energy. Flames begin spreading everywhere across the battlefield. On the other side, a Bow Owl also joins in, releasing both fire and golden light. The flames surge forward and collide violently, smashing into the battlefield. The explosions and attacks mix together, creating complete chaos as fire, energy, and destruction spread everywhere. During this intense moment, the Golden Dragon King grinds his teeth and declares that under the combined assault of all the kings, he refuses to believe that the Ice Dragon King can endure it. But suddenly, a massive blast of fire erupts from the center of the battlefield. A new screen instantly appears, revealing a defensive skill called Absolute Zero Barrier. According to the description, the Ice Dragon King creates a field of absolute zero around itself. While this barrier is active, it becomes completely immune to all physical damage, magical damage, and control effects. The field can also absorb damage equal to 500% of the Ice Dragon King's maximum HP. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon King continues attacking relentlessly. As the battle escalates, another system screen appears showing frozen prisons. The Ice Dragon King spreads its massive wings and unleashes a powerful blizzard shockwave. Anyone caught inside the storm takes continuous ice damage and is affected by frostbind, which reduces their movement speed down to just 20%. On the other side of the battlefield, the Golden Dragon King clenches his teeth in frustration and admits that this enemy is actually stronger than the Phantom Blade Armor Dragon King. Even with the combined power of all 5 dragons, they still cannot suppress it. He starts questioning if this overwhelming strength is truly what a 5-star ranked Dragon King is capable of. In that intense moment, the Golden Dragon suddenly shouts loudly, calling out to Xiao Fei to use Life Pulse. She immediately responds, letting out a powerful roar as she begins spreading the Life Pulse energy across the battlefield. A system screen appears, showing Everland Dragon-Blooded. It explains that all skill effects are double for dragons and for those who share the same bloodline and bond. Right after that, the details of Life Pulse are displayed. It grants Emerald Light and Emerald Blessing to all friendly targets within range, increasing their attack effects by 2 to 4 times. The description continues with Emerald Blessing, which creates 3 to 12 Emerald Dragon attacks on the target and boosts the damage of the next 3 to 12 attacks. Then comes Emerald Light, which grants 3 to 12 stacks of Emerald Protection. These stacks remove all debuffs, increase all attributes by 30 to 60% per stack, and can block up to 12 instances of damage. As all 5 dragons stand firmly together, preparing to push forward, another screen suddenly appears, showing Frozen Prison. The Ice Dragon King unleashes a blizzard shockwave that deals continuous ice damage while also inflicting freeze, reducing movement speed down to 20%. The Golden Dragon King struggles and admits that his strength cannot break through this defense, and even his movements are sealed. He starts wondering where the opening is and how they are supposed to defeat something like this. Just as he is speaking, a beautiful girl suddenly appears out of nowhere. She calmly explains that the Ice Dragon Clan's combat principle is very simple. Control leads to annihilation. No matter how many allies they summon, it will only result in more ice statues being added to the Ice Dragon King's collection. The Golden Dragon King looks shocked and quickly asks her how they are supposed to fight it then. She points out a simple solution, telling them to gather all their power and focus it into a single point. Hearing this, the Golden Dragon King immediately understands the plan. Without wasting any time, all 5 Dragon Kings begin gathering their strength together. Jiaoyi, the Black Dragon, the Freezing Dragon, Abao, and all the other dragons start combining their powers into one unified force. A system screen appears showing Wrath of 10,000 Dragons. It explains that the dragon Tamer merges with the dragon companions, transforming into 10,000 dragons and unleashing an unimaginable number of strikes. As this massive fusion attack is released, the battlefield shakes. Someone with a giant form starts shouting and crying out as the overwhelming energy moves toward them, and they begin to retaliate desperately. At the same time, another screen appears again showing Aurora Judgment. The Ice Dragon King releases a beam of absolute zero energy that deals piercing true damage to the first target it hits, ignores 80% of defense, and freezes the target instantly. That beam of energy moves toward the circular ring, where it collides and mixes with the combined attack. The reactions between the two forces create massive destruction, and from within that chaos, a strange structure-like dragon begins to form. Its body looks almost constructed from energy itself, as power spreads wildly in all directions. In the middle of all this, Xiao Chen suddenly appears behind our protagonist. Seeing this, our boy finally says that it is over. However, even after that, the blue energy continues falling from above, and the dragon is still floating in the air, completely unaffected. The protagonist looks at it in shock and disbelief, questioning how this is even possible. Even after using all his power, he still cannot finish it. Our protagonist's eyes widen in shock, and he immediately realizes something is wrong. Inside his mind, he understands that the trial is not over yet. He looks at the dragons still floating in the air, roaring loudly, opening their mouths, and preparing to attack him again. At that moment, he thinks to himself that he has no strength left to fight back. He knows he cannot continue like this and needs to escape immediately. While thinking this, he quickly turns his gaze toward Shin and tells him to prepare for Starry Sky Travelers. Meanwhile, the dragons begin their assault again. They start forming and spreading a circular ring of blue energy, pushing it directly toward our protagonist. A system screen appears showing Starry Sky Dragon 3 forms with Starshine form, indicating a possible escape or transformation method. On the other side, the Ice Dragon King continues generating those massive circular blue energy rings and sends them floating toward him one after another. Our protagonist starts running, trying his best to escape from the incoming rings while already being exhausted. Then suddenly, a screen pops up with an unexpected message showing trial of the Ice Dragon King passed. Seeing this, our boy is completely stunned and questions in disbelief if he really passed. He slowly turns his head back to look behind him, still confused. At that moment, the beautiful girl appears again and speaks calmly. She points out that he was already at the end of his strength after using that last move. She even mocks him slightly, saying it is almost funny that she thought he still had some strength left. She then leans closer to him, opening her eyes and looking straight at him. She admits that she even went as far as signing that contract with him because of what she saw earlier. As she hugs him tightly, the protagonist responds by saying that now the contract is sealed and both of them have already seen each other's true trump cards. She then gently pushes him down, bringing her hand close to his neck with her nails pointed toward him. She calls him a silly brat and warns that next time she will not fall for something like this so easily. Right after that, she looks at him with her striking red eyes and suddenly flies up into the sky. Our protagonist lies on the ground, watching her disappear, and thinks to himself that was way too close. After a moment, he quickly gets back on his feet and tells Chen that they need to leave immediately. As they prepare to go, a circular ring begins forming nearby. The protagonist steps forward and raises his hand toward a nearby stone. The moment he places his hand on it, the stone suddenly starts cracking and shattering apart. From within those broken stones, dragons begin emerging one after another. Right then, a powerful energy voice echoes around them, congratulating him as the trial taker. The voice introduces itself as the Ice Dragon King, known as the Calamity of the Winter and the Sovereign of the Dragon Domain's Snowy Mountains. It says that its name once shook all the peaks of the Dragon Domain. The voice then continues, explaining that the reason it fell here and retreated into this desolate frozen land is a long story. It begins to reveal the past, saying that in the Dragon Domain's Snowy Mountains, around 300 years ago, a mysterious rift suddenly appeared. From within that mysterious rift, countless unknown erosion-type creatures began pouring out. Their forms and auras were terrifying, resembling filthy sludge. Wherever they moved, everything around them became corrupted. They had the ability to devour flesh and blood, multiply endlessly, and keep evolving without limit. The Ice Dragon King continues explaining that he led the entire Ice Dragon clan into battle to defend their territory. They fought for a full year without stopping, but in the end, they were still defeated. He admits that this is not even the full story, and there is much more behind it. In the end, he had no choice but to tear through space and escape, eventually ending up in this frozen land. However, due to the severe injuries he suffered, his condition became beyond saving. With the last bit of strength he had left, he sealed himself inside eternal ice. His goal was to preserve his sense of self even after death and prevent those erosion creatures from taking over his body. As his voice fades into the surroundings, the snow itself seems to carry his words. Suddenly, a screen appears showing Eternal Ice Storm. It explains that the Ice Dragon King used all his life force to summon an internal storm that is immune to all damage and isolates all forms of detection. Our protagonist stands there quietly, processing everything. He realizes that the creatures the Ice Dragon King faced are the same ones that once corrupted the Life Dragon King. The connection becomes clear in his mind. Standing in front of the snow, the voice speaks again, saying that as the one who has passed all the trials, there are two relics to entrust to him. The first is the trial of his offspring, asking him to take care of and protect his unborn child. Right after that, a system notification appears showing that he has obtained an Ice Dragon egg. The voice then continues, explaining the second relic. It is a fragment of the corrupted entity that the Ice Dragon King once fought against. He tells the protagonist to use it to trace the origin of those creatures, but also warns him to be extremely careful. Even though it is frozen in ice, it is still alive. Another screen appears confirming that he has obtained corrupted remains 1. The voice in the snow gives a final warning, saying that if those creatures are left unchecked, they will eventually devour all life in the world. He urges the protagonist to find a way to completely destroy them. On the other side, the girl also shares her thoughts. She comments that, as expected, these cunning ancient beings always value their own corpses. Hearing this, the protagonist realizes what she is thinking. He understands that she has been eyeing the Ice Dragon King's corpse all along, wanting to devour it to gain more power for herself. Suddenly, both of them laugh lightly. She then looks toward him and tells him not to be nervous and to take good care of his new dragon companion. The protagonist reflects for a moment and realizes that he has finally obtained his 10th dragon egg. As he holds the egg in his hands, another system prompt appears showing dragon taming art, which allows the taming of dragon-type creatures. Right then, the egg begins to crack. Energy starts leaking out from inside it, glowing intensely. Seeing this, she wonders just how powerful the Ice Dragon King's offspring is going to be. Suddenly, the eggshell begins to crack. Small fractures spread across its surface, and then it fully breaks apart as energy starts pouring out from inside. Pieces of the shell fall onto the ground one by one, and right at that moment, something incredible happens. Tiny wings appear, and our protagonist is instantly surprised. A small dragon emerges from the broken egg. A system screen pops up, showing Contract Ice Dragon 1, Level 1, with stats listed as Strength 106, Spirit 1468, Agility 216, and Endurance 2374. Our protagonist looks closely at the little dragon and starts analyzing her. He notices that she is very similar to a Bao. Both of them naturally have very high spirit attributes and are skilled in dragon language magic. However, there is a clear difference between them. A Bao specializes in burst damage, while this little one has much higher endurance and is more suited for control-based abilities. As he continues looking at her, he starts thinking about what to name her. After a moment, he decides that since she is the offspring of the calamity of winter, he will call her Winter. The little dragon, now named Winter, looks up at him and starts laughing happily. Seeing her reaction, the protagonist smiles and says that it looks like she really likes the name. Holding Winter gently, he then tells her to eat the remaining eggshell. He explains that if she does not eat it, it will affect her growth. He adds that if her constitution weakens, even her living condition and evolution speed will slow down. Winter looks at him and seems to respond in her own way. The protagonist pauses and then asks if she wants him to eat it instead. He starts laughing, calling her a very considerate little sweetheart. While holding both the eggshell and the tiny dragon, Shun, who is standing nearby, looks at Winter with a slightly possessive expression and says that he is the most favored one. The protagonist immediately responds that he is not going to eat it. He explains that the eggshell is basically a built-in experience pack for dragons, and she really needs it right now. Still holding Winter in his hands, he asks again if she really will not eat it, but she continues to refuse. At that moment, he thinks to himself that he did not expect the little ice dragon to have such a naturally poor appetite. She shows absolutely no desire to eat at all. After thinking for a bit, the protagonist comes up with another idea. He explains that there is a way to help her. The Life Dragon King can release the purest breath of life, and if he takes her there, then within that domain, her energy can also be replenished. Our protagonist stands there, holding Winter gently in his hands, and starts thinking deeply. He realizes that the eggshell still contains a trace of the Ice Dragon King's power. If Winter refuses to eat it, then maybe it can still be useful in another way. Right at that moment, a system screen appears showing Ice Dragon Eggshell, Legendary Grade, Consumable. It explains that this shell once protected the Ice Dragon King's offspring and still contains a trace of its power. Seeing this, our guy comes up with an idea. He thinks for a moment and then says that he has something to discuss with the Devouring Dragon King. As soon as he calls her, she appears instantly. The moment she shows up, Shin gets scared, clearly intimidated by her presence. Our protagonist, however, stands firm in front of her. She looks at him and says that he has awakened her, so he better have a good reason for doing so. The protagonist then explains that the item he is holding is the Ice Dragon King's eggshell, and it contains the purest bloodline essence. He admits that it may not be as valuable as a full corpse, but it can still be absorbed and used. The Devouring Dragon King listens and asks what exactly he means. The protagonist then clearly states that he wants to use this eggshell to exchange for a promise. He says that when their contract ends, she must not harm humans or any of his dragon companions. Hearing this, she questions him, asking if he really thinks such a small eggshell is enough to demand something like that. The protagonist calmly replies that he hopes she will agree. She then comments that the control abilities of the Ice Dragon clan are indeed rare and valuable. As for the future, she says that no one can predict what will happen. At that moment, both of them step closer to each other. As the Devouring Dragon King approaches, Winter suddenly starts hissing and making small defensive noises. The Devouring Dragon King looks at the little dragon and says that her father might have been someone worth fearing, but she herself is not even enough to fill the gap between her teeth. Hearing those words, Winter gets scared. Meanwhile, the Devouring Dragon King stands there confidently, her presence overwhelming. She moves even closer to the protagonist, staring directly at him. Instead of reacting with fear, the protagonist starts laughing lightly. He then says that someone as mighty as her should not bully a small child. He offers her the eggshell and tells her not to worry. He adds that the fact that such a powerful demon Devouring Dragon King would eat a hatchling's eggshell is something he will definitely keep secret. The Devouring Dragon King takes the eggshell in her hand and looks at him, slightly surprised. Then, in an instant, she closes her hand tightly, crushing the eggshell. As it breaks apart, Energy bursts out and spreads everywhere. After that, the protagonist gently reassures Winter, telling her to behave. He explains that the eggshell is no longer useful to her, and giving it to the Devouring Dragon King in exchange for such an important promise is worth it. The Devouring Dragon King then stands there for a moment and says that she will return to rest now. She adds that the next time he summons her, he should already have obtained the Seed of Life, reminding him that time does not wait for anyone. As she disappears, the protagonist stands there thinking. He then says that everything here is finally finished. Now, he needs to return to Tianfu Island to obtain the Seed of Life. He knows that the threats of the Blood Moon Lord and the ancient corpse god must be completely eliminated. The scene shifts to Tianfu Island, inside the teleportation area. It is midnight, and our protagonist is walking through the quiet surroundings while gently holding Winter in his hands. Soon, they arrive at the Shadow Fortress, specifically the inner rest area. Inside, all of his teammates gather around and look at the little dragon with curiosity and excitement. They start commenting on her, saying she looks fierce but also super cute at the same time, like a tiny, gluttonous dumpling showing its teeth. Even though she is so small, she already knows how to protect her master. Hearing this, the protagonist calmly explains that she is still very young and a bit shy. Seeing so many people all at once makes her nervous, so she just needs some time to get used to everyone. At that moment, a red-haired girl steps forward and stands in front of Winter. Winter immediately reacts and declares in her own way that her master belongs to her. Right then, Sister Han suddenly appears, holding a dish in her hand and announcing that it is mealtime. She says she has prepared a special secret recipe, grilled ribs, just for the little dragon today. However, before anything can happen, the red-haired girl grabs 2 of the grilled ribs and runs off with them. Sister Han casually responds, saying not to worry since there is more. She then brings another piece closer to Winter and encourages her to try it, mentioning that she saved the most tender pieces specially for her. She places the dish carefully on the table while Winter looks toward our protagonist for reassurance. The protagonist gently explains not to mind the situation, saying that this little one has always had a poor appetite. He mentions that she did not even eat the eggshell, which is the most important thing for her growth, and he is genuinely worried that it might affect her leveling up. Sister Han listens and confidently replies that it is probably because she has not figured out Winter's taste yet. She says it is not a problem, and that she will try different recipes until she finds something that suits her. With determination, Sister Han says she is going to try a new recipe right away. Another teammate quickly steps in and offers to help her. At the same time, a girl in a black dress walks over to Taoji and suggests that they should help as well, so the little dragon can feel more comfortable and adapt to the environment faster. Taoji agrees immediately. Then, someone gently takes Winter from the protagonist's hands and places her on the ground, reassuring her that this place is safe and she can trust everyone here. Slowly, Winter starts exploring the house on her own. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl is still standing nearby. Suddenly, a wave of red energy starts moving toward Winter. Caught off guard, Winter gets scared and immediately crouches down, trying to avoid the energy approaching her. Seeing this, the protagonist quickly reacts and asks what happened. He notices that her wing is injured. Winter's eyes fill with tears as she looks distressed. The protagonist then turns toward the red-haired girl and tells her to be more careful next time. He explains that Winter was born weak and her body is too fragile to handle strong force. After that, he gently comforts Winter, which helps her calm down and become a little happier again as she looks toward him. At that moment, Xiaofei arrives. The red-haired girl immediately glares at her and warns her not to interfere. With that tense moment hanging in the air, the scene shifts once again. Sister Han steps forward, smiling brightly, and says she is going to see if the little one likes this batch. She carefully places the tray on the table, filled with her freshly prepared treats. The protagonist glances at her and says that Auntie is officially recognized as the best chef on the island. All the dragon pets here would definitely approve of her cooking, and Winter will surely enjoy it too. The little winter dragon immediately leans forward and starts licking the cake. Sister Han's eyes light up as she exclaims that it works. The protagonist turns his head slightly, observing the scene with a soft smile. Sister Han teases him, asking why he even doubts her masterpiece. The protagonist chuckles and replies that maybe every dragon has different tastes, but he believes wholeheartedly that with Auntie's talents, this dish will absolutely make Winter wag her tail with joy. Sister Han nods determinedly and promises that she will research and perfect a cuisine that gives Winter an unstoppable appetite. The protagonist then thinks about Auntie, realizing that she doesn't have a combat class and often feels a bit aimless. But now, at least, she has a meaningful focus, making Winter happy and healthy. Holding Winter gently in his hands, he realizes it is finally time. It is time to take the little one to see the Life Dragon King. The scene shifts to when they approach the Life Dragon King, who descends gracefully from her domain. The protagonist explains the situation honestly, describing Winter's current state and using the excuse that he wants to help her replenish her physical stamina. His true goal is to request the Seed of Life, but he presents it as a necessity for Winter's recovery. Looking at the Life Dragon King, the protagonist realizes she has already made it clear that a Seed of Life isn't strictly necessary. As long as Winter stays under the tree and absorbs the breath of life, she can gradually recover her strength. This is the same method other humans use to quickly reach level 60. Holding Winter carefully, the protagonist guides her to the tree. He thinks about how he worried about how to get Winter to stay, but she accepts it on her own, volunteering to remain under the Life Dragon King's care. The next day, at the Dragon Capital Academy, in the job assignment hall, the protagonist reflects on how Qin, Chio, and the others have already reached level 60 thanks to the Life Dragon King's guidance. He accompanies them back to the academy to continue their class advancement. The scene shifts to Villa Number 2 of the Dragon Capital Academy. When he arrives, the mighty Life Dragon King is already present. The protagonist acknowledges her with a nod, and she laughs, expressing that the life seed is truly wonderful. She assures him that once it is fully absorbed, it will definitely help in defeating the Mount of the Ancient Gods. The protagonist stays ahead, thinking that his next step is to head to the extreme north to check the recent movements of the Blood Moon Lord. He also plans to bring the corrupted remains to Senior 2 to see if they hold any research value. Meanwhile, the Devouring Dragon King floats nearby, spreading her energy in vibrant colors across the hall. Xiao Fei holds Winter gently in his hands, carrying her with warmth and care. The scene lingers there, peaceful for the moment, as they prepare for the challenges ahead. A few days later, things are not normal at all, and destruction is still happening everywhere. The land has turned completely barren, cracked apart and split into two massive sections, as if the earth itself is tearing away and separating from itself. Out of nowhere, a terrifying dragon with glowing red eyes and massive sharp teeth emerges, moving across the empty, broken land. The scene then shifts to the far north at the Griffin Corps recruit camp, where a soldier is standing while holding a corpse, crying out desperately for help. Suddenly, the soldiers notice something in the distance. One of them looks closely, gets shocked, and starts shouting in confusion, wondering what that thing is. That thing turns out to be the same red-eyed dragon, now facing the soldiers and causing destruction everywhere, triggering explosions all around the area. A sudden white explosion spreads outward from the dragon as it turns toward the soldiers, expanding rapidly and threatening everything in its path. At the same time, Lord 2 enters the battlefield as rocks and pieces of the mountain scatter everywhere. The soldiers who are trying to run suddenly slip and fall hard onto the ground. Lord 2 quickly casts a golden protective barrier. Inside that barrier, Elder 2 gives an order to Old Lu to take everyone and retreat back to the first outpost. At that moment, a system screen appears showing a skill called Extreme Wall Barrier, which creates a golden shield using a spear, absorbing all incoming external damage. When the skill ends, the barrier breaks and releases 150% of the absorbed damage as golden spearlight, striking all enemies within range. While riding on a griffin, he realizes that this monster has actually awakened. Meanwhile, another soldier riding behind him on the griffin declares that they will stand and fall together with him. But Elder Lord 2 immediately shuts that idea down, saying if they stay, he will only get distracted trying to protect them. Or worse, the beast will just get more shredded meat. He tells them clearly that their mission is to take the survivors and leave. Elder Lu, sitting on the griffin, instantly responds with full obedience and agrees to the command. All Griffin Corps squads are ordered to retreat immediately back to the Griffin outpost without any delay. Seeing this command, Elder Lu leads the retreat, flying away on the griffin while the other soldiers also begin flying back, following him towards safety. The scene shifts back to the dragon, which is now staring directly at Lord 2 inside the golden barrier, its gaze intense and threatening. Lord 2 thinks to himself that he has been stationed in the far north for so long, waiting for this exact moment to come. But now that the moment is finally here, he realizes something unexpected. He feels afraid. As a griffin flies into the barrier, another system screen appears showing Crimson Annihilation. The Blood Moon's true form gathers a massive amount of crimson energy into its eye, forming a destructive beam that sweeps across a wide fan-shaped area. Everything in its path gets pierced or shattered, and the attack cannot be blocked, reduced, or absorbed in any way. The dragon begins attacking, its red eyes releasing intense energy that spreads outward toward the troops, causing them to fall under the overwhelming force of that crimson power. Even then, Lord 2 thinks with determination that no matter what happens, he will never allow this monster to take even a single step out of the far north. Elder 2 removes his shirt and, while standing inside the golden barrier, holds his weapon firmly and rides forward on the griffin, boldly challenging the monster to come and fight him. Suddenly, the barrier shatters, and golden light bursts forward toward the dragon. Another system screen appears showing Meteor Strike, where the user burns their life force to transform into a blazing golden meteor. The attack launches forward in a fearless charge, becoming completely invincible and untargetable during the movement, dealing 500% of attack power as true damage upon impact. Elder Lu looks back toward Lord 2 and starts shouting loudly, calling out to him in panic. Right after that, a massive explosion occurs as the golden and red energies collide violently. The clash creates a powerful blast that shakes everything around. Because of that explosion, intense flames spread everywhere, turning the battlefield into a burning chaos. Elder Lu and the soldiers stare at the explosion in shock, wondering what happened to Elder Lord 2, while one soldier blurts out in disbelief that this is impossible. After some time, as the smoke slowly clears, the red-eyed dragon appears again, still standing. Moments later, Lord 2 also becomes visible, but he is badly injured, with broken arms and barely holding onto his griffin, clearly in a critical condition. Elder Liu and the soldiers look at him in horror and shout desperately, unable to accept what has happened to him. Meanwhile, the monstrous dragon stands there with its massive jaw and terrifying teeth, staring directly at Lord 2. Suddenly, the monster opens its mouth and releases a golden light that spreads outward in a circular wave. A system screen appears showing Abyss Requiem, a soul burial sound wave from the abyss that expands in a radius of 1,000 meters, dealing true damage equal to 30% of max HP per second to all targets within range. As the sound waves reach the soldiers and Elder Lu, they start screaming in pain because the effect is unbearable. Their condition quickly worsens under the impact of the dark sound waves, their faces turning pale and lifeless. The focus shifts back to the monster, still standing in its massive form, releasing energy from its eyes and tearing apart mountains effortlessly with its hands. At the same time, Elder Lord 2 lies on the ground near his griffin, severely injured and barely able to move. With great effort, he drags his finger across the ground and draws a mark using his own blood. After a while, Lord 2 manages to sit up slightly, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, and clearly struggling to stay conscious. He stares at the monster with intense anger and thinks that the fight is still not over. He notices the monster turning its attention toward him, and as he looks at it approaching, he thinks that as long as he still has even one breath left, he will keep fighting. At that moment, the soldiers appear again, but the monster immediately attacks them. A system screen appears showing Devouring Maw, where the blood moon opens its giant mouth like a miniature black hole, creating a powerful force within a 500-meter radius that drags all targets toward its center while dealing true damage equal to 20% of their HP per second. Lord 2, despite his broken arms, screams in pain and desperation, thinking that he must stop this monster no matter what. As the monster continues its attack, golden chains suddenly appear and wrap around its body from behind. Lord 2 looks at this in shock, focusing his gaze on the restrained monster. The monster roars loudly in pain, its voice shaking everything as it struggles, releasing waves of energy and noise. That terrifying sound spreads like a destructive storm, distorting the environment and creating intense pressure everywhere. The force of that wave is incredibly strong, sharp, and fast, slamming into Lord 2 and burning his body as it continues to destroy everything around him, while he screams and cries out in unbearable pain. The scene opens inside the Dragon Capital government building, where people are leaving their offices as the workday seems to be ending. Suddenly, someone traces a pencil over a map, carefully marking and reviewing different locations as if trying to remember or analyze them. That person is revealed to be Elder Han, slightly bent over the table, studying the map closely and trying to fully understand the situation and positions marked on it. At that moment, a man arrives and calls out to Elder Han, informing him that they have received the latest report. He stands respectfully in front of him and hands over the documents. Elder Han takes the report, sits down on his chair, and immediately asks about Marquis Shinbei and how he is doing. The man responds to Elder Han with a heavy voice, explaining that Lord 2 is severely injured and has lost his right arm. He is currently at Outpost Number 1 and was only stabilized earlier that morning. As he explains this, tears fall from his eyes, showing how serious and emotional the situation is. Hearing this, Elder Han becomes visibly upset. He places his hand on his forehead, taking a deep breath as he processes the bad news. He then holds the reports and looks at the images, noticing the terrifying monster with glowing red eyes. Elder Han calmly but heavily says that in the end, they still managed to break through. Elder Han continues, saying that the Holy Mountain Ancient God has awakened and the Star-Striped Nation has also fallen into chaos. Holding all the reports in his hands, he carefully analyzes the situation. After that, he shifts to another piece of news, where he sees an image of a golden figure standing tall. He explains that according to official confirmation from the Star-Strike Nation at 4 a.m. local time, a long-dormant unknown entity has awakened. With just one strike, it completely destroyed the city's core district, and so far, nearly 100,000 people are missing or unaccounted for. After saying this, Elder Han walks toward the window, standing there while continuing the discussion with a man beside him. At the same time, he thinks to himself that ancient gods are awakening one after another, and they are quickly running out of time. Suddenly, Elder Han turns around and gives a famed command to immediately deploy 100,000 troops from the Dragon Capital to Outpost Number 1. He also instructs them to inform Marquis Jinbei that reinforcements are on the way. The man listens carefully to all of Elder Han's instructions and salutes him, confirming that everything will be carried out exactly as ordered. Elder Han then adds another order, telling him to contact Lu Fan immediately and have him come see him without delay. The scene shifts to Tianfu Island at Outspring Beach, where the protagonist is standing near the life tree, holding his small winter dragon. He expresses his gratitude, thanking the senior for taking care of the little one and mentions how much stronger it has become, reaching level 30 in such a short time, which he did not expect. A system screen appears showing Contract Ice Dragon 2 at level 30, displaying stats like strength, agility, spirit, and endurance. Another screen appears showing its abilities, including Aurora Judgment, Absolute Zero, Storm Presence, Ice Dragon King, and Ice Burst, providing full details about the Winter Dragon. The life tree stands silently, tall and calm, its branches spreading out peacefully without saying anything. Meanwhile, the protagonist holds a winter dragon in his arms and quietly looks at the screen, taking in all the information. Suddenly, he receives a phone call and reacts in shock, asking if the corpse of an ancient god has really awakened. The scene then shifts to Tianfu Island, Shadow Fortress, Inner Rest Area, where the protagonist speaks to his companions, explaining that it is not that he does not want their help, but the Blood Moon Lord has awakened and the entire far north is filled with corpse puppets, making it extremely dangerous. At that moment, Sister Han appears and says that even Marquis Jinbei could not hold out, and she cannot let him go alone. Taozi also speaks up, saying they will go with him, while another girl adds that they have already reached the third advancement and can now help. Another girl, wearing a black dress with a pink appearance, reminds them about the battle in Jianghai City when the Bone Ancient God descended, asking what they were even able to do back then. Taozi looks surprised after hearing that response. The girl in the black dress continues, saying that if they are going somewhere, it should be a place where they can truly make a difference. The protagonist reflects on that and repeats the idea of going somewhere they can truly help. The black dress girl then suggests that the academy is forming support teams to help the wounded, clear corpse puppets, and evacuate civilians. Sister Han becomes excited and says that even if they are not on the front lines, her enchanted food can heal people, so she can still contribute from the rear. The gray-haired girl agrees with that idea, saying they can join the support team, and Taozi also agrees, saying they should go. The protagonist then says that with them guarding the rear, he can fully focus on his role as the flame bearer. Suddenly, the protagonist raises his hand forward, and a ring formed from energy appears. He tells Taozi that this is for her, surprising her as she asks if it is really for her. He explains that he has been preparing this ever since she became an Ice Ripple swordsman, and that the Ice Dragon Gem ring suits her perfectly. He smiles while giving it to her, and a system screen appears showing the Ice Dragon Gem ring with legendary quality, no level requirement, and stats including strength, spirit, agility, and endurance. Taozi wears the ring and gets excited, saying the stats feel perfectly made for her. She mentions how she already received an ice crystal waste item before, and now a ring too, praising Luo Fan and feeling genuinely happy. After that, the protagonist suddenly looks towards something in the distance and reminds them that once they arrive, they should take care of themselves and not push too hard. The scene shifts to the Dragon Capital Academy Class Advancement Hall, where many students are entering the hall. The protagonist also enters along with his entire team. Suddenly, Taozi notices someone and points out that it is Meng Jiao, remembering that he is from the Blood Rob Army. She also notices that people from the Fengyun Pavilion are present there too. Meng Jiao is seen standing confidently with others beside him. As Meng Jiao and his group walk into the hall, someone comments that this is the largest mobilization ever, with almost everyone gathered. Sister Han immediately says that she needs to work harder now and prepare more buffing and recovery foods. At the same time, the gray-haired girl comments that it looks like this is going to be a very tough battle. A professor standing there gives instructions, telling everyone to remember that the portal leads directly to the border of the far north, and upon arrival, they must follow their squad strictly. No one is allowed to break formation or interfere with the Dragon Capital Army or the Griffin Corps. As the door opens, energy surges through it, forming the portal, and the protagonist along with his team steps forward and enters it. The scene shifts back to the Dragon Capital Government Building, outside Elder Han's office. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door. Elder Han asks if Lu Fan has arrived. The protagonist opens the door and steps inside, announcing his presence and facing Elder Han. Elder Han, sitting in his chair, tells him that the situation in the far north is worse than they had imagined. He then adds that with the corpse ancient god and the blood moon god both active, it is now time for him, as the flame bearer, to step in. The protagonist listens carefully and responds that he understands the situation. After that, Elderhan hands over a report to him, telling him that it contains the latest frontline intelligence and that he should read it on the way. The protagonist takes the report, and Elderhan firmly reminds him that the far north must not fall, because the fate of the Dragon Nation now rests in his hands. At Far North Outpost Number 1, the instant Lu Fan emerged from the portal, his gaze landed on rows of wounded soldiers lying across the ground, and as he swept his eyes over the exhausted faces and the countless injured men scattered throughout the camp, he immediately understood that the awakening of the Blood Moon God had dealt the Griffin Corps a catastrophic blow. A soldier quickly approached from behind and respectfully greeted him, unable to hide his relief that Lu Fan had arrived at such a crucial moment. Yet Lu Fan calmly replied that he had not officially joined the Legion, so there was no need to address him as an officer. However, the soldier insisted that Lu Fan was the only person carrying a special class golden emblem. And since the stories of him slaying the Bone God had already spread everywhere, his appearance here meant they finally possessed a real chance to win. Lu Fan then explained that he had come as the Guardian of the Flame to begin a campaign against the ancient gods before asking where Commander 2 was, and the soldier, clearly regretful, informed him that the commander had gone alone to confront the Blood Moon God in order to buy enough time for the others to retreat, but after that brutal battle, he suffered grave injuries, and the troops had only managed to recover him and return him to the medical bay earlier that morning. Hearing this, Lu Fan was both shocked and deeply worried, and without wasting another second, he immediately headed toward the medical bay of Far North Outpost Number 1. Though the moment he reached the entrance, he paused briefly as the seriousness of the situation finally sank in, because he had never expected matters to become this severe, nor had he imagined that even Senior 2 would nearly lose his life, while inwardly pressing the demon-devouring Dragon King to speed up the absorption of the seed of life, since there was no longer any time to spare. After knocking on the door and receiving permission to enter, Lu Fan stepped inside and was briefly stunned by what he saw, though Commander 2 instantly noticed him and greeted him warmly, casually waving him over with an unusually relaxed and almost cheerful attitude instead of letting him stand near the doorway, all while leisurely drinking from a bottle of alcohol. Lu Fan carefully examined Senior 2 and asked about his condition, only for his eyes to stop on the horrifying sight that one of 2's arms was completely gone. Senior 2, whose body was covered in bandages, merely responded that he could not hear what was being said clearly. The soldier behind Lu Fan then explained that during the battle, the commander had not only lost an arm, but also his weapon and mount, while even his hearing had suffered severe damage, which meant anyone speaking to him now needed to raise their voice far louder than normal. Lu Fan's expression grew darker as he looked at Senior 2's missing arm, thought about the destroyed high-level spear and the death of the Frost Griffin King, and silently cursed the Blood Moon God in his heart. Seeing the worry written across his face, Senior 2 casually told him not to take it so seriously and reminded him that he was still alive, but Lu Fan, unable to suppress his irritation, grabbed the bottle from 2's hand and told him he should be concentrating on recovery instead of drinking, causing Senior 2 to frown slightly as he complained that ever since Lu Fan spent time around Yu Wuxian, he had started lecturing him about alcohol too. Lu Fan then mentioned what he had heard before arriving, that Senior 2 had stood alone against the Blood Moon God to protect the Griffin Corps, and Senior 2 admitted that after that battle, he would never be able to return to the battlefield again, saying with clear regret that he could no longer continue supporting Lu Fan or the Guardian of the Flame and would only be able to remain behind the front lines from now on. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes and seriously asked who would command the Griffin Corps at his place. And at those words, Senior 2 turned toward the window and calmly stated that the person had already arrived. Following his gaze, Lu Fan looked outside, just in time to witness a figure descending from the sky while riding a dragon engulfed in blazing flames. Not long afterward, a system panel appeared and identified the beast as a three-legged fire crow, and Lu Fan immediately realized that a mount even rarer than the Frost Griffin King was absolutely not something an ordinary person could possess. Senior 2 then introduced the newcomer as his successor, the man who would take over command of the Griffin Corps, while simultaneously leading the Dragon Capital Army together with the support forces from the Major Academy, making him the supreme frontline commander in the war against the ancient gods, before finally revealing his identity as Su Zhan, the only grandson of Elder Su. Su Zhan calmly stepped down from his mount and respectfully greeted his uncle, while the system panel revealed that he was level 135 and the supreme commander of the Dragon Capital Army. He then reported that the Western and Southern war zones had already united with the Dragon Capital Army, and their forces had begun launching a counteroffensive across the front lines. Lu Fan observed that Su Zhan had already reached level 135, which was only natural for Elder Su's descendant, and he reflected that all three elders of the Dragon Nation came from loyal and prestigious families. So it was hardly surprising that Elder Su's grandson had also entered the battlefield. He merely smiled and commented that Senior Tu's arrangements had been handled well, adding that with Su Zhan serving as frontline commander, there would be no need to ask for his opinion on every decision. Su Zhan answered that he understood, though since he had only recently taken over command, he still needed far more experience if he hoped to someday stand at the same level as Senior Tu. Su Zhan then looked toward Lu Fan and asked whether he was the famous guardian of the flame and dragon tamer. And although it was their first meeting, Lu Fan immediately sensed that something about Su Zhan's attitude felt slightly wrong, because beneath his words lingered a faint trace of prejudice. Senior Tu confirmed Lu Fan's identity and stated that the two of them represented the Dragon Nation's hope, emphasizing that the war against the ancient gods concerned the survival of the entire nation, which meant they had to cooperate properly. Su Zhan replied that he had not expected the Guardian of the Flame to still be a student, since he had heard Lu Fan came from Dragon Capital Academy, and admitted that with someone from a younger generation already this exceptional, he could not allow himself to become complacent. As he prepared to leave, Su Zhan explained that the frontline forces were about to begin a counteroffensive, so he needed to head into battle and would not continue interrupting their conversation. After he departed, Lu Fan asked Senior Tu whether he had misunderstood the situation or if Su Zhan simply treated everyone that way. Senior Tu sighed softly and explained that Su Zhan was overly competitive by nature. Then, while watching the distant figure move farther away, he added that as Su Lao's grandson, Su Zhan had always pushed himself to excel at everything because he wanted to shoulder his grandfather's burdens as early as possible. He then revealed that the position of Guardian of the Flame had originally been intended for Su Zhan, but in the end, the higher authorities had selected someone else instead. Before Senior Tu could continue, Lu Fan interrupted him. Already realizing that in Su Zhan's eyes, he was likely the person who had taken away that position, and Senior Tu confirmed with a trace of helplessness that this was exactly the case. Su Zhan had always wanted to personally carry the responsibility of protecting the Dragon Nation in order to prove himself to his grandfather. But after Lu Fan defeated the ancient bone god and shocked the upper command, Senior Tu continued. Elder Han had strongly supported Lu Fan's appointment, a decision that undoubtedly struck Su Zhan hard. However, regardless of who held the title, the battle against the corpse god was too important. So Senior Tu asked Lu Fan to promise that he would fully cooperate and not allow personal resentment to create conflict within their own ranks. Lu Fan calmly replied that there was no need to worry about such things, and afterward he headed directly toward the battlefield. Thinking along the way that with Senior Tu forced to withdraw because of his severe injuries, Su Zhan had effectively become the new Guardian of the North, while the Griffin Corps that once stood firmly beside Senior Tu had now fallen under Su Zhan's command. After meeting him personally, Lu Fan still could not tell whether Su Zhan would truly cooperate with him. But, since there was still no progress from the Devouring Dragon King, he decided his only option for now was to move to the front line and push back the beast tide to reduce further casualties. By the time Lu Fan arrived at the battlefield, chaos had already spread across the entire area, and he immediately spotted Su Zhan directing the troops from the front lines. Su Zhan issued an order for the Griffin Corps to launch a full-force assault and carve a path directly into the core of the corpse puppets, and the soldiers answered with deafening roars as they charged forward, determined to slaughter the enemy and avenge their commander, their focus unwavering and their fury burning as they refused to retreat even a single step, all eager to demonstrate their strength before Commander Su Zhan. Lu Fan watched the advancing troops with a steady expression and finally understood why Senior Tu had made such a decision, realizing it had not been done carelessly, because the Griffin Corps had clearly recognized and accepted Su Zhan as their new commander. With that thought settled, Lu Fan also decided that, as the Guardian of the Flame, he would personally join the battle, and with a wave of his hand, he summoned his dragons to clash against the enemy forces. Our hero commands his two dragons, Xiaoyu and Abeo, to launch their attack. One dragon instantly spreads its wings. It is a black dragon. With a deafening roar it breathes, blazing fire toward the enemies. This is the world-burning star skill, a destructive ability unleashed every time the dragon beats its wings. The second dragon is a blue dragon that unleashes the bright yellow jade skill. It releases a lightning magic strike that creates a massive thunder barrier at the target point and wipes out the enemies caught within it. The attack is amplified by the 3.3 million heavy thunder apocalypse, transforming into a violent storm of world-ending lightning crashing into the battlefield. Senior Su Zhan and his crew are completely shaken and thrown into panic by the overwhelming flames. The senior quickly attempts to steady everyone down. He realizes that the dragon's power is enough to make even the Dragon Capital High Command feel envy. Earlier, he never paid much attention to it, because he believed Lu Fan was only a student. His grandfather had personally taught him that dragons alone could never close the gap between Lu Fan and himself. But after witnessing it firsthand, the sight leaves him stunned. Uncle Tu was correct. Lu Fan truly is the only person capable of standing against the ancient gods. At the same time, our hero silently admires the strength of his dragons. Our hero notices that although the different core soldiers are facing unbearable pressure, battling against this endless tide of corpse beasts feels incredibly effortless to him. Every time an entire wave is wiped out, his experience rises at an astonishing rate. Then, one of his dragons unleashes a move called Starlight Annihilation Charge. A massive vortex of light begins spinning wildly in the air as it condenses into a glowing yellow sphere. Our boy charges ahead, while ordering his dragons to continue slaughtering the enemies. His green dragon releases a poison known as Nether Swarm. This poisonous dragon skill continuously drains the target's vitality while restoring the same amount of power back to the user. The Starry Sky Dragon kept rising in level as it unleashed a Starlight Annihilation beam straight into the heavens. The attack slammed into the enemy dragon, causing the poison dragon to rise as well until it reached level 74. The poison dragon immediately followed with a technique called Poison Sea Surge. Toxic waves spread across the battlefield, poisoning every enemy within range, while doubling the deadly poison stacking speed and wiping out even more foes. Meanwhile, high above the battlefield, the black dragon scorched everything into ashes. It activated world-burning stars by gathering countless flame tornadoes into one devastating explosion. The blast reduced entire groups of enemies into dust. Our hero's level also climbed to 83. The warriors cheered loudly, calling him their golden emblem officer and the guardian of the flame of Dragon Nation. Dragon Tamer Lu Fan had arrived, and today's victory belonged to them. Jean felt a trace of envy as he watched. Lu always possessed far too many dragons. His power truly lived up to the title of Guardian of the Flame, and it was no surprise that even Grandfather acknowledged him. The strength of these dragons was already beyond what the Dragon Capital army under his command could withstand. Then an enormous veil-like shadow passed over him, and he froze in shock, wondering what kind of creature could cast such a terrifying shadow. The massive creature shifted its core and began to move. Jean immediately ordered his griffin corpse beast to keep its distance. His uncle once warned him that the giant veil hidden within the northern cloud formation would explode upon death and was an extremely dangerous existence. But our hero ignored the danger completely. He flew directly toward the veil and calmly said that they were meeting once again. Jean, who followed behind on his griffin, could only stare in disbelief. Our hero pulled back his fist and prepared to strike his old enemy. His level rose again as he activated the Divine Bone Descent skill. The ability boosted all his attributes by 300% before he smashed his fist directly into the beast's face. Jean was completely stunned. Even his griffin let out a terrified screech as the shock wave slammed into them. He could not believe that such an enormous beast had been killed with a single punch. He wondered what kind of equipment our hero was even wearing. White fluid slowly began oozing from the creature's body as it collapsed. Our hero merely smiled and thought that the beast whale truly rivaled dragon-level power. Blue energy suddenly started leaking out from the creature's face. A moment later, it erupted violently, triggering a massive explosion that tore the beast apart into blood and scattered chunks of flesh. The warriors began shouting our hero's name in excitement, saying he was far too powerful and was pushing the entire front line forward by himself. Jean admitted that he already expected this much from the Guardian of the Flame, personally appointed by the three elders. Once he became serious, the corpse beast died almost instantly after collapsing. Our hero answered that the same was true for Commander Jean. Aside from Senior 2, the Griffin Corps respected no one, yet Jean had gained their recognition immediately. At that moment, a strange sphere started forming before our hero, as he calmly added that Jean had said one thing incorrectly. Jean asked what exactly he meant. Several portals suddenly opened, and 3 more dragons emerged from within. One of them was our hero's familiar black dragon, the Shadow Dragon. Our hero had formed a contract with someone else's Shadow Dragon King, along with 2 additional dragons. He calmly explained that he still had not fought with his full power. Jean was completely shocked at the sight before him. He could hardly believe our hero possessed 3 more dragons. Even the griffins stared at those terrifying creatures with fear. Our hero activated Shadow Stealth on the dragons, allowing them to enter and exit stealth whenever they wished, while even taking damage could not break the effect. He told the commander that with his dragons, Xiao Fei and the Shadow Dragon King guarding the Winter Dragon, it was time for Winter to display her own strength. The Winter Dragon spoke proudly before flying forward. Then it roared and activated its ice dragon form known as Eternal Winter Frost. Its eyes and entire body began glowing with freezing power. As the transformation completed, its body expanded into a gigantic, monstrous dragon that released a thunderous roar. It immediately activated the Life Pulse skill, spreading Emerald Light and Emerald Blessing across all allies within range, while amplifying their effects by 2 to 4 times. Another ability allowed it to cast Emerald Light, granting targets 3 to 12 days of protection while cleansing every debuff and boosting attributes by 30 to 60%. The power stacked together with Emerald Blessings and the Emerald Dragon Bloodline, increasing all effects on dragons and anyone carrying dragon blood. The Ice Dragon's level continued rising as it healed every dragon after the battle. It also activated Storm Prison, summoning a massive blizzard that created an icy prison. Every enemy trapped inside continuously suffered ice damage, became frozen, and had their movement speed reduced by 80% for 30 seconds. Jean stared in complete shock as he realized this was the power of a young dragon barely above level 30. Although some monsters within the Beast Tide had reached level 80, most of them were around level 100, yet Lu still dealt with them effortlessly. No, he and his three-legged fire crow also needed to prove themselves. He immediately pulled on the griffin's reins and prepared to unleash his own skill. Meanwhile, our hero looked at the winter dragon with satisfaction and remarked that it no longer seemed to require protection anymore. He realized that winter, just like a Bayo, only possessed a single dragon form. Yet this eternal winter frost form alone could already battle against the corpse beast from the first battle. It was truly worthy of being the offspring of the Ice Dragon King. Then our hero ordered Xiao Fei to transform into Soul Light form and battle together with the Shadow Dragon Queen to slaughter the corpse puppets. The green dragon shifted into Soul Light form and activated a soul protection ability. The technique boosted every ally's attributes by as much as 200%. Any damage they received would be absorbed and converted directly into energy, turning the skill into a powerful blessing for the entire group. The moment the ability activated, its level immediately rose to 76. Then it attacked. Countless sharp pink shadow blades burst toward the enemies. Those rays struck the targets while stripping away every buff they possessed. The hideous monsters were slashed by the blades and instantly suffered massive damage. A gigantic sphere of dazzling light suddenly formed before the black dragon's face. It soared high above the battlefield before crashing the attack violently into the ground, obliterating countless beasts in the explosion. The skill was known as Aurora Judgment, a devastating beam capable of piercing through targets while shattering even 50% of an enemy's defense. At the same time, the Ice Dragon's level immediately climbed to 45 and it unlocked a new ability called Frostwall. Our hero felt satisfied seeing this progress. It would not take much longer before he reached level 90 and prepared for his 4th class advancement. Now standing at level 85, he noticed that even after fighting for so long, the Griffin Corps still had not managed to push the front line forward. Jean asked our hero if he had noticed it as well. The Beast Tide surrounding the Corps seemed endless. Even with more dragons summoned, exterminating them all would still be impossible. Our hero answered that the Blood Moon God must have opened a portal somewhere inside their nest. Continuing the battle like this served no purpose anymore. Then Jean tossed a medal toward our hero and remarked that great minds truly thought alike because he had already come to the same conclusion. If a portal truly existed, then it needed to be destroyed immediately. Our hero caught the object and examined it carefully. It was a soul medal, an accessory carried by every beast. Each time the wearer killed a beast, the medal absorbed fragments of its soul for tracking purposes. Jean proposed a contest. They would see who possessed greater battlefield experience. Whoever located the nest first and destroyed the portal would put an end to the entire invasion. While our hero continued examining the medal, Jean explained the rules further. It would be a fair competition. Neither of them could use the medal until the nest had been discovered, and any kills made outside the nest would not count. Did he agree? Our hero smiled to himself and realized it was a kill count competition. Jean clearly believed his battlefield experience would allow him to locate the nest first and begin earning points earlier. Senior TU did not want them fighting each other directly, but if it was this kind of contest instead, our hero accepted calmly and admitted that the proposal sounded good. He would take the challenge. Jean told Lu Fan that he had been observing him carefully. His strength truly deserved the title of Guardian of the Flame. Uncle TU had likely already explained everything, so he would speak directly. Even though Uncle TU fully supported him, the command of the army was currently in Jean's hands. If Lu Fan wanted his recognition as well, then he needed to win this competition. Our hero replied that it almost sounded like Jean actually wanted him to win, so there was no need for such a contest. Perhaps he was simply trying to find a graceful excuse to step down. Jean immediately called that idea ridiculous and declared that since they were competing, both victory and defeat had to be taken seriously. Our hero answered calmly that if Jean already understood the gap between them, yet still insisted on competing, then he would add another condition. The loser would have to hand over one item of at least epic quality to the winner. What did he think about that? Jean laughed lightly and admitted that Lu Fan was truly an interesting person. Since that was the case, he would not take advantage of him. He immediately tossed a scroll toward our hero. Our hero caught the scroll smoothly. After opening it, he realized it was actually a map. He immediately remarked that Jean had already known the location of the corpse beast nest all along. Jean explained that he deduced the location using the frontline movements of the Dragon Capital Army together with the Griffin Corps. Whether Lu Fan believed him or not was his own choice. Then he flew away while saying that if Lu Fan wished to wander around blindly like a headless fly, he was free to do so. As for him, he would head directly toward the C2 location. Our hero quietly reflected that the commander truly matched Elder TU's description. He held no ill intentions at all and was simply extremely competitive by nature. The C1 location was roughly 150 kilometers away. Since the commander had led the army for such a long time, our hero decided to trust his judgment. Our hero then signaled for all his dragons to follow as they departed to search for the enemy nest. After flying for nearly half an hour, he finally reached the peak of a mountain where a strange glowing light could be seen. A member of our hero's team spoke anxiously, asking the devouring Dragon King when it would finally finish absorbing the life seed. The undead god's mount had already triggered a massive beast tide. Thick smoke rose from the ground below, while our hero muttered in frustration that there was still no response yet. He cursed quietly and wondered how much longer it would take before everything became ready. As he watched enormous gorilla-like beasts alongside countless skeletal monsters, our hero realized the commander had been correct. The entire undead tide truly originated from this location. Battling against this tide increased his levels faster than ever before, making it the perfect chance to reach his fourth advancement before facing the undead god himself. The commander also arrived at the location and informed our hero that the Blood Moon gods had likely opened many nests similar to this one. If they failed to shut every portal down, no amount of soldiers would ever be enough to stop the invasion. Our hero immediately began summoning his dragons and told the commander that although he had left earlier, he still arrived later. Time waits for no one, so the competition should begin immediately. From the summoning gates, the Winter Dragon and the Black Dragon emerged first. Our hero ordered them to charge toward the nest and clear out all the undead creatures on the surface before anything else. He commanded the Black Dragon to unleash Cataclysm, a 3.3 million heavenly thunder annihilation attack. The Black Dragon instantly detonated the skies above the battlefield, inflicting catastrophic damage upon the enemy army below. The Winter Dragon followed by releasing a 3 million thunder annihilation attack, while summoning a massive storm. Destructive lightning descended across the battlefield and bombarded the enemy territory relentlessly. Our hero activated the Soul Metal and immediately watched the kill count rise to 212 in an instant. He admitted that this counting metal was surprisingly convenient. He then wondered if the commander truly intended to stand there and watch him fight the entire battle alone. The commander pressed forward on his griffin and declared that it was time to fight as well. He ordered the griffin to unleash flames upon the enemy forces. Then the commander tells Lu that he will show him the true power carried by a commander. Flames instantly erupt across his body as a massive sphere of fire forms above him. It is the flame fusion skill that combines countless fire attributes together, granting all of their powers and creating 3 blazing fire orbs to assist in battle. Those 4 blazing orbs shoot toward the enemy forces at blinding speed. The attack crashes into the ground and tears through the tide of warriors as a violent explosion sends shockwaves across the battlefield. Our hero realizes that he has fused with the 3-legged fire crow. Is he a transformation class type? Yet compared to Ning Shuang from the Western region, Jean is on an entirely different level. Interesting. In that case, he will need to fight seriously because defeating him will not be easy. Our hero immediately commands his 2 dragons to enter the fight. He activates a divine bone armament that allows his Dragon King to transform into a pair of armored gauntlets. Our hero unleashes his full strength against the enemy forces. It is Weakling Repel, a skill that releases crimson killing intent capable of ignoring defenses while blasting back every nearby enemy. The strange part of the skill is that the greater the distance between enemies, the more terrifying the destruction becomes. Suddenly, our hero's level rises to 86%. His 2 dragons are fully prepared for combat. But most of the battlefield has already been erased along with the enemies, leaving behind nothing except smoke. Then our boy suddenly widens his eyes in shock after noticing something. More monsters crawl out from the gate, while releasing horrifying screeches. Our boy senses that the sinister aura hidden inside the cave is strengthening the monsters. They need to end this quickly and charge into the cave. He immediately orders everyone to regroup and slaughter every enhanced monster near the entrance. His green dragon steps forward without hesitation. It activates Poison Dragon form and releases Needleworm Poison Dragon, a corrosive poison that drains enemy health while restoring vitality to allies. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon shows absolutely no mercy. It unleashes Rolling Thunder Strike and nearly electrocutes every enemy nearby while burning them into charred remains and paralyzing anyone caught within the attack. The Poison Dragon then spreads out a raging poisonous sea. The toxins consume every enemy trapped inside the domain, and countless monsters die from the attack, allowing it to rise to level 76. Then, using Bone Divine Descent, our hero cuts straight through the beast horde. He instantly slaughters one of the gorilla monsters while thinking that the enhancement has raised their power to a terrifying level. Fighting them feels exactly like battling Chun Tianji in Countess Divine Bone form. Just what kind of existence is hidden inside that cave? But then another beast with the face of a lion suddenly leaps toward our hero, and he narrowly avoids the strike. He immediately turns around and smashes the monster's head apart, while thinking that these creatures move just like the corpse puppets from before. He must stay extremely careful. A tiny drop of blood suddenly lands on the poison dragon's face. Another droplet falls onto the nose of the blue dragon as well. The blue dragon cries out as its body suddenly begins shrinking. Our hero notices the strange change and wonders what exactly is happening to them. The poison dragon transforms into a small girl, while the blue dragon also changes into a human form. Seeing his dragon Xiaoji, our boy realizes that he never even knew they could take on human forms. He watches Xiao Ji and Abeo appear as little girls, though Xiao Ji still has a venomous tail attached to her body, something he finds rather strange. Then Xiao Ji unleashes Chain Lightning charging. Lightning gathers at the tip of her finger before spreading outward in every direction. This skill releases a bolt of lightning that leaps between enemy targets. After every jump, the following strike becomes 30% stronger, up to 10 jumps in total. The blue dragon itself can also function as a relay point. The dragon girl laughs while roasting the beasts with lightning as her level rises to 78. Our boy watches with amusement and thinks that Abeo clearly cannot wait to discover the differences of having a human form. The little kid probably still does not realize that taking human form does not provide any new abilities. Abeo activates the 2-guard. It is actually dragon poison. The poison dragon divides itself and creates 2 suicidal guards that constantly spray poison at nearby enemies before exploding on impact or destruction and leaving behind a poisonous mist. The instant those 2 guards collide with the beasts, the next moment a violent explosion erupts and completely obliterates both creatures, while also increasing the poison guard's level. Our boy comments that this is actually pretty good. The leaderbird guards in human form are humanoid as well, which at least makes them look far more intimidating compared to their hatchling forms. Then all of them charge into the battle together without hesitation. Our boy thinks that today's progress has been unbelievably smooth. They are leveling up non-stop while even unlocking completely new forms. He tells his dragons that they must fight with everything they have, break through to level 90 for the 4th advancement, and completely wipe out this nest. The story reveals that from that moment onward, they continued endlessly slaughtering the undead beasts flooding out from the nests. The black dragon unleashes Lava Burst, causing flames to erupt across the target area and create a massive lava pool. Any target trapped inside slowly sinks into magma, while suffering overwhelming continuous damage. Abeo uses Rolling Thunder, striking the target area with countless lightning bolts that form a storm field capable of dealing devastating lightning damage to enemies. The Winter Dragon fires 39 million star ammunition, yet despite all of that power, the battle still drags on for 4 entire hours. Even after night falls, they continue killing relentlessly while inflicting catastrophic damage upon the enemy forces. The Poison Dragon activates Current Poison into scattered particles that spread and stack automatically while constantly switching poison types without affecting particles already activated. Among them, the Black Dragon unleashes Shadow Burst, releasing wind blades that cut through nearby enemies while stripping away all of their buffs. Now our boy has finally cleared away the tide of corpse bees blocking the cave entrance, and they are finally able to advance deeper into the nest. One of his dragons activates Natural Assimilation. The Shadow Dragon King then summons the Shadow Dragon Obsidian Blade. Our hero, together with every one of his dragon pets, has already reached level 90. Frost Wall summons solid ice to create an extremely durable barrier, while enemies trapped within its domain have their movement speed reduced by as much as 75%. Our boy prepares to unleash the finishing strike. He activates Divine Bond once again in order to deliver the final attack. Deep inside the nest rests that enormous whale creature, and our boy crashes down a devastating blow onto its neck, causing it to crack apart instantly. All of his dragon pets have finally reached level 90, so he tells everyone to get ready. Now, they're about to enter the cave. Our boy carefully observes the inside of the cave, while his dragons fool around with one another like playful children. Some of them are busy testing the new skills they obtained after reaching level 90. Our boy tells them that it seems Commander Su has also finished clearing the corpse puppets on his side. The commander is burning the remaining monsters alive with flames. Lu checks the soul medal and notices that more than 300,000 monsters have already been killed within only 4 hours. The entire team has successfully reached level 90. Once level 90 is achieved, no further experience can be obtained. The only way to continue leveling is by completing the 4th advancement. Then he thinks that right now is not the proper time for the 4th advancement. If they fail to uncover the source of the black aura hidden inside the cave, the beast tide will eventually return and all of their efforts will become meaningless. Then the commander, still covered in flames, suddenly appears directly in front of him. He signals to the commander that they should head into the cave together. The commander activates his skill and charges forward first while telling our boy to stop trying to look cool. He declares that this time he will absolutely finish the battle before him. Before entering, our boy orders Xingqian to guard the entrance and make sure that not a single beast escapes alive. He then tells the others to follow him because they are going to completely wipe out the entire cave. As everyone begins flying deeper inside, our boy reminds Xiao, Ji, and Winter not to lag behind. Now Xingqian is left standing there completely alone while everyone else rushes into the cave. From the expression on her face, it is obvious that she is not pleased about guarding the entrance by herself. 10 minutes later, inside the cave, our boy is still moving through the beast's nest while carefully advancing forward. One of the dragons activates its fluorescence ability to illuminate the surroundings while the others continue following behind. Then our boy suddenly hears the sound of serpent and immediately comes to a halt. He also has a light attached to his shirt that allows him to see through the darkness filling the cave. The little dragon becomes visibly irritated after hearing that sound, and our boy realizes that he has never seen Xiaoya this furious before. It feels as though he has encountered a mortal enemy. Until they clearly identify what is hiding ahead, they should not act recklessly. Then our boy throws the light deep into the darkness toward the source of the sound. The light strikes against a gigantic figure so enormous that the beam does not even seem capable of reaching its legs. Our boy looks upward in shock and wonders what kind of creature it is. This is actually the shadow guard of the ancient corpse god, a massive dragon monster standing at level 130. The ancient corpse god shadow guard is not a servant of the blood moon god, but the personal guardian of the ancient god itself. No wonder his dragon carries such hatred toward it. This is the same shadow creature that once mocked both him and his dragon near the ancient god's black weapon. Back then neither he nor his dragon stood a chance against it, and they barely escaped alive. Now all of his dragons are ready to enter their beastral forms. They roar furiously and transform into destructive dragon states through natural assimilation while activating their skills to attack. The ice dragon also shifts into winter frost form while the venomous dragon instantly unleashes its skill. Our boy prepares himself as well while declaring that things are completely different now. Every one of them has already reached level 90, so killing this creature will be effortless. His black dragon releases blazing fire mixed with a tornado attack, while Xiao Yi transforms into a radiant golden form known as World Alteration Strike. It roars fiercely at the beast and orders it to come forward. Before the other dragons can attack, the golden dragon tells everyone to wait and immediately unleashes Judgment Claw against the ancient god Shadow Guard. The strike inflicts devastating damage upon the massive dragon. Then the current toxin poison lands on the creature and reduces its defense by up to 50%. Right after that, the winter dragon freezes it in place with glacier ice. It also unleashes Doomsday Calamity, releasing the power of a frozen cataclysm that drastically lowers the temperature throughout the targeted area and its surroundings to the point where the body can no longer function. The poison dragon follows up with netherworld lethal poison that continuously damages every enemy trapped within the affected area. The golden dragon then orders everyone to focus all of their burst damage at once. The remaining 2 dragons activate Shadow Humiliation, teleporting behind the target and striking directly at its weak points to inflict massive damage. The other skill is Heavenly Wrath, which locks onto the target before unleashing rapid lightning strikes capable of causing overwhelming destruction. The Golden Dragon then calls for the Black Dragon and Winter to unleash everything and finish off the ancient god's guardian. All of their attacks crash into the guardian simultaneously, and the creature lets out a roar of agony. World in consternation and doomsday calamity strike together at the exact same moment. The guardian dragon screams in pain as blazing fire engulfs its entire body. The Golden Dragon tells the creature that times have already changed. He declares that he is no longer the rookie from the Griffin Corps whom the Guardian once hunted down in the past. Now the creature no longer possesses any strength to resist them. Suddenly Xiaoyi prepares to launch another attack, and the others begin wondering what just happened. Then the Golden Dragon once again hears the Guardian's hissing voice, and his eyes suddenly widen in shock. He cannot believe that the dragon's aura is actually starting to merge back together once again. The Golden Dragon realizes that this Guardian cannot truly be killed because it is capable of reconstructing its own body. The shattered limbs of the Guardian slowly reconnect together once again. Later, the giant dragon's tail and severed limbs slowly begin regenerating on their own. Soon, the entire dragon completely restores itself once more. The Golden Dragon is stunned that this creature can still revive again. The Guardian Dragon releases an earth-shaking roar, and the entire area trembles beneath its overwhelming pressure. Standing before it are our boys' 3 dragons, already prepared to attack once again. Before anything else can happen, the Winter Dragon immediately unleashes Storm Prison, a massive blizzard that forms an icy prison. Any dragon trapped within the frozen storm suffers ice damage and becomes inflicted with freeze, reducing movement speed by 80%. Instantly, the Guardian Dragon's face and limbs become covered in thick frost, and within moments the entire creature is frozen solid into a giant glacier. Our boy stares in complete shock. The Golden Dragon finally realizes that the creature's resurrection is not limitless. Every time it revives, its strength becomes weaker. Even so, the Guardian Dragon shatters the ice, imprisoning it and forces its frozen body to move forward once again. The Golden Dragon charges ahead and slams another Judgment Claw directly onto the Guardian Dragon's face. The Guardian Dragon raises its arm to block, but a lightning-fast slash crashes into it instead. The impact is so overwhelming that the Guardian Dragon is blasted backward, while the resulting shockwave even pushes the Golden Dragon away. The Guardian Dragon is launched high into the air by the force. Along with it, the surrounding monsters begin roaring wildly. When the Guardian Dragon finally crashes back down, the ground shatters beneath its enormous weight, and the creature screams while smashing heavily into the earth. The Golden Dragon, together with the other 2 dragons, carefully watches this Guardian, who is now visibly sweating after being completely overwhelmed by the very dragons it once toyed with in the past. Surprisingly, the Guardian Dragon suddenly attempts to flee from the battlefield. But the moment its foot touches the ground, the area transforms into a poisonous swamp from another world. Its feet become trapped inside the poison, while the toxic liquid spreads across its entire body. This is current poison, a poisonous mark that reduces the target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. Its flesh begins rotting away as muscles become exposed under the deadly poison. The Guardian Dragon screams in agony, while the poison tide spreads and damages every area it touches. Then heavenly wrath, lightning crashes down onto the Guardian Dragon and deals massive damage. It is Xiaoya who strikes it with lightning while it remains trapped inside the poison. The dragon attempts to roar and intimidate him away. But then another black dragon suddenly appears with Shadow Assassination. It instantly teleports behind the Guardian Dragon and pierces its weak point, inflicting 1600 strength damage upon the Guardian. Then Shadow Assault slices directly across the dragon's neck, and blood erupts outward as the strike alone deals 20% damage. The helpless Guardian, who is being completely dominated by our dragons, finally collapses onto the ground and is defeated. Our hero finally lands while thinking that the Guardian creature, which once terrified Xiaoya, has now been defeated by his own hands. With the Shadow Guardian dead, this nest will no longer threaten the front lines. Our boy picks up the dead Guardian, whose body has now shrunk down in size, and thinks that perhaps this Shadow Guardian hide can be taken back to the outpost for research. He stores it inside his inventory, while saying that it may become useful during the counterattack against the ancient gold corpse. Then our boy suddenly hears another voice and immediately realizes that there may be another dragon deeper inside the cave. Now, deep within the cave, that mysterious voice becomes louder while our boy stands motionless and listens carefully. Then he tells his dragons to stay alert because they must continue advancing deeper ahead. Meanwhile, elsewhere we see flames and blizzards raging around a griffin that is desperately dashing forward while panting and sweating heavily. It is not chasing something at all, because the guardian dragon actually has a twin that is pursuing the commander relentlessly. The creature swings its claw and wounds the griffin across the back, yet the griffin still desperately avoids further damage while continuing to fly away. The commander thinks that he has already killed this creature twice, and yet it still revives. If it kills him while he is in flame, fusion form, the fusion will end, but he himself will survive. But if he dies now, then he will truly perish. The commander realizes that flame fusion still has another 5 minutes before it can be used again. He must somehow survive for 5 more minutes. But the gigantic dragon refuses to give him any time at all. It opens its enormous mouth wide, while the griffin looks no larger than an ant before it. The dragon attempts to swallow the griffin alive, but the griffin barely escapes from its jaws in time. Even then, it only narrowly avoids being caught. The commander is now struggling desperately against the beast as it repeatedly injures the griffin over and over again. The griffin coughs up blood after suffering another heavy blow. Now, while flying above the gigantic dragon, the commander wonders that if Lu were facing the same situation here, then how exactly would he fight against this dragon? For minutes later, the commander is still barely holding on, while thinking that they absolutely cannot allow this monster to wreak havoc across the far north. The commander prepares another spear and ignites it with flames while thinking that even if he dies today, he will stop this monster. This is Burning Body Spear, a weapon that continuously burns and grows stronger over time as the amplification increases with every passing moment. With blinding speed, the commander charges straight toward the dragon while it opens its jaws wide to devour him. The commander roars that they should perish together. Then he unleashes Blade Armor Thrust, rapidly driving the burning spear forward to inflict piercing damage that tears through 45% of enemy defense, while reflecting 99% of received damage back toward the attacker. At the same moment, countless attacks slash around the dragon's neck, limbs, jaws, and body from every direction. This is Shadow Burst, the release of countless blades that damage enemies while stripping away every active buff. The gigantic dragon is instantly shredded into countless pieces. Even its massive jaw is severed apart. But that attack was never unleashed by the commander at all. It is none other than our boy, who suddenly appears from nowhere and tears the beast apart completely. The black dragon also emerges from the inventory at that moment. Our boy says that the timing could not have been more perfect. The commander asks our boy if he already knew about this creature and whether he had encountered it before. Our boy replies that he is right. This monster is one of the ancient corpse god Shadow Guards. He first encountered it back when he had just joined the Griffin Corps. The commander thinks that he speaks about such a terrifying encounter so casually. This guy has already crossed paths with an ancient god before. No wonder grandfather values him so highly. So the commander descends from his griffin and approaches him to ask more about how exactly he managed to kill the creature. Suddenly, the guardian dragon once again begins restoring itself as dark energy pours out from its body while its strength rapidly regenerates. Its tail and flesh begin twisting and merging together again. Then, just like before, every limb, tail, and even its neck completely heal while the entire body regenerates once more. The commander is shocked, though he had already expected that this monster would revive again eventually. The little poison dragon suddenly appears once more with an adorable smile, yet it immediately unleashes the deadly poison slime skill, which instantly lowers the guardian dragon's defense by 15% for several seconds. Another netherworld poison strikes the creature and begins rotting away every area where the toxin touches its body. The guardian dragon had barely healed before becoming enraged by the poisonous assault. Then, the winter dragon unleashes a massive blizzard that freezes the guardian dragon and reduces its movement speed by 80% for 30 seconds. The creature's entire body becomes trapped in ice, while only its neck remains exposed. But from the side, the black dragon suddenly appears through a shadow skill and prepares to attack. The moment the guardian dragon sees it, its eyes widen because it realizes that death is standing directly before it. The black dragon tears through the guardian with razor-sharp claws using Shadow Burst, and once again severs the arms, torso, and even the jaws of the guardian dragon within a single attack. The commander is completely stunned. He fought this creature while risking his life, yet these dragons defeated the guardian with unbelievable ease. But that was still not the end. The ice dragon suddenly appears directly in front of the Shattered Guardian and unleashes Aurora Judgment, an energy beam that pierces through the target and freezes it from the inside out. As a result, the guardian dragon collapses onto the ground, once again in total defeat. The commander can hardly believe that the guardian has actually died for real this time. The guardian's body begins leaking blood and dark energy everywhere. It no longer possesses enough power to revive itself. Suddenly, from the pool of blood, a face slowly begins forming while glowing eyes emerge from within the dark liquid. This time, only a tiny dragon appears. Every time the creature was killed, its regenerative ability weakened further, and now it no longer has enough strength to restore its original form, leaving behind only this small dragon. From behind, the winter dragon of our boy suddenly steps forward while its foot moves toward the tiny dragon that is desperately trying to escape for its life. Both our boy and the commander stare in shock as that foot comes crashing down onto the guardian dragon. The ancient corpse god Shadow Guardian is finally killed completely. Its body melts into nothing more than a puddle of heavy dark matter. Our boy walks over to it and notices that only a strange hide remains behind. He picks it up and narrows his eyes toward the commander while saying that when the creature truly dies, it leaves behind this hide. They should take it back for research because it may help them discover a method to deal with the ancient god. The commander finally admits that he lost the challenge he made earlier against our boy. He finally accepts that his uncle and grandfather were right about Lu, and that he truly is the only one worthy of such recognition. The commander presses his wrist before asking with difficulty if he can see how many beasts our boy actually killed. Our boy shows him a badge displaying a kill streak of more than 300,000. The commander can hardly believe what he is seeing. He thinks that over 300,000 kills actually makes sense, since Lu has already reached level 90. He tightly closes his eyes and finally accepts the bitter truth that compared to Lu he is still weak because he himself only managed to kill 6,000 beasts. The commander immediately accepts defeat and removes his ring while thinking that only someone possessing this kind of strength deserves the title Guardian of the Flame. He then tosses the ring toward our boy. Our boy catches the ring and says that it is far too valuable since they already had an agreement beforehand. It turns out that this is the three-legged golden crow soul ring, a legendary quality item possessing top-tier strength, agility, spirit, endurance, and numerous special effects. It even contains a summoning ability. We then see the ring closely with the figure of a golden crow engraved into it. Even its base quality alone would already have been more than enough for our boy. The commander explains that without Lu, this ring would have remained on his corpse forever. Then the commander calmly states that he is his uncle's successor and relies on strategy together with command ability rather than depending entirely on equipment. The commander then says that Lu is the flame dragon and the future flame of Dragon Nation who will eventually face the ancient gods. This ring was originally given to him by his grandfather, but only in Lu's hands can it truly benefit the battlefield. Our boy looks at the ring before finally agreeing to accept it. Even though he already possesses countless dragons capable of handling nearly every battle, he still decides to wear the ring anyway. He then raises his arm while thinking that the ring already has a level requirement removal enhancement, which saves him a great deal of trouble. The ring suddenly begins glowing brighter before the light condenses inward into a vortex. From that brilliant glow, a gigantic golden crow suddenly appears after being summoned. The commander's eyes become dazed as he realizes that Lu has gained recognition from the golden crow essence itself. He possessed the ring for so long, yet never managed to summon it even once. The crow immediately unleashes its skill and fires toward the ground. Sharp, blazing structures erupt outward. The attack crashes into the ground and shatters the earth beneath its terrifying pressure, while a massive explosion erupts with devastating force. The commander stares in disbelief, while realizing that it looks exactly like his great-grandfather's golden crow. Our boy is also surprised while one of his dragons becomes visibly jealous. He realizes that this ring is truly powerful because the golden crow summoned from it is already as strong as Xiao Yi right after completing his third advancement. Then they notice that the entire area is still burning intensely while the golden crow remains standing within the flames. As the fire rises even higher, the shadow of the crow grows larger and larger while it slowly begins emerging from the blazing inferno. Later, the dragons also appear beside our boy, while he thinks that there is no time to focus on this matter, because what truly matters now is completing the fourth advancement. Then our boy notices the commander standing nearby, looking completely exhausted and heavily wounded. He immediately tells his dragon to heal the commander, and she happily rushes toward him. Then she activates two skills, Fountain of Life and Emerald Light, restoring health while recovering all reduced attributes. The commander immediately begins receiving the healing effects and can feel his HP rapidly increasing. The commander says that not only have all of his wounds healed, but even his strength has doubled. The commander then admits that he has worked together with many level 100 support classes before, yet not a single one of them can compare to her. Our boy gently pats his dragon for doing such a good job. Then the commander looks to the side and says that it is unfortunate they still have no idea why the Shadow Guard appeared there. If they could uncover the reason behind it, the pressure on the front lines would decrease greatly. Our boy replies that once he completes his fourth advancement, he will return and completely overturn this entire place. The commander pauses because he cannot fully understand what Lu means. So he asks in surprise whether Lu has already reached level 90, while Lu simply stands there confidently showing off. The commander lets out a sigh. He feels jealous, but also understands that killing more than 300,000 corpse puppets would naturally be enough to reach level 90. Then the two begin walking while the commander says that the timing is perfect because he also needs to return to the outpost to make his report, so they should travel together. Our boy agrees without hesitation. Along the way, many different beasts suddenly appear again to block their path. The commander immediately creates a giant fireball to deal with them. He hurls it directly toward the beasts, and they begin screaming in agony as the flames roast them alive. The commander says that every extra kill makes the front lines a little easier to defend. Our boy thinks that Commander Su truly deserves the recognition given by Elder Zhou because he really is impressive. But then our boy summons all of his dragons at once to completely clear the path, and every dragon appears with devastating skills already prepared to strike. The commander nearly breaks into a sweat while thinking that Lu possesses far too many absurdly powerful dragons. Our boy calmly says that he will also lend a hand. His dragons immediately unleash all of their signature skills at full power. 9 million Stellar Annihilation, Cataclysm, 3,300,000 Heavenly Thunder Annihilations, and Frost Wall are all activated together. Once every skill settles down, what remains is a completely cleared road leading outside with no enemies left standing anywhere in their path. As they finally walk out of the area, the commander tells our boy that he will wait for Lu at the front lines once he returns. Together, they will destroy every remaining nest, and our boy agrees. Then the commander climbs onto his griffin and peacefully flies away into the distance. Our boy watches the commander leave while wondering how things are progressing on the other side. Later that same night, at the far north safety outpost, inside the shelter, all of the girls together with the principal and the secretary are gathered near the fire. Suddenly the door swings open and catches everyone completely off guard. Our boy walks inside and asks what happened. He says that he has only been gone for a few days, so why does everyone look so exhausted? All of the girls immediately feel relieved after seeing him again, while some of them can no longer hold back their emotions. Even the principal looks incredibly relieved. Tao Zi almost weeps while jumping upon our boy, saying they have been in so miserable position while Lu's Ani and Qin are happy to see him. Our boy holds little Tao Zi back while her aunt checks on him if he has any injuries. Lu knows they went out and got stuck for 2 days. Tao complains that without him, they almost died once. The old man walks over to our boy and tells him that it is good to see him back safely. Our boy says that once he completes his 4th advancement, he will lead everyone to slaughter the beast tide. He tells them to give him 3 days and promises that when he returns, he will bring them all to the 9th level. Taozi is stunned and asks if Lu truly just said that. Her aunt immediately asks what level Lu actually mentioned while the other girls also stare at him in disbelief. Even Jian admits that she never expected Lu to already be on the verge of reaching the 4th advancement. The elder turns toward the principal and begins asking her about the 4th advancement. The principal quietly walks over to our boy before passing by him and telling him to come outside because she needs to discuss something important. Later outside, while the snowstorm grows heavier, our boy asks in slight surprise why he cannot complete the 4th advancement at school. The principal says that he is correct and explains that he truly cannot complete it there. She looks apologetic while explaining that beginning from the 4th advancement onward, Lu will require special breakthrough materials. She also explains that Lu will need guidance from a specialist in order to advance successfully. Our boy lets out a sigh before asking that if what she says is true, then who exactly can help him? She calmly reassures our boy not to worry, because she will personally take him to meet someone. Our boy turns toward her in surprise and asks who that person is. The principal explains that this person can not only help him complete the advancement, but will also provide enormous benefits for his future growth. Our boy then asks whether they truly needed to come all the way outside just to talk about this. The principal suddenly clings onto our boy and teasingly says that if she had not used that excuse, then how could she trick him into coming outside alone with her? She then laughs playfully. While they continue walking, she tells our boy that tomorrow they will head to the Dragon Capital Academy to meet that person. The next day at the Dragon Capital Academy, while walking through the dense forest paths, the principal explains that she contacted that specific person last night and that she is currently at the academy today. Our boy thinks that the scenery around this place feels completely unfamiliar. He never expected the academy to hide an area like this. After walking for some time, the principal finally says that they have arrived. Our boy notices a small house hidden deep within the thick forest and looks surprised. The principal calmly tells him that this is the place. Our boy looks around carefully while the principal explains that this is the residence of Professor Yang, the area formation professor of Dragon Capital Academy. Then the principal explains that Professor Yang was also the one who supervised her own fourth advancement. Anyone who advances under her guidance gains a much deeper understanding of their class afterward. Our boy wonders what kind of person an area formation professor like her could possibly be. The principal knocks on the professor's door. From inside, a voice asks who it is. The principal replies that she has brought someone to meet Professor Yang. The female professor opens the door slightly before saying that the boy can wait outside, while only the principal enters. The principal glances back at our boy to show that he understands before stepping inside and leaving him outside alone. Our boy sighs and mutters that he really ended up getting rejected right at the door. Later, he quietly waits outside. After some time, the principal finally walks back out while carrying something in her hand. Our boy immediately asks how things went. The principal explains that Professor Yang said he must first gather these breakthrough materials before attempting the fourth advancement. She hands a box over to our boy. Our boy opens the box and looks at the long list in surprise while asking whether he truly needs that many materials. The first item is called an Abyss Crystal, located deep within the Abyss Rift at the border between Dragon Nation and Southern Nation. He then asks what exactly the Abyss Rift is. The principal asks in surprise whether he has never heard about the Abyss Rift before. Our boy simply asks whether it is famous. She explains that between the borders of the two nations lies a long and narrow abyss containing countless hidden dungeon entrances. She says that these dungeons are concealed at the bottom of the abyss and are almost impossible to locate without a proper guide. She explains that the depths contain countless rare gems and crystals hidden within the darkness. Many people who venture there in search of materials never manage to fully explore the area. Most either return empty-handed or die there entirely, leaving behind nothing except bones and skulls. The principal explains that the outside of the secret realms is even more chaotic. Gangs from both nations have remained locked in constant conflict for years over the rights to use the Abyss Rift. The region around South Blackport has already become a completely lawless land. Our boy nods in understanding and says that he will make a trip there himself. The principal warns him to remain extremely careful and avoid getting involved with the gangs there, because she, as the headmaster, must continue staying at the safety outpost. Our boy reassures her not to worry about him and asks her to inform his aunt and the others that he will return to find them once everything here is finished. Then the two part ways separately. Our boy activates his teleportation array, and a glowing blue circle instantly appears before him. Later that afternoon, our boy arrives at the Longnan Prefecture border, where the entire region gives off the atmosphere of a land destroyed by endless chaos. As our boy enters the area, he is naturally not alone. His dragons accompany him, as always, while he commands the summoning of the Shadow Dragon King. The Shadow Dragon King possesses the power of natural assimilation, which allows it to be summoned at the exact same level as its master. Our boy applies stealth to all of his dragons so that nobody nearby can detect their presence. Then he activates another skill called Shadow Cloak, which grants shadow concealment to both himself and all allies for 6 full minutes. Within the forests and swamps of Longnan Prefecture outside the Abyss border, countless dead bodies can already be seen lying beside scattered treasures. The thugs responsible for killing those people laugh, while opening the treasure boxes and mocking the Dragon Nation gangs at South Blackport as worthless trash. Another man says that those people still dare compete with them over the Abyss Rift, which is completely pathetic. Then from behind them, our boy suddenly appears and remarks that this must be the conflict the principal mentioned earlier. One of the thugs immediately shouts that they missed one survivor and orders everyone to kill him at once. Our boy coldly warns them that they're simply asking for death. Then his black dragon suddenly appears and unleashes Shadow Burst, sending deadly slashes across the battlefield that damage enemies while removing their buffs. The thugs caught within the attack instantly lose their heads and limbs before dying on the spot. Now the few survivors left behind notice the enormous dragon looming directly above our boy. A second later, they are also slaughtered and blood splashes across the ground directly in front of him. Then our boy notices movement within the water as countless droplets suddenly rise upward. A seductive-looking woman who clearly resembles an assassin emerges from the water while riding an eagle. Her name is Z, and she is the leader of the Heavenly Dragon Gang. Z glares down at our boy with cold anger, while behind her numerous gang members riding griffins surround the entire area. The thugs on the ground are immediately terrified because they recognize the local gang. They panic and wonder what they should do because Z has arrived together with even more people. Looking at the Dragon Nation youth standing there, they quickly decide to retreat as fast as possible. They all begin fleeing while shouting that if they do not run now, they will all die. Our boy thinks that these Southern Nation men must have mistaken him as part of this gang. They escaped the moment they saw her, which means this so-called demon lady is clearly someone dangerous. Two men accompany Z as they move forward. The older man says that those southern dogs ambushed the Heavenly Dragon Gang before, and today they must hunt them down and repay them with death. The younger man asks the mistress whether they should pursue them, and says the decision is hers. The woman calmly replies that there is no need to chase because she can make them pay regardless. Then suddenly the water behind the fleeing men begins twisting into a massive tornado. One of the men turns around in shock and asks what that thing is. Another immediately tells him to stop looking back and keep running. Meanwhile, Z unleashes a violent flood toward them while asking whether they truly believe they can escape. The fleeing thugs desperately beg for mercy while drowning beneath the water. They cry for their lives, yet receive absolutely no mercy at all. The water moves with terrifying speed, and the men drown within it before they can even struggle to swim. Our boy then appears, standing atop the drowned bodies while speaking in disappointment, and saying that dying to a skill like that proves Southerners are still as weak as ever. The woman turns toward her younger companion Gio and asks whether he recognizes the boy since he knows everyone around South Blackport. Gio frowns strangely and admits that he does not recognize him at all. He says the boy definitely is not from South Blackport. The older man also walks over and says that if the boy is not from South Blackport, then he cannot belong to either the Southern Nether Gang or the Flame Gang. Z calmly concludes that in that case, he can only be from the Southern Nation. He calls our boy a reckless Southern dog and demands to know how he dares stand there instead of fleeing after seeing him. He orders his two companions, the older Ching and the younger Gio, to kill this arrogant fool. Both men immediately charge forward while treating our boy like nothing more than a stray dog. Gio laughs and declares that he will personally send our boy to his grave. Our boy replies that the Southern gangs think he belongs with them, while these people think he is from the South instead, making the entire situation ridiculous. Ching warns the younger man to stay careful because this person appears extremely strong. Gio pulls out his sword while laughing arrogantly and says he already knows perfectly well how weak Southern Nation fighters are. Our boy grows annoyed after hearing them and says it seems he must calm him down first. He activates Repel of the Beast, releasing draconic killing intent that ignores defenses while blasting away every nearby enemy. The two fighters are instantly hurled backward by the overwhelming repelling force. The surrounding warriors stare in shock while wondering how both Master Ching and Master Gio were blown away so easily. Z immediately orders everyone not to panic because she will personally handle the situation. Before she can even react, our boy suddenly appears directly behind her and calmly tells her to stop while ordering her people to lower their weapons. The woman nearly breaks into a sweat after sensing him standing behind her. The warriors in the distance immediately begin shouting that their boss has been taken hostage. None of them can believe that everything happened right before their eyes. Our boy introduces himself as Lu Fan, the flame guardian fighting against the ancient god, and states that he is not their enemy. Z suddenly says that she knows who this person is and immediately orders all of the warriors to lower their weapons. She then asks our boy that although he is clearly strong, how can he prove he is truly Lu Fan who supposedly slays ancient gods? Our boy thinks that Longnan Prefecture truly is as isolated as the western frontier. Most people here have heard his name, but have never seen his face. He then pulls out a badge. He asks whether she recognizes it. The woman stares at the medal in shock before realizing that he truly is Lu Fan, though confusion still remains in her eyes. Even so, she immediately shows respect and apologizes deeply for failing to recognize someone so extraordinary. She says they never expected the legendary dragon Tamer himself to appear in this place. Old Ching sighs and says no wonder they were defeated in a single move, though he proudly mentions that he already sensed this guy was extremely powerful. The younger man also admits that he never imagined meeting a legend from his own generation and even wonders whether he is dreaming. Then the woman formally introduces herself and says that they're the Heavenly Dragon Gang from South Blackport. The remaining warriors also begin introducing themselves one after another. The younger man proudly says that he is the handsome deputy leader of the Heavenly Dragon Gang. The older man calmly says that he is also a deputy leader, except his level is much higher. After hearing their introductions, our boy casually comments that their gang name sounds rather outdated. The group becomes confused and quietly begins muttering among themselves that the previous boss created the name, while the young miss simply never changed it. The younger man even admits that he also wanted to rename it before. However, Z asks why he is not currently fighting the Beast Tide in the capital, and instead came all the way to this place. Our boy replies that he already traveled to the far north to battle the ancient god, but now he urgently needs to complete his 4th advancement. The principal informed him that the materials required for his advancement can be found within the abyss at the Longnan border. Gio asks in disbelief whether Lu still has not even broken past level 90. Ching sighs and says it is embarrassing to be defeated by someone who has not even reached the 4th advancement yet. Z asks whether he was tricked because nobody actually uses materials from the border abyss for advancement. Meanwhile, both deputies continue feeling embarrassed about losing so badly. Our boy thinks that Professor Yang truly is strange for sending him all the way from the far north to the far south for materials. Even so, he explains that the principal personally said Professor Yang is extremely capable, so there should not be any problem. Z then says that since he is already here, she will personally take him to the border abyss, because once he sees the place himself, he will understand why nobody uses materials from there. Half an hour later, they finally arrive at the Longnan Prefecture border abyss. Our boy looks at the massive rift and says that it truly is enormous, and realizes this is what separates the two nations. Z explains that this is the border abyss. Countless secret realms, both large and small, exist within it, while the 10 most important realms are located here. She explains that they are currently standing near the 10th secret realm. Our boy asks whether his breakthrough materials are located inside that realm. She replies that she can guarantee the materials are inside, though he will need to test it himself. Our boy thanks her for guiding him, and says time is limited, so he will head out immediately. Without hesitating, even once our boy leaps directly into the abyss alone. Soon after, he discovers a hidden secret realm and realizes that Z was telling the truth. Meanwhile, above the abyss, Gio mentions that Lu is the Flame Guardian preparing for war, and says they should help him by informing him that the 10th realm cannot even be entered without a special key. Old Qin calmly replies that the young miss already has her own plans. Meanwhile, the young miss remains silent while quietly observing our boy below. Then she finally turns around and says they should allow him to experience it himself. Once that happens, his goals and the Heavenly Dragon Gang's goals will naturally align together. This way, they can ride Lu Fan's momentum under the name of the Heavenly Dragon Gang. Then her expression suddenly turns cold as she declares that they will completely crush every Southern gang once and for all. Our boy walks toward the secret realm while thinking that this is perfect, because if the breakthrough materials are really inside, then he can complete his 4th advancement by tomorrow. He reaches out his hand to test the entrance first, but suddenly a force pushes him backward, which immediately surprises him. A system window instantly appears and informs him that the Abyss secret realm requires Abyss fragments. Our boy realizes that he cannot enter directly and still needs 9 Abyss fragments first. Just then someone asks him why he is not entering already. Our boy turns around to see who spoke. It is Z. Our boy immediately tells her to stop pretending and asks why she failed to mention earlier that the secret realm could not be entered directly. She casually replies that he should not take things so seriously because she was only joking around. The elder quickly steps in and asks Mr. Lu to calm down while explaining that their mistress truly meant no harm. Our boy says that enough nonsense has already been wasted and asks what exactly these Abyss fragments are. The woman explains that just as the name suggests, there are 9 keys required to open the realm. This is the 10th realm, while the keys themselves are hidden within the other 9 realms. Our boy immediately turns around and says that this is a complete waste of time before deciding to search for the other 9 realms himself. Z quickly attempts to stop him, but our boy leaps into the air without hesitation. She immediately tells him to wait because she has not finished explaining everything yet. Our boy pauses in midair before asking what else she still has to say and tells her to speak quickly. She sighs and says she originally thought he would simply leave immediately. Out of the 9 dungeons, only 2 still contain keys because the remaining 7 have already been claimed by gangs from both nations. She explains that all 9 keys are required to enter the 10th realm, which means something very important. Our boy instantly understands and asks whether she intends to bring him to those 7 gangs. That is exactly the case, and in exchange, he will help the Heavenly Dragon Gang eliminate them. Gio immediately realizes what their actual plan is while the elder tells him to stop looking so excited because it only makes them more embarrassed. Z explains that the Heavenly Dragon Gang will eliminate the Southern gangs and become stronger while Lu collects the 9 keys necessary for his advancement. She smiles and says that it is clearly a win-win situation, so there is no reason to refuse. Our boy thinks that this woman is truly shameless because revealing his identity will only attract more trouble while she plans to use him to clear away her obstacles. Even so, he also realizes that he knows nothing about the local gangs, and having her guide him would greatly speed things up. Our boy lands back on the ground and agrees to cooperate, but says they must establish rules first. If she leads him toward gangs that do not possess keys and wastes his time, then he will not hesitate to become hostile. She immediately accepts the agreement and says that she values loyalty greatly and will never betray her word. 1 hour later, they arrive at South Blackport within Longnan Prefecture. They remain atop their mounts while overlooking the large settlement. Z explains that South Blackport has always been a chaotic region. At first, Dragon Nation people did not mind Southerners settling there, but over time, those Southern dogs actually attempted to seize control and even establish their own gangs. Our boy asks whether the Heavenly Dragon Gang is the only Dragon Nation gang remaining here. She first says yes before immediately correcting herself and saying no instead. She explains that there are now 6 major gangs in total with 3 belonging to each side. She points toward the port and says that besides the Heavenly Dragon Gang, there are also the Southern Nether Gang and the Flame Gang. She points toward several nearby thugs, while explaining that those 2 gangs no longer care about either the Southern Nation or the people of Dragon Nation anymore. They have completely forgotten the original agreement they once made together. The 3 Dragon Nation gangs originally swore together to build South Blackport into a proper border city. With visible anger in her voice, she says that now those gangs only care about temporary pleasures. They have even gone as far as recruiting Southern Nation men into their own ranks. Then she lets out a helpless sigh and explains that if the Southern Nation ever takes advantage of Dragon Nation being occupied with the ancient gods in the far north and invades this place, then those 2 gangs will become dangerous time bombs. Our boy immediately understands and asks whether she wants him to strike first. She becomes excited and says exactly. The first step is to eliminate both the Southern Nether Gang and the Flame Gang. She explains that she will absorb all of their territories and gang members, while the 2 keys held by their leaders will belong entirely to him. Our boy calmly says that this sounds simple enough and tells her to spread the word because he will personally deal with them. She laughs and says he is straightforward as always before telling him to stay at their camp tonight. She explains that the camp only has tents and hopes he does not mind. Our boy replies that he once crossed the western frontier entirely on foot, so sleeping without a proper tent means nothing to him. Suddenly, Old Ching rushes over in panic and announces that a disaster has happened because the camp is currently under attack. Z immediately turns around in shock. Our boy asks whether the other gangs possibly decided to make the first move. She says that it is possible and immediately decides that they need to investigate. Now they arrive at the Heavenly Dragon Gang camp within South Blackport of Longnon. They quickly fly over before landing on the ground. Z sees wounded members of her gang collapsed all across the ground. One of the injured men rushes toward her in panic and says that a powerful fighter has appeared at the gate and none of them can stop her. Z orders him not to panic and asks for the details immediately. The injured man explains that the attacker is not from South Blackport at all. She has already injured more than a dozen brothers, and now even Gio is struggling to hold her back. She attacks everyone she sees while repeatedly demanding to know where Lu Fan is. Z becomes confused about why this mysterious woman is specifically searching for Lu, while our boy himself also has no idea what is happening. Then suddenly something crashes violently in the distance. One of the soldiers is smashed directly into a wall, and it turns out to be the young Gio. Z stares in shock after seeing him sent flying. As the smoke slowly clears, a woman finally steps forward. Z immediately prepares a water spell before demanding to know who she is and why she attacked the Heavenly Dragon Gang. The blonde-haired woman stares directly at our boy and says that Lu Fan has finally decided to show himself. Our boy instantly realizes that he recognizes this voice from somewhere before wondering why she appeared here. The seductive woman then looks directly at him and asks whether he has truly forgotten her already. She reminds him that he is supposed to take responsibility for her. After hearing those words, Z becomes completely shocked and wonders what kind of responsibility this woman is talking about. One of her deputies even asks whether this intruder could possibly be our boy's wife. Our boy can only sigh after hearing that. Then he turns toward them and immediately tells everyone not to misunderstand because he has absolutely nothing to do with her. If anything, they are enemies instead. But the woman spreads her arms wide and says that everything belongs to the past now. She explains that he made her realize how the Ning family truly viewed her. To them, she was nothing more than her brother's bodyguard, a political marriage tool, and a disposable chess piece that could be abandoned at any moment. Our boy clenches his fists and tells her that she is overthinking things because that was never his intention. He reminds her not to forget that he killed her brother and ruined her engagement entirely. Z comments that this situation sounds like an extremely messy love-hate relationship. One of her companions asks about Elder Joe's injuries, and he replies that he is fine, but they should probably give the couple some space. Our boy immediately snaps back and asks who said there was any romance involved at all. He says she behaves more like a parasite and that he should never have spared her back then. Just then, Z suddenly grabs our boy's hand and tells him not to walk away. She says that even though he speaks harshly, he is actually soft-hearted deep down. If he truly wanted her dead, then he would have already killed her long ago. Shuang says she has nowhere left to go anymore because of him. As long as there is news about him, she will continue following him no matter where he goes. But our boy pulls his hand away and tells her that even if she keeps following him, he will never agree to anything. Right now, he carries an enormous responsibility and has no time to argue with her endlessly. He then asks how she even discovered his location. Shuang explains that she traveled to the far north and met Yu Xiuxian, who told her where he was. Our boy becomes visibly surprised. He thinks that Senior really gave away his location. Even if he played a role in her current situation, the Ning family ultimately brought this upon themselves. Senior should not have been so soft-hearted. So our boy tells her that Ms. E is currently acting as principal and there is already a war happening in the far north. She should not trouble her with pointless personal matters like this. Shuang becomes annoyed and says she does not care about any of that. Whether he hides in the western frontier, the far north, or even the dragon capital, she will still find him. Our boy sighs and says there is no point trying to reason with her anymore. But if something happens to her later, then it will not be his responsibility. Z immediately orders her deputies to prepare a welcoming feast since everyone now counts as acquaintances. She tells everyone to remain at the camp tonight. Then she loudly announces that everything is settled and orders everyone to clean up because they are now allies instead of enemies. Gio whispers that this woman is incredibly fierce and definitely even more troublesome than their own young miss. The elder quickly warns him not to let the young miss overhear that. A short while later inside the Heavenly Dragon camp of South Blackport, everyone is already drinking and enjoying themselves together. Z lifts a cup of wine before downing it in one gulp. She loudly declares that ice-cold drinks taste the best. Our boy watches everyone and thinks that the atmosphere became lively so quickly. They already completely forgot that they were fighting Ning Shuang just moments ago. Z laughs and says it is nothing unusual because without conflict there can be no friendship. She tells everyone to hurry and eat. Our boy thanks her before suggesting that they should also discuss tomorrow's plan. Z explains that once the Southern Nether Gang and Flame Gang return tomorrow, she will officially challenge them. After that, Mr. Liu will be able to wipe them out openly and legitimately. Our boy asks whether both gangs possess the fragments he currently needs. Z confidently replies that of course both fragments will belong to him afterward. Shuang immediately says that she will also accompany Liu Fan because she can help during the battle. Our boy tells her to stay out of his affairs because this matter has nothing to do with her. Then our boy asks which gangs possess the remaining 5 fragments. Z explains that the rest belong to the southern gangs. 2 fragments are currently here within South Blackport, while the remaining 3 are elsewhere. Suddenly their conversation is interrupted by Gio, who rushes in and shouts that South Blackport is under attack. Shuang immediately says not to look at her because this time she arrived completely alone. Gio explains that the Dragon Slayer gang from the Southern Nation has appeared, and they even brought along 2 additional Southern gangs. Z slams her mug onto the table while cursing those Southern dogs. She tells Mr. Liu that these are exactly the 3 gangs she had been talking about earlier. Our boy immediately asks what they are still waiting for, and says they should move out right away. Later, while heading toward the battle zone of the Southern Alliance, Z leads everyone forward while shouting for her brothers to follow closely and not fall behind while killing those Southern dogs. Our boy asks what exactly the deal is with the Dragon Slayer gang and wonders how they managed to unite 2 additional gangs under their side. Z explains that the Dragon Slayer gang has always been their sworn enemy and constantly raids South Blackport. Even the name of their gang was specifically chosen to oppose the Heavenly Dragon gang. She explains that their leader is called Viper. Although he is only level 100, he possesses full legendary tier equipment loaded with special effects. He has already unified the southern gangs and now commands 3 entire gangs alone. Suddenly an attack strikes the eagle she is riding, and the creature cries out painfully. Our boy immediately looks toward the attacker in surprise. Z warns everyone to stay alert because they are under attack. She points toward the ground where a man covered in green aura catches an arrow in his hand while laughing menacingly. This is Viper, the level 100 leader of the Dragon Slayer gang. He taunts Z and dares her to descend because her time has finally run out. Z coldly replies that he can catch her only in his dreams. Viper smirks and says he expected exactly that response. Then he narrows his eyes and orders someone to bring him out. Moments later, Elder Qing is thrown violently onto the ground. Viper mocks the old man and says this foolish elder tried to stall him without knowing his place. Both Z and Zhou become shocked after seeing Elder Qing captured. Then Viper declares that they have exactly 5 seconds to kneel before him and surrender South Blackport, or else he will kill the old man immediately. Elder Qing shouts back that they should not worry about him and instead kill every one of these southern dogs. Gio nervously asks the young miss what they should do because the enemy might truly kill the elder. The young miss remains silent because even she cannot decide what choice to make. Our hero stares down at them with complete disdain and feels that they are nothing more than filthy pieces of trash. He tells Z not to panic and says she can leave Elder Qing to him. While Viper continues counting down the remaining seconds, our boy suddenly summons his griffin together with blazing flames around him. Gio becomes completely shocked the moment he sees those flames. Even Viper, along with the members of his gangs, stop counting entirely as panic spreads across their faces. Our boy sighs in disappointment and says that Ning Shuang truly is someone he cannot do anything about. Heavenly flames pop up on the screen, showing Phoenix flames falling continuously during its flight. Each explosion deals 9% fire damage. Enemies ignited by the explosion suffer 45% fire damage for a certain duration. Viper looks shocked at the Phoenix and asks what it is. Someone says the Tianlong gang has summoned beasts. Then another person yells about a fireball and tells everyone to get out of the way immediately. As fireballs explode everywhere, people start burning and running in panic. They scream for Ghost to save them while trying to escape the chaos. Everyone keeps running and crying. Their boss gets furious and says he's been preparing for this day for a long time. He calls them cowards for running away. He lifts his weapon, grits his teeth, and attacks blindly while shouting that no one is allowed to escape. He warns that anyone who flinches in battle will be executed. Meanwhile, the cowards are burning, suffering, and screaming. Suddenly, a fireball twists in the air, and everyone looks up in shock. Viper shouts proudly that today he, Viper, will wipe out the Tianlong gang. After saying this, Viper stands there with his weapon resting on his shoulder. But suddenly, he gets punched directly in the cheek. A system screen appears showing Divine Bond Descent, available only when Divine Bond Armor is equipped. After activation, the user gains Divine Bond Armor that does not take up an equipment slot and increases all attributes by 30%. Because of that punch, Viper is blasted flying far away. Our hero appears, and Viper realizes it was him. Our hero says Viper talks too much and leaves himself full of openings. Another screen shows Dragon Aura, and a Shadow Dragon King activates the power of its bloodline. Our hero spins across the ground after the attack. Viper's face is slightly twisted from the punch, and he wonders what just happened because he can barely feel his body anymore. Suddenly, he notices his spear falling down from above. Shuang and the Phoenix then say it was an incredibly accurate strike from Lu Fan, and after that, all his attacks are delivered directly onto the target. He simply wishes to remain polite about it. Today, none of this should even be happening. Hearing those words, Viper suddenly screams at the top of his lungs. The Phoenix spreads gigantic fireballs across the battlefield. The screen powers up, showing fiery wings, and the Phoenix Lapis transforms its feathers into 6 blazing fire beams that shoot directly toward the tower. As the flames surge toward Viper, he starts screaming and crying because the fireballs are so intense that the pain becomes unbearable. All the Vipers still below look toward him and shout that the boss is dead. It is over. The Dragon Slayer gang is finished. Everything is completely over. Everyone is told to run immediately. The hero then rushes toward them and asks whether they already forgot what their boss said moments ago. Everyone becomes shocked and reacts in panic while shouting in fear. The hero looks upward toward the sky. They whisper that it is the same guy who punched the boss flying earlier. The hero stares at them with bluish eyes and says he already warned them not to run away, and cowardice will be punished with execution. Alan asks what they should do since he's blocking their escape path. Everyone immediately starts surrendering and begging, saying please spare them because they do not want to fight and were only forced by the boss. The hero says absolutely nothing and only slowly clenches his fist tightly. The screen shows weaklings be gone, activating the killing intent of a dragon. It deals area damage to all surrounding enemies, ignores defense, and also creates a knockback effect. As the hero releases his massive energy, everyone crashes down onto the ground. Suddenly someone falls into the flames and begins coughing violently. Blood spills out from their mouth. The remaining survivors struggle on the ground and say they are making their final decision now. If they are allowed to obey Chief Chui of the Tianlong gang, they will follow every order she gives from now on. Suddenly the scene shifts toward Chui, who turns toward Qing. Jiao asks whether everything is all right. Qing coughs and replies that nothing is wrong before apologizing and saying it is all their fault for being useless and getting captured. Zi then responds by saying she is all right. On the other hand, the hero places his hand on a man's head and says he chooses to crush all their skulls and let them rot in a swamp if they attempt to escape. The man becomes completely terrified. The hero then orders them to choose immediately. Everyone instantly kneels and surrenders. The hero then asks surrender or die. Another chief sees this and says the hero is incredibly merciful while begging for forgiveness. Everyone begins begging for their lives and swears loyalty toward the Tianlong gang until death. Zi then replies by thanking Mr. Liu. After that, she steps forward and announces as Chui Zi, leader of the Tianlong gang, that the Dragon Slayer gang and its 2 subordinate gangs have now been completely annihilated. The remaining members are now officially under Tianlong gang control. On the other side, some of them are recovering together with Qing. The 3 gangs led by Viper provide a total of 3 Abyss Fragments, but it is still not enough. The Abyss Fragment count becomes 3 by 9 small pieces, located within Longnan County, South Black Harbor, Southern Kingdom gang camp. The next day, before news of the Dragon Slayer gang's destruction spreads, Ning Shuang and the hero disguise themselves among the newly recruited Southern herders and successfully infiltrate the Southern gang at South Black Harbor. The Southern gang leader says they look unfamiliar and asks whether they are from the southern side of Dragon Country. Someone answers yes they are, but the sentence is never finished. Suddenly, Shuang begins spreading massive flames everywhere. Ning Shuang and the hero are fighting from inside, while Chui Zi attacks from outside, working together from both directions. The screenshot displays Ice Blade armor, where Scythe Quickfires uses a hook scythe that deals piercing damage to the target and drags them directly before the user, easily wiping out every Southern gang member. Chui stands there calmly, while everything collapses around her. At that moment, a man suddenly shouts that he gives up and has already surrendered. He says he will hand over an abyss fragment and asks whether that is enough to buy his life. Outside South Black Harbor, at the Southern Kingdom gang camp within Longnan County, the hero stands there while the situation settles down. The abyss fragment count is now 5 by 9 after he accepts the fragments from the Southern Kingdom gang. As expected, the Southern Underworld gang and the Flame gang from Dragon Kingdom have already arrived after hearing the news. Chui and Shuang are standing there while flames spread outward from Shuang toward them. The Nanning gang leader and the Nanming gang leader both step forward and ask Chief Chui what exactly she means by all of this. They're shocked that everything happened while they were away. The Flame gang leader also reacts in disbelief while questioning the entire situation. Zi says they already returned to South Black Harbor, which actually makes things easier. It saves the trouble of formally issuing a challenge. The Dragon Kingdom gangs are far stronger and more numerous compared to the scattered soldiers of the Southern Kingdom. They feel fortunate to have already witnessed the hero's dragon pets in battle before. A screen suddenly appears displaying Shadow Strike in stealth mode, allowing teleportation behind the target and launching a secondary weak point attack that deals 1,600% strength damage. The man screams in horror and asks how the Dragon Tamer could possibly be there. Another screen appears showing Lava Burst, where flames erupt across a target area and form a massive lava pool. The hero's dragon pet roars while spreading fire in every direction. Then another screen appears displaying Leaping Thunder, which unleashes lightning that jumps repeatedly between enemy targets. Suddenly, the hero releases a chain attack that destroys everything standing in its path. A screen displays Divine Punishment, a skill that locks onto a target and unleashes endless divine lightning. Within a single day, both the Nanming gang and Huiyin gang are completely destroyed, with their leaders left crying and screaming in total defeat. Another screen appears showing Shadow Burst, which releases multiple wind blades that damage surrounding enemies while removing all their buffs. South Black Harbor is now completely under the control of the Tianlong gang. Longnan Prefecture, South Blackport. Chui is standing right there at the center of the destroyed battlefield. Chui then says these are the final 2 fragments from South Blackport. The screen displays Abyss Fragments 7 by 9. The hero then says this means only the last 2 fragments remain, hidden within the 8th and 9th Abyss Secret Realms. Chui says let's move out because she will accompany him into the Secret Realms. The hero replies that there is no need since wiping out the gangs has already caused enough destruction and the matter is already settled. He says they have helped more than enough and tells everyone to head back while he handles the remaining tasks himself. Chui then says, wait, Mr. Lu Fan. If he does not bring Miss Ning and her along, is he not worried they might seize the fragments from the 9th realm while he enters the 8th realm? The hero replies that he understands exactly what she is trying to do, Miss Chui. He says there's truly no need to go that far. He adds that they may follow if they really want, but it will only waste everyone's time. She laughs before agreeing and says then let's get moving. Shuang also speaks up and says thank you. Shuang then turns around and says she will accompany Fan into the 8th realm while Z handles the 9th realm. She immediately departs, and Z quickly says no wait because she was only trying to help and never intended to personally go herself. The screen then displays Blade Armor Strike, where a rapidly thrusting blade armor attack uses spikes to inflict piercing damage that ignores 45% of defense while reflecting 99% of the received damage. Another screen appears displaying Roaring Thunder, which targets an area and summons thunderstrikes, creating a storm zone that inflicts heavy lightning damage and paralysis. Burning Feather Dance releases hundreds of feather blades engulfed in divine fire from the wings. These feathers automatically track enemies within range and trigger repeated explosions after impact. Our hero notices something falling from above and slightly tilts his neck while carefully observing what it truly is. Then the Crimson Bone King, a level 95 boss with Nightmare rank difficulty, suddenly leaps upward while holding a massive weapon in its hand. Our hero then thinks that it is only level 95, which is not even remotely exciting for him. He casually decides to treat it as nothing more than a warm-up. Abyss Secret Realm, Ninth Realm. A short while later, the screen pops up showing Chui using Mirror Blossom Water Moon, which creates a water mirror that absorbs all frontal damage for several seconds while reflecting 50% of it back toward the attacker. While she stands there, several skeletons around her begin turning toward her direction. She thinks to herself that she seriously overestimated the situation because there are simply too many skeletons and she cannot even approach the boss. Suddenly, behind her back, the hero and Shuang arrive together with his dragon. The hero's dragon opens its mouth and immediately begins attacking, while the hero himself also appears from behind. Chui quickly turns around and realizes they have already cleared the other realm. As the Bone King turns toward the protagonist in complete rage and prepares to strike, the entire situation changes instantly. But suddenly Shuang swings her giant flaming wings and wipes out everything in a single attack. Chui looks completely stunned and thinks that it already ended just like that. Shuang immediately lands afterward and says perfect timing. Chui remains shocked and thinks that clearing realms always seems unbelievably easy for them. The hero swings his weapon once, and she also clears the entire realm while everyone is still reacting to what just happened. Chui then says that after they leave, nobody should tell Lao Qing and Lao Jio what happened inside. The hero becomes surprised and asks why. She explains that he should stop asking questions and simply keep it hidden. She adds that compared to them, even clearing ordinary mobs was already difficult for her. If people discover the truth, her dignity as a gang leader will be completely destroyed. Shuang then gives a faint smile and says she should relax because nobody would dare laugh at her anyway. At the Heavenly Dragon Gang camp, Zhou becomes shocked by their enormous gains. Chiu AI calls it unbelievable, and Chui explains that everything changed after receiving help from the Guardian of Flame. Chui then turns toward the hero and says this is the final Abyss fragment. The hero then thanks her. The hero lifts it into the air, and the screen pops up displaying Abyss Secret Realm Requirement. Abyss Fragment 9x9. Another screen appears showing Abyss Key Cross X1 obtained. The duo grabs the key and stares at it while saying they finally got it. Chui smiles and says he is the fastest person in history to obtain the key to the 10th realm. The hero replies that it is all thanks to her assistance. Chui then says she should actually be the one thanking him. With his help, the Southern Nation people have behaved themselves during the past few days. She adds that stabilizing Dragon Nation's influence within South Blackport happened much faster than she ever imagined. Now, she says it is finally time to part ways and tells them to take care of themselves. As the hero and Shuang leave, she waves her hand toward them and says nobody has ever returned alive from the 10th realm, so they should be extremely careful. While walking away, the hero asks whether she should also head back. Shuang then looks toward him and asks back where exactly. She then starts thinking about how Luo Elixiu betrayed her. She remembers being abandoned without even a moment of hesitation. Then she thinks about the Ning family and slowly grows saddened while saying they cast her aside. In a low voice, she quietly adds that she no longer has anywhere left to go. The hero then says that does not mean she can simply continue following him because he has urgent matters to handle. She replies that she can still help him. The hero then says he is currently completing his 4th advancement and asks what exactly she could even help with. He tells her to return together with Chui and says he is leaving now, so she should stop following him. As the hero turns forward, she continues staring at him. She quietly thinks for a moment without saying a single word. The next day, at Abyss Secret Realm, the entrance to the 10th realm, our hero is standing right in front of a massive, enormous door. The hero slowly inserts the key into the lock, and at that moment, a strange surge of energy begins flowing outward. The hero stares at the door and thinks that this is truly the 10th secret realm. After that, once the key completely turns inside the lock, the pink energy gradually darkens more and more, spreading outward until it entirely engulfs the whole door. Abyss Secret Realm, 10th realm, filled with strange tentacle-like creatures. As the hero steps forward and looks around, he notices countless tentacles covering the area everywhere. Suddenly, the hero takes another step ahead, and one tentacle abruptly rises right in front of him. The hero becomes slightly surprised. That tentacle then slowly twists upward from the upper side. The hero notices that many tentacles are completely blocking his path. The hero then starts transforming his body into a steel-like form and thinks that it seems he must clear a path first. The hero spreads chains everywhere toward the tentacles. A screen appears showing Blade Hook Fear, where a hook blade fires at high speed toward a target, dealing piercing damage and briefly dragging the target toward the user. As the hero advances through the tentacles, he continuously cuts them apart while moving ahead. Our guy suddenly halts after slashing through a large number of tentacles. As the protagonist leaps upward, a screen appears displaying Blade Armored Strike. The move rapidly thrusts ahead, dealing piercing damage that ignores 45% of the enemy's defense, while also reflecting 99% of the received damage. The hero strikes a tentacle, and crimson energy bursts outward from it, resembling actual blood spilling from the creature. After that, every time the hero continues slashing them apart, the tentacles keep crashing heavily onto the ground. The hero jumps upward and takes another step ahead. Suddenly, he notices something gigantic and begins thinking about it carefully. The hero realizes that it still has not launched any attack against him yet. He stops immediately and thinks that he should test it first. Standing still while observing everything around him, the hero begins thinking that this place is... The marks left behind by Blade Hook reveal that this is exactly where he sliced apart the entrance tentacle earlier. He realizes that he has been moving in circles, and all these situations have already appeared before. He concludes that this is most likely an illusion realm hidden inside the secret realm. If he cannot discover a way to break it, he will remain trapped there forever. Suddenly, the hero notices something resembling a tentacle rushing extremely fast toward him. He thinks that if he wants to shatter the illusion, he can use Xingqian and attempt Starry Sky Shuttle. After being strengthened by the Steady Sky Giant Dragon, Xingqian's abilities should be enough to help him escape this place. Our hero narrows his eyes and thinks that if he tears through space, there's a chance it may not lead to the real secret realm at all, but somewhere completely different. Or even worse, it could send him directly back to the entrance, meaning the key would become completely wasted. He pauses and wonders how he should decide, then finally thinks that he will simply gamble on it. Circles appear in the sky, glowing with purple energy. Our hero then says, Xingqian, use Starry Sky Shuttle and get us out of here. She immediately begins releasing her sparkling energy. A system screen appears showing Starry Sky Shuttle tearing through space and forming a portal rift that connects toward a target location. Suddenly, the blocked area shatters apart under the power of Starry Sky Shuttle. Our hero laughs slightly while thinking that the gamble truly paid off. As our hero steps ahead, he suddenly tilts his neck and glances backward, noticing the tentacles behind him. But our hero flies forward together with Xingqian. They finally enter the Abyss secret realm, ancient ruins, as the hero pushes open the door. He steps inside. The hero suddenly hears something and immediately becomes alert, narrowing his eyes. He notices that several tentacles are beginning to grow behind him. He also sees tentacles spreading outward while a crystal ball filled with bluish energy starts sparkling nearby. The hero then thinks that, just as he suspected, the place he was trapped in earlier actually existed inside this crystal ball. He realizes that this temple is the true 10th secret realm, but he begins wondering where the breakthrough materials he seeks are actually located. Suddenly, a tentacle rises upward and starts wrapping itself around the crystal ball. The hero's eyes widen in shock as he thinks that he can feel the aura of an ancient god. Then that tentacle transforms into a gigantic tentacle monster, staring directly toward the hero. It possesses enormous teeth and multiple eyes, and it speaks while asking whether the hero truly managed to escape. It continues speaking, calling the situation interesting, and the hero's eyes widen further in shock. The hero realizes that it is actually speaking directly inside his mind and activates appraisal. A screen appears displaying Abyss Ancient God, level 150. The hero then realizes that there is actually an ancient god hidden inside this secret realm. God Larva appears and coldly declares that they actually dare to raise a weapon against him. Lu Fan is instantly shocked and realizes that what has been hidden inside the ancient ruins all this time is actually an ancient god larva. He cannot help but wonder if Professor Ouyang Beige really sends him here only to collect breakthrough materials. After taking a closer look, Lu Fan realizes that it is still in a larval state. Just like the prematurely awakened divine-born ancient god, it should not be at its peak strength yet. All the hero's dragons join the battle. The hero sees a chance to end it for good and decides he must not let the creature reach its full form. Our hero raises his arm, and the ring on his finger suddenly begins releasing energy at an incredible speed, spreading its power throughout the battlefield. A dragon emerges from that surging energy, blazing forward like a massive flame rushing into combat. Our hero narrows his eyes as his golden dragon charges into the fight, launching fierce and relentless attacks against the enemy. A screen shows battle data as all dragons attack the god larva from all sides. Poison Sea Surge triggers, making the nether swamp overflow and applying continuous status damage to all enemies in range. The god larva immediately responds with confidence, claiming that they are greatly overestimating themselves. However, our hero's golden dragon angrily points out that although the tentacles keep regenerating again and again, the creature's main body remains completely unharmed. Our hero quickly realizes that this is a regeneration-type ancient god. He immediately decides that the best strategy is to continuously wear it down over time. He orders all dragons to focus every attack directly on the tentacles. The screen displays detailed battle information as our hero's dragons relentlessly launch attacks against the god larva and its outer layers from every direction. Suddenly, one of the two larvae collapses and suffers extremely severe injuries, showing that the continuous attacks are finally having an effect. As storms erupt on the battlefield, a new skill appears. Storm Prison creates a giant blizzard prison that deals constant ice damage, freezes enemies, and greatly slows them for 30 seconds. Suddenly, a strange green liquid begins appearing everywhere, while something dark and mysterious starts emerging from within the blackness behind it. A black dragon-like figure suddenly rises from the green liquid, slowly taking shape as it emerges into view. The god larva then speaks, asking the mortal if he even understands what he is doing. It continues by declaring that he has enraged an ancient god, and that he will now have to bear the wrath of the abyss. The golden dragon immediately responds by urging everyone to keep attacking while staring directly at the larva without showing any fear. Suddenly, the green liquid begins spreading throughout the battlefield as the god larva hides itself somewhere within the chaos. Dark crystals crack and shatter one by one, releasing green liquid that spreads through the area like drifting cotton. The god larva smirks and offers the mortal level 150 power, ancient god strength, and abyss authority, promising him command over tens of thousands of abyss puppets if he submits. The golden dragon instantly rejects the offer, recalling what happened to Chun, Tianzhi, and the others who became ancient god servants. The golden dragon immediately orders everyone to keep attacking. It declares that everyone who accepts the power of an ancient god eventually loses themselves and ends up becoming nothing more than that god's puppet. The god larva calmly responds that it is different. It claims that it can allow him to keep his sense of self while also ensuring that he remains protected from lower-tier ancient gods. The golden dragon becomes curious and asks about lower-tier ancient gods, realizing they are divided into ranks and hierarchies. The god larva explains there are 36 ancient gods, split equally into high, mid, and low tiers, 12 each. It says it is a mid-tier ancient god, far stronger than any low-tier one even before full maturity. It tells the mortal he is unusually strong, but still not at ancient god level. He can only fight because it has just awakened and hasn't recovered its full power. It adds that high-tier ancient gods, called holy mountain gods, have terrifying power and can destroy an entire realm even right after awakening. The golden dragon quickly processes this and asks if the ancient corpse god and holy mountain god are among the strongest high-tier ancient gods. It then raises another question and asks about the divine-born ancient god. It wants to know which tier that ancient god belonged to. The god larva suddenly bursts into laughter and mockingly refers to that pile of skeleton bones. It then reveals that the divine-born ancient god was nothing more than a low-tier ancient god. Hearing this instantly leaves the golden dragon shocked. The golden dragon becomes furious and immediately questions what it just heard. It cannot believe that the divine-born ancient god was only a low-tier ancient god. It remembers that the one defeated by the demon-devouring Kingdom Dragon King is only a low-tier ancient god. Even the world dragon grows curious and asks if she can still win against a high-tier ancient god. The god larva confidently replies that once they receive its protection and power, they will immediately understand that everything in this world is nothing more than dust beneath the feet of the ancient gods. Upon hearing these words, the golden dragon is left deeply surprised by the immense confidence behind the god larva's claim. The god larva laughs and spreads its body, becoming like a giant creature. It then turns toward the golden dragon and tells it to submit to him. The golden dragon glares at him when he calls it a mortal. Suddenly, the god larva turns toward the golden dragon. The golden dragon panics and is unable to do anything. The golden dragon admits that a level 150 ancient god really is not something it can contend with. Suddenly, our hero steps forward and golden energy spreads everywhere like flickering light. The god larva looks surprised and says that the human is even smarter than it imagined and much better at judging the situation. Our hero then asks if it will truly grant him immense power and protect him from the other ancient gods. The god larva replies that of course it will. It says that he is very fortunate because he is the first human it has encountered. As long as he serves it wholeheartedly, he will become the world's very first abyssal servant. Lu Fan then asks what he needs to do to serve it. The god larva says that he must offer sacrifices so that it can grow into its complete form. Anything with a powerful life force will be enough. It also says that if he discovers other ancient gods, then before they awaken, he must kill them all in its name. Lu Fan then asks if ancient gods fight and kill each other too. The god larva then says that this is only natural. Only through mutual slaughter can the final god king be decided. Lu Fan then asks what a god king is. The god larva says it's normal for short-lived humans not to understand. It explains that ancient gods are immortal and eternal once awakened. They grow stronger by devouring all living beings, continuing until only ancient gods remain in the world. It continues by explaining that they will fight for the single seat of the God King during the end times, and the God King will possess the power to initiate the next era. Lu Fan then says that if he understands correctly, the world will eventually be destroyed by the ancient gods, and the God King among them will create a brand new world. The god larva replies that this is exactly correct. It explains that the world of the current era was created by the previous God King. The God King established this world's laws, levels, classes, races, and absolutely everything else. Lu Fan then asks who the God King of the previous era was. The god larva says that it does not know. During the previous era, before the apocalypse arrived, it never learned who ultimately obtained the throne of the God King. Lu Fan then asks about the low-tier, mid-tier, and high-tier classifications. He wants to know how this ranking system came into existence. The god larva explains that ancient god ranks depend on strength. Those who die before fully forming become low-tier ancient gods in the next era. Those who die before the end times become mid-tier, while those who survive to compete for the God King throne become high-tier ancient gods. Lu Fan realizes the divine-born ancient god likely died shortly after awakening, while the abyssal god reached full power. Since the holy mountain god and corpse god fought for the God King title, he suspects the previous God King was the corpse god. Lu Fan asks if ancient gods are truly immortal and exist across every era. The god larva confirms this. It explains that after devouring all life, the ancient gods bring about the end times and awaken again in the next era at the places where they previously died. It adds that only ancient gods can survive the transition into a new era. Lu Fan then asks if it knows where the other ancient gods fell. The god larva says it doesn't know their exact locations, but their lingering power still affects nearby regions. These areas form more secret realms, stronger magical beasts, and help ancient gods recover faster after awakening. Lu Fan realizes the ancient gods didn't suddenly invade the Four Norths. Instead, a high-tier corpse god once died there, and its remaining power turned it into a high-level region. He further understands the dragon realm wasn't invaded either. An unknown ancient god died there long ago, and its leftover power is what gives the giant dragons their overwhelming strength. The god larva thinks that this human has asked far too many questions. If it had already reached its complete form, it would have devoured him long ago. It adds that it would never have answered so patiently under normal circumstances. Now, it is time for Lu Fan to offer his sacrifice. If the god larva is satisfied with his service, he will become its abyssal servant. It further says that Lu Fan will fight alongside it during the end times after it secures the seat of the God King. The god larva then declares that it will allow him to enter the next era. It also promises that he will rule over the new world that it creates. As it says these words, the god larva reveals its massive teeth and stands directly in front of Lu Fan. Lu Fan remains completely silent. He does not say a single word and simply stands there. Then he suddenly opens his eyes and looks directly at the god larva, as if he owns the place. With great confidence, Lu Fan then says that this is quite a huge amount of information that god larva has revealed, and every single detail is extremely valuable intel. The god larva gets surprised, and it even starts to look a bit anxious. Then it asks in shock if Lu Fan still has any more questions left to ask. Lu Fan calmly replies that this information is enough for now. At that moment, our hero's enormous shadow dragon appears. Xiao Fei flies toward our hero, while our hero himself stands there with a firm and steady look. Lu's shadow dragon roars loudly and spreads its energy across the battlefield, making the entire fight feel even more intense. He then says that he should send the god larva to the next era. The god larva is shocked and immediately yells at him, calling him an insect and asking how he dares to toy with it. It continues by saying that he clearly knows he cannot defeat it, yet he still speaks so arrogantly. Because of this, the god larva declares that Lu Fan will become the very first sacrifice offered to it. The scene opens inside the tense secret realm as the hero gives a firm order, telling everyone to unleash their strongest attacks and wipe out the ugly creature once and for all. Xiao Fei immediately charges forward. The screen displays natural assimilation, Shadow Dragon King contract, summoning the Shadow Dragon King and the Blade of Darkness. Their level matches the user's current level. The hero also releases a massive wave of golden energy, flooding the battlefield as he prepares to overwhelm the enemy. The screen shows shadow assimilation activating. In an instant, it teleports behind the target while concealed and lands a devastating weak point strike, dealing 1,600% strength damage. The god larva roars in fury, while the screen displays Heaven's Wrath Calamity locking onto its target and unleashing a relentless barrage of divine lightning strikes. The larva angrily shouts at the hero, accusing him of deception and demanding to know if he realizes the supreme power he just foolishly turned down. The hero fires back with a snarky grin, telling it to quit the endless yapping. Did it really think it was some untouchable ancient god? The screen then shows his dragon aura as the Star Sky Dragon activates. Lu says he will use the power of your godborn brother to send you straight to meet it yourself. The larva immediately laughs, calling him a despicable ant. At the same time, the screen displays Divine-born Descent, which can only be activated when Divine-born memories are properly equipped. Lu orders attacks as lava bursts spread fire and molten pools, melting everything inside and dealing non-stop heavy damage. A new screen shows Star Extinction Light, a laser that condenses starlight into one beam, ignoring all defense, unblockable, and scaling with the user's power. Our hero suddenly flies in from above while shouting, "Stop!" The god larvae just laughs again and says it is completely futile and worthless. Lu then thinks this is not working at all. Even if he drains its energy to the point where he can't regenerate anymore, it would still take way too long. Maybe around 30 hours, or even up to 3 days. Whoever collapses from exhaustion first is probably going to be him. The larva responds confidently, saying it has all the time in the world as a god. Once it fully recovers, his death is absolutely guaranteed. Lu Fan is shocked for a moment, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggles to accept what he just heard. He then thinks that the crystal orb might be, but in the very next instant, while holding the crossbow, he suddenly says that he finally understands the trick behind it all and prepares to unleash a dragon roar arrow. Larva then asked what he meant by that. He replied that the reason the larva can keep recovering endlessly and act almost immortal is because of it, and at the same time the screen shows Dragon Roar, currently charging, showing 2 seconds. Another screen appears showing currently charging 3-second hour, while he says that the crystal orb is the key behind everything. The screen then shows Dragon Roar Arrow. It explains that Dragon Shattering Roar consumes no physical arrows and instead uses magical arrows. Non-charged attacks also deal extra armor damage. Suddenly, the crystal orb gets pierced and bursts open through the lava. The larva is shocked and shouts that this cannot be happening. Lu then realizes and thanks the situation, saying this is the aura of chaos. A green liquid-like fluid spreads from the area, and the hero covers his eyes with his hand so it does not enter them. The larva then angrily asks what he has done and calls him a damn human, saying he has ruined its resurrection plan. He replies calmly that, as expected, inside that crystal orb is a chaotic space. While he was attacking, the larva used its tentacles to connect the inner and outer space of the crystal orb, transferring the damage it was receiving. Little Chun murmurs something quietly after hearing everything. The larva, now feeling the intensity of the situation and realizing he's been seen through, says he has no choice left and must go all out to erase his very existence. He asks that if the larva always had the ability to kill him, then why did it rely on the crystal orb and play these kinds of tricks? He says he will not give him any chance to reach his complete form. Lu announces that everyone should attack together with him. Right after that, the Black Dragon, Blue Dragon, and Ice Dragon all join in and start launching coordinated attacks. Doomsday Calamity unleashes an Ice Dragon's full frost power, dropping temperatures instantly and freezing everything in the area. 10,000 Poison Demon Vein activates implanted poison that breaks into toxic particles, spreading through the body and dealing continuous damage. Virtus Drawing Roar releases a massive area roar attack, while the larva laughs and threatens to curse and trap the soul. Another display shows 39 million Heavenly Star Apocalypse, summoning a Settler Core. Its internal fusion activates as the larva releases a huge surge of dense blue energy that spreads across the battlefield. God Larva laughs and vows endless agony. The screen shows 3,300,000 Heavenly Thunder Apocalypse, building massive destructive lightning power. Lu looks a bit sad and says that yes, ancient gods are immortal, and no one can truly erase them completely. He adds that they can use any method they want to take revenge on him. But he says that all of that is something they will only be able to do in the next era. Multiple screens show stacked effects like Poison, Shadow Blades, and Doomsday Calamity, while the Ice Dragon detonates all frozen targets in a final burst of cold destruction. Larva starts screaming and crying out loud, saying no. It cries that even in this place, it hasn't achieved anything at all against that damn ant. It calls him a foolish life form, and says he won't live long enough to even see the day the apocalypse arrives. Speaking like it has reached some kind of enlightenment, it says it will return again in the next era. It adds that it will come back once more, while Lu stands firm, staying calm with a slight smirk on his face. The screen then shows information about ancient god origin quality, and Lu thinks that as expected, just like the god-born beings, this one also leaves behind its ancient god origin. Another screen shows obtained ancient god origin 1. Lu then realizes that this time he understands something important. The ancient god's origin is not just a simple core that holds an ancient god's power. Instead, this item represents something far greater. It is like an ancient god's ticket to vie for the title of God King during the apocalypse. Lu is suddenly surprised and thinks that without the ancient god of the abyss, the temple inside the ancient ruins is about to collapse. He shouts and tells Chun to quickly activate Star Trek. She responds and uses her Striga, showing courage and doing exactly what he instructed her to do. Dragon roar spreads through the air as Star Trek tears open space itself, forming a portal rift that leads directly to the target location. Lu then tells everyone to hurry back to the pet space. He also thinks it is strange that this secret realm doesn't contain the 4th-tier breakthrough materials he is searching for, except for the ancient god's essence. He starts wondering if the breakthrough material teacher, Ouyang Beige, needs might actually be the origin of an ancient god. He flies through the sky, breaking through and crossing everything that comes in his path without slowing down. Finally, he reaches the border of Longnan County, deep at the bottom of the abyss. He lands and walks through the dusty, dirty, and harsh environment. He realizes the ancient temple has collapsed, and the portal to the 10th secret realm is gone, and suspect's teacher Ouyang already knew everything and deliberately sent him here, aware of the ancient gods within. With that thought in mind, the hero spreads his wings again and starts flying once more. Lu keeps thinking that even the ancient gods of the abyss couldn't pinpoint the locations of other ancient gods. Yet Ouyang Beige somehow knew about research on ancient gods here, but still didn't report it to Dragon City. He suddenly sharpens his gaze and starts thinking that Ouyang definitely has a serious problem. He decides he needs to return to Dragon City Academy as fast as possible and dig into the truth with her directly. If she is a dangerous person who has been hiding inside the university for so long, then she must be planning something huge behind the scenes. Just then, someone suddenly calls out to him. It is Ning Shuang, and he runs into her again like it happens every time. He immediately lands and moves toward her, stepping down onto the ground. After landing properly, he asks why she is not with Z and whether she was waiting for him. Shuang then says she waited all night. She adds that the boss in this secret realm is only level 95, so she is wondering why it took him so long. Lu replies a bit sadly and says she should be leveling up inside here instead, and that he has other important things to handle, so he is leaving. Shuang calls out to him and tells him to wait for a moment. She says she didn't come to talk about following him. She just waited to say goodbye and that she won't bother him anymore. Lu asks what she means, asking if he heard her correctly. She admits Yi Wuxian is mature, kind, confident, and generous, saying she can't compare to her. She also confesses that forcing marriage or responsibility was just a desperate way to escape reality. Lu says it is good that she has accepted everything and that he didn't expect her to say something like this, finding it a bit unexpected. She slightly turns her body toward him. She reflects that if she had guided her brother properly, he wouldn't have provoked Lu and she wouldn't have been expelled from the Ning family. Accepting that time can't be reversed, she decides to stop running from reality. From now on, she says she will take responsibility for herself. She then offers him a farewell gift and asks him to accept it, the Phoenix Jade Pendant. Lu then asks about the effect of the Jade Pendant, wondering if she learned about Ningtu through this kind of keepsake. She confirms it and says yes, she kept one of them. It is actually a pair of jade pendants. If one of them dies, the other will instantly know what happened. Lu then asks what her plans are for the future and if she has anywhere to go. She replies that she doesn't really have any solid plans, but she can stay with Z a little longer for now. The Heavenly Dragon Gang is expanding in Black Harbor, so she can't help much there and will decide the future later. She adds she shouldn't stay too long at his or Z's place to avoid becoming a burden. After saying all that, she says this should count as a proper farewell. Then Lu says maybe they can meet again later. After a pause, he adds that if she doesn't know where to go, she could come to his territory. Hearing this, she is shocked and quickly turns around, asking what he just said. He activates the teleportation and repeats that she heard him right, asking if she is coming or not. She asks why, saying she searched for him everywhere and kept asking him repeatedly before, but now that she is leaving, he suddenly says this. Lu replies that if she wants to come, she should hurry before he changes his mind. She gets excited and immediately says of course she is coming. They arrive at the Tianfu Island hot springs beach. Shuang looks around and says, wow, this is his entire territory, which is unbelievable. She also mentions that the territory should be near the Wei mansion in the western region, but she never expected it to be such a beautiful island. Liu replies that he is not the only one living there, and that he will introduce everyone else later. He suddenly realizes and says he almost forgot that his aunt and others are at support posts in the far north. So right now, it is just the two of them on Tianfu Island. He quickly turns his head and looks at her. Shuang looks up at the sky and says, wow, this big tree has lost all its leaves, but it is still bearing fruit. That is really amazing. Liu suddenly shouts at her and asks what she is doing, warning her that it is not an ordinary tree and telling her not to disturb its rest. She then says wow again, noticing the hot spring water sparkling and saying it looks like some kind of magical potion. Liu explains that the hot springs indeed contain divine liquid. They reach empty rooms. She apologizes, and he says she can stay for now until the northern battle ends and she meets the others. She thanks him, saying she hasn't lived this well since her exile and will cherish his help, then asks if he needs anything from her. He says yes, there is something he needs to ask her right now. She reacts by asking so fast, wondering what mission it is and who she needs to eliminate. He clarifies that it is not that. He says it is a very important request, and she must promise to do it, or she should leave immediately. She is surprised and says he actually trusts her with something so important. She asks what the request is. He explains that he will immediately head to Dragon City Academy to find a teacher named Ouyang Beige. That person's intentions are still unclear, but they are deeply connected to the ancient gods. Whatever she is planning is extremely dangerous, and he must investigate it. He adds that if anything unfortunate happens to him on this trip, the jade pendant should break. Her eyes widen in shock as she cannot believe what she is hearing. He then tells her to immediately travel to the far north to find Wei, who knows his relatives and friends. She should bring them to Longnan County and take refuge with Zi. He asks if she understands and whether she agrees or not, or if she should leave. She replies that she didn't expect this to turn into arrangements for his possible death. She agrees, but reminds him not to forget that he still owes her brother a life. If he's going to die, it should be by her hand. Before that, he is not allowed to just die like that. Chapter 248. That evening, Liu walked inside Dragon City Academy, moving through the corridors. He keeps thinking about Ouyang Beige, wondering who she really is. If she is connected to ancient gods, then he might need to find a way to escape instead. He walks through a dark path, straight ahead with steady and firm steps. In his mind, it feels like she has already been waiting for him. When he reaches the door, he slowly pushes it open. He opens the door fully and steps into a slightly dark room. Someone standing on a chair calls out to him, telling him to come back. An old lady then laughs and says it is faster than she expected. He looks at her and notices she seems like a completely ordinary old woman. He activates the eye of expertise to analyze her, but he realizes he cannot identify her at all. After that, the old lady speaks again and says he can't figure out her true identity. She tells him not to feel discouraged because there are many level 15 experts in Dragon City, and even they don't know she exists. He is surprised and asks if she is not Ouyang. She laughs and says he is a silly child, and of course she is Ouyang. But she adds that she is not just Ouyang. He asks what she really is, reminding her that she sent him to the border abyss of Longnan County to find breakthrough materials, where there was an ancient god, and she replies that he successfully killed it, didn't he? She takes a deep breath and says that since he really wants to know, she will show him who she is. Her form begins to change, as she says that otherwise he wouldn't be able to believe what she is about to reveal. He is shocked and asks if she is really not human. He also thinks that there are even ancient god slaves inside Dragon City Academy. Then he asks again about ancient god slaves. She immediately rejects the idea and says he is a silly child, revealing that she is actually an ancient god, the ancient god of the void. She tells him not to be nervous and says she means no harm. If she had wanted to, millions of people in Dragon City would have already been wiped out long ago. He thinks that a mid-level void ancient god is roughly on the same level as an abyss ancient god of similar rank. As long as it is not a high-level one, he believes he can still win. Still staying cautious, he decides that since she has not acted aggressively, he will listen to what she has to say for now. She laughs and says very good, telling him she will start by telling a story first. She picks up a portrait and begins speaking about the previous era. In that ancient and most prosperous holy city, there once lived a Valkyrie named Amari. She conquered every direction and became the strongest warrior in the world. She was the one everyone placed their hopes on, believing she was the only one capable of standing against the ancient gods. However, Amari failed to protect her country and even her own family. When the old god destroyed everything, she was the only survivor left and lost all will to fight. As the end times approached, Amari was ready to end her own life when she suddenly encountered an ancient god. Indeed, she encounters an ancient god of the void, a being who also seeks liberation from the endless cycle of slaughter. The ancient god of the void, Jiryu, weary of never being able to reach a higher rank, relinquishes his divine office and hands over his essence to Amari. He also tells Amari how to use his essence, the essence of ancient gods and the sea's divine office. Amari hesitates for a long time, but in the end she decides to become an ancient god. Lu suddenly asks if she is Amari, Ouyang, and also the ancient god of the void all at once. She replies that that is right, they are all her. She explains that Amari is to the holy city what he is to the dragon kingdom. The Valkyries and the Fire Guardians are the same. Both exist to fight against the ancient gods. Lu then asks what this divine office is. He asks if using the essence of an ancient god turns someone into an ancient god like her, immortal and indestructible. She replies that he has hit the nail on the head. The so-called ancient god is actually a position. Whoever holds this divine position becomes an ancient god, and this divine office is the true reason for the ancient god's immortality. He asks if that means she was never truly one with the ancient god, or if she seizes the divine office instead. She confirms that is right. If Amari can replace the old gods, then so can he. Lu thinks that replacing an ancient god, seizing divine authority, and becoming one himself is insane. He then asks if she also wants to participate in the apocalypse war and vie for the title of God King, and whether she uses this power to create the world she desires. She replies no, he is wrong. What she wants is to seize the divine positions and completely replace all the ancient gods with humankind. She says she wants humans, who are not seduced by power, to replace all ancient gods. In the end, there is no apocalypse, no battle for God Kings, and the era continues forever. She also says she will completely change the rules set by the ancient gods and usher in a world without the end of the world. She asks if he also hopes to solve the problem of the old gods once and for all. She adds that if he agrees, she can hold a ceremony to help him advance to the 4th class, while simultaneously transferring the divine office of the ancient god of the abyss. Lu starts thinking that this person is talking nonsense. The demon-devouring dragon king once says that if one makes mistakes while using the origin of the ancient gods, one gets possessed and becomes their new vessel. But she does indeed replace the ancient god of the void with herself. If everything goes well and humans replace the ancient gods, maybe it really can end the cycle of the world. Ouyang then says she understands he must think she is crazy. She says that is understandable given her current state, and it is normal for him to have doubts no matter what she says. She immediately holds his hand tightly. Lu Fan slightly opens his mouth and says, "Wait, where does all this purple and bluish energy spread from?" Ouyang then asks if he is willing to join her. He replies that even now, he still can't fully believe everything she has said. The idea that humans once replaced the ancient gods in a previous era still sounds like pure fantasy to him. Lu realizes his only real ace against the ancient gods is the demon-devouring Dragon King. But she's bound by a contract, and once her last 2 uses are gone, she'll likely leave or even turn on his dragon pets and the Life Dragon King. He then says he must rely on his own strength to stand against the ancient gods. If the enemies are just divine-born or abyssal larvae, he can still handle them. But after learning the Fallen Corpses and Holy Mountain are high-tier ancient gods, he realizes he needs to get much stronger to stand a chance. Because of that, he feels he has no other choice. As long as he can defeat the ancient gods and keep this world from collapsing, he will push forward. He decides to believe her, even if it is only for now, because his current self feels similar to how she once was. Ouyang then says she will not betray his trust and will not let him down. She admits that this plan might fail, but at least both of them are trying to change the rules of the world. He replies that no, he still wants to win. Ouyang then says that in that case, he should take out the abyssal ancient god origin, and she will immediately prepare the ritual for him. He asks if she means right there. Ouyang confirms that yes, she only needs the ancient god origin, and the ritual stones she has prepared will be enough. He thinks that undergoing the 4th advancement using the power of an abyssal ancient god is something he never even imagined before coming here. She says all right, and suddenly purple energy begins to appear like solid stone forming around them. She then announces that the ritual officially begins. In an instant, she releases and spreads the purple energy as the ritual activates. The maze-like space and clear blocks begin to rise and shift, and she also lifts into the air. He starts shouting and crying out, while the screen shows a warning that an unknown ritual is in progress. Lu says he can feel the power of an ancient god surging into his body. She declares the sealing of the divine position of the abyss. He screams and cries out violently because the pain is overwhelming. He thinks it is not just power flowing into him, but something deeper is happening. He realizes that he is becoming the abyssal itself. He stumbles and suffers intensely as the pain continues to take over his body. Ouyang then says, "Congratulations, friend. The ritual has been very successful." She adds that he has successfully seized the divine position of the abyssal. Lu asks if it really worked, and the screen shows his level, strength, abilities, and spirit changes. Ouyang explains that from this moment on, he is the abyssal ancient god. By completing his 4th advancement through the divine office ritual, all his attributes have doubled, and there is more still. Ouyang then asks what exactly he is doing. Lu replies that it is great, because his appearance has not changed. Lu says he was actually worried that after becoming an abyssal ancient god, he would turn into something like her form as an ancient god. Luckily, nothing about his appearance changed. She explains that he is still himself. She adds that she died before the apocalypse of the previous era in this era, and because of that she had no choice but to disguise herself as Ouyang. She also mentions that the skills of the abyssal ancient god are now under his control. Lu thanks her and says that he has now changed into an abyssal dragon knight and gained 1 abyssal ancient god skill along with 1 dragon rider skill. Abyssal Summer Zion is their domain skill, like a dragon domain, similar to the abyssal ancient god's crystal sapphire technique. It boosts escape and combat power by about 70%. They also have the dragon rider's 4th advancement skill. Enhancing his dragon pet's human forms means they can level up and change classes just like humans. Even more importantly, they are now able to speak and communicate normally. He says that he has finally waited for this day. She calls out to Lu. Lu quickly says sorry, realizing he was being rude. She replies that he has already seized the divine position, which means he can also use what she is about to give him. She tells him to find people he considers worthy and ensure they do not misuse power in a way that triggers another apocalypse. After defeating other ancient gods, they should obtain their origins and use ritual stones to advance their classes. She adds that they should let more humans seize divine positions, completely replacing the ancient gods and ending the cycle of apocalypse. Lu replies that thanks. He already has a few candidates in mind. Ouyang then says that in that case, what are they waiting for? And tells him to start the plan. She says Senior 2 and Su Zhan could replace an ancient god. Su Zhan is competitive but won't cheat in something this serious. And if he brings Su in too, even high-tier ancient gods won't be a threat. The screen shows some creatures opening their mouths. Lu thinks he could bring his aunt, senior sister, and others using over 30 divine positions, making them immortal. But he knows he must level up fast to reach 5th advancement, while the Devouring Dragon King equals level 150 humans at 6th advancement. If he reaches that level soon, he won't have to worry about whether she might turn against him after leaving. Before anything else, he needs to return to Tianfu Island. Ouyang says she is counting on the people of this era. He returns to the island, where Shuang asks if the danger is really gone. He replies yes. The threat has been cleared and the task he gave her is now cancelled. Shuang says that if the jade pendant had broken, she was afraid she would not even have the chance to say goodbye. She then says she has decided to leave this place and will no longer bother him. In a dusty land, under an unstable night sky, everything feels tense and quiet. Lu then says if she is really leaving and asks if she is not joking. She stops walking there, staying silent for a moment without saying a single word. Lu then turns toward her, and she slightly turns her body as well. She steps closer to him and looks straight into his eyes. He says, "Hey, calm down," and asks what she's doing. Shuang then says that as expected, he has many people in his heart, but there is never a place for her. He replies in frustration that if she keeps acting like this, he is leaving right now. Before he can actually leave, she immediately turns around and starts walking away. She says she was born into a powerful and respected family and went through the most strict training, always pushing herself to be the best. After being kicked out of her home, she didn't even know who she truly was anymore. The fire inside her burned so strongly that she had nowhere to run from it. She followed him from west to south, watching him grow stronger and stronger, even fighting for the country. Through all of that, she finally realized what she truly wanted. At that moment, Lu seems to show a faint smile in front of her, but she suddenly turns back excitedly and says she is the phoenix, born to be reborn in flames, always growing stronger. Nothing and no one can erase her from his memory. She says she will return to the west and rebuild her own Ning family. Lu is not surprised, but he keeps listening carefully to everything she is saying. He then asks if she really wants to go back into the power struggles of aristocratic families. Shuang replies that she wants to atone for the crimes her brother committed and clear her name from the slander the Luo family has placed on her. He then says that in that case, he wishes her success. Shuang slightly closes her eyes, and flames begin to rise from her body. And as time passes, she transforms into a massive phoenix form. She flies upward while saying that whenever he faces difficulties, she will be waiting for him to come and ask for help. She adds that there are things he might never get to see again after that day. The scene then shifts to a bird's-eye view where Lu's two pets are standing there, one sitting and the other one eating like a hungry dog. He thinks that instead of further upgrading or changing their class into human form, he now understands more about enabling them to speak. He immediately begins releasing energy from enhancement strength, forming a soul link with the dragon pet. He thinks about whether it succeeded and wonders what the first thing they will say. One of them immediately shouts, "Dad, I am hungry," and he thinks, what? Why would say that? And she also yells, wait, Dad. The other one starts saying, "Dad, my sister is hungry." He turns pale and doesn't say a single word, just silently ignoring them. Suddenly, another one starts grabbing his hair and saying that strange rules can't make Dad. "I am not married yet, Master. Call me Master." But the pets keep insisting on calling him Dad, while he keeps arguing that it should be Master instead. They think about Master, but they still refuse to accept it. He eventually says nothing more. He thinks to himself that never mind, just call it whatever they want. Even while they keep calling him Dad, he worries that if his aunt and others hear this, he will be in serious trouble no matter what. The skill description shows that the human form of dragon pets is independent from their dragon form. He wonders if their levels and attributes will reset. Sure enough, both panels show that everything in human form has returned to its initial level. The level 1 innate skill from Link allows attribute stacking. In that case, the human form could become extremely powerful even without changing class. If they can also equip legendary quality weapons, then who could even stop them? He decides to go back and ask old Zhu, the blacksmith from the Griffin Guild, to forge one. Alternatively, he considers asking Sister Du at the auction house to use her privileges to get one, and then let Bai try it out first. The screen shows form enhancement, explaining that it strengthens the soul link with dragon pets, enhancing their human form and making it independent from their dragon form. Then he casts form enhancement on all his dragon pets. Dragon pets with humanoid forms now have independent humanoid form panels and can speak. He then tells his pets that they should all agree to call him Master. He also thinks that although he has always known his blood might be the key to their transformation into human form, the most important thing right now is to go to the far north and inform Senior TU about the plan to replace Amali. He travels with all the phoenixes, and the scene feels intense like a battle atmosphere. Lu then tells O that she should stop eating and it is time to go. She replies, "I am here, Dad." He immediately says they cannot call him that, because if Senior TU hears it, they are finished. This scene opens with a cottage and the small houses nearby. Their old teacher reveals that the kid has already reached 4th class advancement and asks him to show his new skills. Commander Su admits he cannot imagine what abilities are left to unlock, saying he is even more shocked than Lu's dragon companions. Old Tu then asks what he just said and tells him to speak louder, because his ears are still not working properly. Commander Su replies that it seems Uncle Tu's hearing has not fully recovered yet. Lu then says that if they want to know about his new skill, they should simply try it themselves and find out. He then tells him to come on and get started, asking for a full force attack. Commander Su responds that although he is not as strong as Lu, if Lu cannot resist the attack, then his body will hardly be able to withstand a full power strike. Tu immediately says that he has never heard such a strange request in his entire life. Tu then tells Commander Su that since Lu is asking to be hit, he should just go ahead and do it. Commander Su grabs the golden spear in his hand. He then says that he has to apologize in advance. He will not use any skills for this attack, but he will give it everything he has. Lu tells him there is no need to hold back and urges him to just go ahead and stab. Everyone starts thinking that Lu must have gained another unbelievable skill. Otherwise, why would he make such a crazy request? Commander Su then locks his gaze onto Lu while flying forward at high speed. He shoots straight toward Lu, holding the spear firmly and aiming it directly at him. Lu's eyes remain fixed for a moment. He does not move at all and simply continues staring ahead. In the very next moment, the spear strikes directly into Lu's body. Commander Su and Old Tu are both completely shocked by what they see. Commander Su immediately grabs the spear as blood starts flowing from Lu's body. At that moment, Lu suddenly crashes heavily onto the ground. Commander Su shouts his name the instant he sees him slam into the earth. Commander Su and Old Tu both turn toward him and keep calling out to him in alarm. They immediately order someone to bring a military medic as fast as possible. One of the people nearby hurriedly replies with a nervous yes. But just as panic starts spreading, something strange suddenly happens. Someone slowly places a foot firmly onto the ground. He is surprised and immediately becomes curious about who this person is. Commander Su also turns his head around to see who has suddenly appeared. A shadow suddenly emerges and calmly tells everyone not to panic. The next moment, it turns out to be Lu. He steps out and casually says that he is still alive. Commander Su is completely stunned and immediately asks what is going on. He then remembers the spear that pierced Lu earlier and quickly asks if that was actually his clone. Lu raises his hand and confirms that it was. He explains that the figure was an illusionary projection that possesses only 70% of his actual stats. Lu then explains that his new skill revolves around this special area. He can enter it and make himself completely undetectable to enemies in the real world. He continues explaining that it can also create illusionary projections to fight on his behalf in the real world or simply lure enemies into this mysterious area. Commander Su reacts in shock and asks about this isolated space. He wonders what would happen if someone were dragged into this chaotic domain. He realizes escape is impossible. Old 2 agrees, saying that against team-based enemies, the ability to separate and defeat them one by one is extremely powerful. Suddenly, several copies of Xiao Fei appear around the area. Lu calls Xiao Fei over and tells her to use the Jade Mirror. He explains that once an enemy is pulled inside, they will never be able to figure out which one is his real body. Lu reveals that his projections can summon dragon projections that can also use skills. Everyone is stunned, as the endless waves of illusions and abilities seem impossible to handle. Commander Su is amazed and says that it is an incredible skill. He then asks Lu why this domain and all these illusionary projections feel so similar to the power of the ancient gods. Ellie responds to Commander Su and says that he is indeed very perceptive. She confirms that he is correct and explains that these abilities originate from something far more extraordinary. Meanwhile, several Xiao Fei projections continue appearing and roaming throughout the area. They begin explaining the ancient god of the abyss, while a mysterious purple glow shines within their eyes. Suddenly, the scene shows soldiers marching forward in an organized line. The scene then shifts to a meeting room, where Old 2 says that Lu wants him to join Amorous' plan, work together, hunt down low-ranking and middle-ranking ancient gods, and seize their divine offices. Old 2 then asks if the purpose of all this is also to prevent the inevitable apocalypse. Lu immediately confirms that it is. He explains that he has already found a precise method that can help humanity replace the ancient gods. He explains that as long as enough ancient gods are replaced, it will prevent the higher-ranking ancient gods from competing for the throne of the God King. He says the Dragon Kingdom is already barely holding off endless fallen corpses and corrupted beasts. If the ancient god awakens, the disaster would be unimaginable. Lu then looks at everyone with a serious expression before preparing to say something extremely important. He explains that replacing the ancient gods is not only about stopping them. It also allows humanity to gain their power and use that strength against them. He believes this path is worth attempting. The scene shifts to Far North Frontier Outpost Number 1 Command Post. Old 2 is standing there. Commander Su suddenly slaps his hand on the table as he addresses everyone present. Old 2 then says that if this is truly something worth believing in, he is willing to join. He feels that it is far better than dragging his aging body into a second-line support role. This way, he can still make a meaningful contribution. Commander Su then says that as long as the Dragon Kingdom can continue to exist forever, he is willing to join as well. He adds that his grandfather would definitely understand his decision. As he says this, Lu quietly turns his gaze toward Commander Su. After discussion, they decide Axiu stays on the front lines to hold back the Beast Tide, while the Dragon Capital Army is sent out to monitor secret realms and zones with high-level beasts. Senior 2 then heads to Dragon City to report Amorous' plan to the 3 elders. His goal is to gather support and search for signs of ancient gods awakening across the world. However, the United States has not given any response, and most other countries are also unwilling to provide assistance. Lu says that some nations have even accused China of trying to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries. He admits that he expected things would turn out this way. He goes on to say that the United States is probably too busy dealing with the chaos caused by the ancient god of Mount Meru, while many other countries remain indifferent to the growing threat. Lu tells Senior 2 he's already done enough and shouldn't push it further, adding that when the ancient gods awaken, other countries will inevitably come begging for help because they won't survive alone. He then announces it's time for Xiao Ye's first class change ceremony and calls her forward. She appears excited, saying her class change is finally happening. Meanwhile, the vice principal tells Jiang and Xiao to go and inspect the defensive formation that the principal previously set up. The 2 immediately respond with a respectful yes, Vice Principal Zhao. Vice Principal Zhao then turns toward Lu and asks if his presence here means that he has already completed his 4th job advancement. He sounds genuinely surprised and wonders if Lu has successfully gained another level of power. Lu confirms that is true. He says that he has successfully completed his 4th transfer. He explains that he came here for 2 reasons. First, he wants to thank the principal for the recommendation and support he received. Second, He says that he is here to help his dragon pet undergo a class change. Zhao says the principal is away leading an important mission, so he isn't at the academy. Jian is shocked, insisting class change rituals should only be possible for humans. Lu then thinks his senior might be fighting the beast tide, and his aunt and others are likely gone too. He suddenly asks if Xiao Yi can't change classes, catching Lu completely off guard. Zhao then says that it seems Lu's fourth transfer has granted him abilities that none of them have ever seen before. He tells Lu to go ahead with the attempt, although he admits that he has no idea whether the class change platform will actually work for a dragon pet. Xiao Yi steps forward and walks toward the class change ritual platform. She immediately takes her place on the platform and excitedly announces that she is ready to begin. At that moment, one of the two brothers suddenly shouts that this is impossible. No matter how he looks at it, it simply should not be happening. Jiang immediately turns to him and tells him to be quiet because they are witnessing a historic moment. Suddenly, Xiao Yi rises into the air as golden energy shoots directly into the class change platform and spreads throughout the entire area. A powerful blast erupts from the platform, and once the light fades, Xiao Yi is still standing there firmly and unharmed. Zhang's brother stares in shock and blurts out that the class change platform has actually broken. Lu is equally surprised, silently realizing that the ritual really worked. The professor is shocked, saying he never expected dragon pets could undergo class changes like humans. He then worries about the broken class change platform and what it means for future procedures. He keeps rambling about how the world already has AI and other advancements, and now even dragon pets are taking human professions, quickly adding that he means no disrespect and is happy for Lu and Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi immediately runs over and throws her arms around Lu. She excitedly tells him that she finally has a class of her own. A status screen then appears showing Xiao Yi's new information. Lu notices abilities related to summoning meteors that resemble falling stars, along with the power to manipulate gravity. Xiao Yi excitedly says that she cannot wait to test out her new abilities. Jiang asks what class Xiao Yi is turned into. Lu asks if he's never heard of Master Tianyan. Someone explains it's a rare hidden class normally unlocked only after 5 advancements. Yet Xiao Yi got it after just her first. Jiang is stunned, realizing dragon pets can even evolve into hidden classes. He reflects that when he once challenged Lu, he had no idea how massive the gap truly was. Lu calmly replies that all of that is in the past now. He says that it is admirable that Fengyun Pavilion came to the battlefield and provided support when it was needed most. Zhao reminds Lu he has multiple dragon pets, and says they'll likely all go through class changes too. He promises to build 6 new class change platforms within 3 days for Lu's use, and Lu thanks him. Xiao Yi asks if the destroyed platform was very expensive. Lu tells her not to worry, and says she's worth it since she's become extremely powerful. Jiang and his brother keep discussing how unbelievable everything they've just seen is. The scene then shifts to the support outpost in the far north. Commander Su asks Lu what is going on. Lu asks if the Dragon Capital Academy outpost has a mission. Commander Su says he'll send the location and adds that a strong beast threat has appeared, with the principal already engaging it. Lu knows the place isn't far and decides to go check it out, calling Xiao Yi along and guessing his senior, aunt, and others might be there. Xiao Yi agrees excitedly, ready to go find their older sisters. The two travel across the frozen land, moving through the icy mountains and the harsh northern wilderness. The scene then shifts once again to North Outpost 63, where numerous soldiers are pointing toward the distance and shouting that the beast tide has arrived again. They quickly identify the incoming monsters as snow moths. The defenders stare at the enormous swarm and nervously wonder how they are supposed to fight against so many snow moths. A commander rushes forward and shouts for everyone to hold the line no matter what. Suddenly, one of the giant snow moths turns toward a soldier and launches a vicious attack. The beast strikes with its massive claws and severely injures the soldier, sending him flying backward. At that very moment, a glowing golden light suddenly begins forming high in the sky. Everyone freezes in shock and wonders what they are looking at. That massive golden flame continues hanging in the air above the battlefield. Every single beast instinctively turns its gaze toward it. Without warning, the blazing fire crashes down onto the monsters below. The beasts immediately begin burning and scream in agony as the flames consume them. The soldiers are completely stunned and start asking what they just witnessed. Some wonder whether it is an incredibly powerful skill. Then they see an enormous meteor-like object descend from the sky and wipe out huge numbers of snow moths in a single strike. The soldiers immediately recognize what is happening and cheer with excitement. They shout that it is Lu, the guardian of the flame. At the same time, Lu appears alongside Xiao Yi, standing tall and confidently overlooking the battlefield. However, several more beasts suddenly emerge as additional snow moths take to the skies. Xiaoyi carefully observes the situation and announces that a meteor shower would be perfect here because it is a powerful skill designed to deal massive area damage. Lu immediately raises his voice and orders everyone to evacuate behind the city walls as quickly as possible. At that very moment, another tremendous explosion erupts across the battlefield, and countless beasts are engulfed by the raging flames and begin burning within the sea of fire. Lu and Xiaoyi arrive at the far north security post, saying the battle is over. The crowd is shocked by Xiaoyi's power and asks if she caused the meteors. Xiaoyi proudly says she's strong because Lu is her master, making everyone freeze at the word master. Soldiers debate her identity, wondering if she's the Guardian's dragon pet, then realize she can talk, leaving everyone stunned. Lu looks at a screen and suddenly notices that a new treasure map has been generated. He thinks to himself that he has not seen a high-tier treasure map in a very long time. He checks the map and realizes it matches Sue's coordinates and the senior student's location. He orders the soldiers to hold the line while he handles the beast tide, then immediately flies toward the destination. Lu tells Xiao Yi they'll push to their senior sister while leveling her up. Xiao Yi agrees excitedly, ready to wipe out every enemy. Just then, another wave of snow beasts appears in the sky. However, Xiao Yi immediately unleashes her heavenly meteor ability against them. A massive storm of blazing fire instantly forms in the air. The fiery attack crashes down once again, engulfing every beast in its path. The entire area turns into a sea of flames, creating a devastating explosion that looks absolutely terrifying. As Lu watches the enemies fall one after another, he thinks that leveling up while focusing only on Xiao Yi is incredibly efficient. Several status screens suddenly appear, showing rapid progress. The Black Dragon's level increases to 5, then rises all the way to 21, while Lu's own level climbs to 9. About 20 minutes later, they finally arrive at a distant location. They reach an area near far north outpost number 64. Lu then tells Xiao Yi that it is time to show everyone what she is capable of doing. Xiao Yi's eyes suddenly widen, as if she has sensed something unusual. A moment later, she stretches out her arms and begins releasing the power of Heavenly Meteor once again. Lu's family and companions arrive and ask what's happening. They assess the scene, while Taozi notes an overwhelming pressure has crushed the area. She looks more carefully and soon realizes that the source of the pressure is Sia. However, the moment Xiaoyi notices them, her expression lights up with excitement as she immediately calls out to her big sister. She happily rushes through the air while shouting for her sister. At the same time, she complains that she is hungry. Everyone is left stunned as they watch this interaction. Lu is especially surprised and wonders why Xiao Yi is calling Sia her big sister. Taozi stares in disbelief and asks whether she heard correctly. Xiao Yi actually spoke. Another person immediately asks what in the world is going on. The scene then shifts inside outpost number 64. Someone asks Professor Ouyang whether Sia is actually an ancient god of the void. The senior sister is shocked, asking if Xiao Fu has also become an ancient god, and surprised that Xiao Yi even has her own control panel. Taozi rubs her head, saying she needs time to process everything as her brain can't keep up, and the senior sister agrees the situation is unbelievable. The other girls in the group are also left speechless after hearing this conversation. Lu explains he has joined her plan and gained clerical right abilities. He aims to replace the ancient gods quickly, but needs more allies. He adds that Senior 2 and Commander Su are already helping and tracking other ancient gods, and he hopes they'll also join. Lu stays silent, thinking carefully before responding. The white-haired girl immediately raises her voice and says that if the ancient gods are not replaced, then the cycle of the apocalypse will never come to an end. Because of that, she has decided that she will join as well. The girl wearing the black dress and armband says that she does not have any major concerns holding her back, so she has decided to join too. The senior sister also speaks up and says that Lu is her only family. Wherever he goes, she will be there with him as well. Another senior sister says taking a divine clergy position requires an extreme sacrifice. Taozi agrees, saying she can't give up her parents. Lu understands and says he won't force anyone, telling them to take time to decide since hunting ancient gods isn't a quick task. He then says he'll keep leveling up and helping his dragon pets evolve, inviting them to join so they can reach level 90 faster. The senior sister then tells Lu that she will not be going. Even now, she still cannot bear the sight of corpses scattered across the battlefield. Lu nods and says that is understandable. He suddenly remembers that his aunt was never truly suited for life on the battlefield. Someone says beast tides are increasing and she doesn't trust the outpost defenses. She decides to return and reinforce them, taking Sister Han with her. Lu then tells everyone to get some proper rest, because they will be setting out the following day. The scene then shifts to the Lost Land Research Center, a place filled with massive caves and mysterious magical doors. Deep inside the facility, numerous scientists are busy conducting research and gathering data. One of the researchers approaches and tells Mr. Lu Lao that the engineering equipment is still proving useless. Lu Lao thinks back to Tu Jing and the three elders, recalling that ancient gods enforce the world's rules. He concludes the God King likely built hidden protections into those rules to hide his own weaknesses. Lu Lao then gives a new order. He tells them to activate the laser device that he personally designed. The researchers immediately begin operating the machine exactly according to his instructions. A magical laser soon activates and starts burning through a strange source of energy. The energy glows with a deep red color as it rotates and spreads toward the exact direction where it is being guided. One of the scientists suddenly shouts in surprise. The reaction has finally occurred, and the ice has begun melting at last. Lu Lao watches the entire process closely without taking his eyes off it for even a moment. As the experiment continues, a mysterious and secretive voice suddenly echoes from somewhere unknown, softly uttering a single word that sounds like a summons to come. Before anyone can react or understand what is happening, a sudden explosion erupts within the area. The scene is instantly consumed by the blast. In a lost land, something goes terribly wrong during the reaction. The purple liquid suddenly starts floating into the air as if it has a life of its own. One of the alchemists looks down at the floor in shock and then says that this thing is still alive. Lao realizes the entity is not from this world, and even the ice dragon can only suppress it, not stop it completely. Someone quickly rushes over and holds down the red button for a long time. Right after that, the scene shifts, and Lao immediately orders everyone to evacuate all personnel and seal off the research laboratory. Lao does not say another word after that. He simply stares at the ground with a cold and serious expression. In his mind, there's only one thought. They absolutely cannot allow this thing to escape from the research center. Meanwhile, the alchemist who is still inside is completely shocked as he watches the floating liquid moving around the laboratory. Suddenly, the floating liquid begins chasing after them. The moment they notice it, they start running for their lives. The man shouts in panic because he cannot believe what is happening right in front of his eyes. He runs as fast as he possibly can, like someone is truly chasing him down, and he will die if he gets caught. As soon as he reaches the door, he jumps through the window. The liquid stops moving forward because the door has already slammed shut. When the door closes completely, the liquid strikes against it and then slides down, falling to the ground. After that, Lao grabs a gun and once again orders everyone to evacuate all personnel and suspend every experiment immediately. Then he angrily shouts for everyone to leave right now. The weapon fires a powerful electric shot with incredible force. It immediately begins releasing red-colored electric shocks. Lao starts firing non-stop like a madman, almost as if he is throwing bombs one after another. That moment is honestly terrifying. The gunshot burns everything in its path, and everything it touches gets scorched and turns completely black. Lao then says that one shot is already the limit. There's only a little time left for them to buy. Then he immediately activates the self-destruction formation. He says that even if they have to reduce the entire area to the ground, they absolutely cannot let this thing escape. Lao, along with all the alchemists working there, starts running. He repeatedly shouts for everyone to retreat quickly and get out of there as fast as possible. After that, inside the laboratory, a strange purple vortex suddenly begins circulating. And then, one after another, many different creatures and objects start emerging from that purple vortex. Everyone is completely stunned. They simply cannot believe what is happening right in front of them. One of them asks in shock what these insects even are. The insects appear in huge numbers. There are so many of them that they almost cover the area as they rush toward a certain destination. Lao is also surprised when the swarm passes by them. He watches carefully, wondering where they are heading. A moment later, he realizes that they are moving directly toward the chunks of meat. The insects immediately begin grabbing the chunks of meat from the purple fluid with their legs and limbs. Lao does not say a single word. He simply stands there, observing everything and watching their actions closely. One of the beasts turns around, grabs a piece of meat from the fluid, and immediately starts eating it. Meanwhile, the fluid itself continues drifting around the area like thick smoke. Suddenly, Lao collapses under the overwhelming pressure coming from that mysterious fluid. Right after that, a powerful burst of flames suddenly erupts in the area. An old man then appears and immediately asks what these things are. He also asks whether it is eroding the remaining remnants. Lao quickly replies to the old man. He explains that the experiment has gone wrong. The eroded remnant is still active. The seal has been breached, and it has seized the opportunity to escape. He further explains that these insects suddenly appear after the teleportation array opens. They seem to act like severed limbs that have somehow gained movement. After that, the teleportation arrays begin appearing once again, and everyone immediately turns their attention toward them. Suddenly, a gigantic black bird appears, surrounded by blazing flames. At that moment, the old man says that he has to go inside and see what is really happening behind the scenes. The moment he says that, Lao immediately yells after him and asks where he is going. Lao immediately yells at him and tells him to come back here, calling him a stubborn old man. One of the alchemists quickly turns to Lao and asks what they should do now. Lao replies that the old geezer really thinks he is invincible. He then orders everyone to gather together, grab their weapons, and prepare themselves for a rescue mission. Suddenly, the giant bird starts floating unsteadily in the air, and it looks like it is about to fall. A moment later, it crashes into the ground and explodes like a bomb. Seeing this, Lao immediately shouts, "Old Sue." But while Lao is standing there, a gigantic eye suddenly appears before him and tells him not to chase it. The mysterious voice continues, saying that it is not their enemy. Lao is completely shocked and can barely keep his footing on the ground. Then the giant eye speaks once again and asks him to remember. Lao remains stunned as he stares in its direction. Lao asks about the mysterious voice and the portal. The old man says he only saw a giant eyeball with countless tentacles and insects. Lao believes the insects are from an unknown species and suspects they may be linked to an ancient god from another world. However, the others point out that if it truly is an ancient god, then they cannot simply trust its words. Lao agrees and says that they invaded this place with ease just to devour and corrode the remaining limbs. He concludes that he needs more clues and information if he wants to investigate this extremely dangerous and unknown ancient god. In the far northern beast-hide nest, a gigantic beast jumps around energetically, almost like a giant barking dog. Lu Fan stands in the beast-hide area together with all of his pets. At the moment, they are continuously increasing their levels and becoming stronger. Lu Fan says that it is finally time to head back. According to him, Vice Principal Zhao should already have the transfer application process prepared and ready. Qin then speaks to Lu Fan and says that they have already made up their minds. Jin then explains the plan. They're going to leave the far north and search for the 4th-tier breakthrough materials that each of them needs. Lu Fan looks at them and asks if they are really parting ways here. Qin smiles and replies that it is exactly as he thinks. They cannot keep taking up more of his valuable time. Taozi then adds that Lu Fan also needs to carry out Amarys's plan. She says that it is something far more important than their own 4th-class advancement. Lu Fan tells them to contact him anytime if they need help. He says he is confident that they will successfully find the breakthrough materials they are searching for. In response, they promise that they will do their very best. Everyone says their goodbyes and begins leaving. Lu Fan waves at them and thanks them. He encourages them to keep moving forward and says that they will definitely be fine. Then he turns toward Dustin and says that next it is finally time to guide him through his class change. Lu Fan admits that he is really looking forward to seeing what kind of surprises they will bring him after that. His son suddenly speaks up and excitedly says that it is finally his turn. As everyone continues saying their farewells, Jin suddenly remembers something and mentions that Xiaoye is about to receive a 2nd-class advancement. The scene then returns to the class change platform at the far northern outpost. Lu Fan walks across the dusty land and heads toward the platform area. The vice principal then explains that all 6 class change platforms have now been fully built and are ready to use. Lu Fan sincerely thanks Vice Principal Zhao and says that he has gone through a great deal of trouble to make all of this possible. After saying that, Lu Fan looks ahead with a determined expression and announces that it is time to begin. In front of them, numerous teleportation rings are glowing brightly. Lu Fan stretches out his hand and calls everyone forward, telling them that it is time to go. The black dragon immediately becomes excited and shouts for everyone to watch him. He proudly declares that Xiaoye will be the first one to go. Lu Fan's son quickly pushes forward and asks everyone to make way because he wants to go first. One of the little pets curiously asks whether it should go as well. The others reassure it not to be afraid and encourage it to move forward. Xiaofei then suggests that they should go up first and take the lead. Lu Fan watches them with interest and says that he wants to see what kind of surprise they can bring him after completing their class change. Since Winter still does not have a human form yet, the 6th class change platform is instead used for Sia's 2nd class advancement. She immediately steps onto the platform, places her feet firmly on the ground, and stands there ready for the class change. A moment later, a massive explosion suddenly erupts nearby. The blast is enormous and instantly grabs everyone's attention. The screen shows her meteorite class with her stats. Xiaoye feels a bit stronger, but still wants more power. Lu Fan thinks the meteorite class represents extreme destructive force, and even the principal and dragon pets are shocked by it, as it completely overshadows normal geniuses. One of the dragon pets then carefully places its paw onto the testing platform. It stands there completely still as a bright green energy begins spreading throughout the area. Soon, the intensity of the energy becomes incredibly high. It is so powerful that even the surrounding stones seem to tremble and move because of her energy. The screen shows nature, mage stats, and abilities. Xiaofei says she'll help the team more, and it confirms her human form gets all dragon form attributes through revival. Lu Fan thinks that the nature mage class perfectly matches Xiaofei's characteristics. Team-wide buffs like these are exactly what every team battle needs. After that, a sudden surge of energy appears. The intensity is unlike anything they have seen before. She appears, and the screen shows her class, level, and full stats. She calmly says everything is fine, and it confirms her human form now has all the attributes of her dragon form. Lu Fan thinks that relying on normal attack for combat is completely in line with the characteristics of the Starry Sky's infinite phenomenon. Little Product then appears and steps onto the testing platform. The energy that appears around her is incredibly powerful, making it clear that she is stronger and more impressive than ever before. The screen displays her class as Abyss Cursebearer, along with her level, strength, agility, spirit, and stamina. It also shows abilities such as Poison Resonance and skill level 60 Overturning. Lu Fan thinks that the Abyss Cursebearer still relies mainly on debuffs to maintain continuous damage output. At the same time, it can coordinate extremely well with all the dragon pets in battle. After that, a golden energy suddenly bursts out from the testing platform, and its intensity is also incredibly high. Lu Fan's son finishes his assessment, revealing the Thunder Messenger class with stats and skills. Lu Fan sees it as a strong class with control, damage, and burst power, perfectly suited for him. Xiaoye excitedly says that he is amazing now. She feels like he could easily take on 100 opponents by himself. Thunderstorm proudly responds that it was awesome. He says he is overflowing with energy right now and challenges anyone who wants to fight to come forward. Xiaofei then looks at Xiao Jai and asks whether everything is all right. Lu Fan hears those words and is completely caught off guard. He looks surprised and asks in disbelief what exactly is going on. Suddenly, a girl appears and says that the absorption process is finally complete. According to her, the Seed of Life truly lives up to its reputation. She then says that she has been waiting for them this entire time, and now it seems that they are finally ready. She explains that a single Seed of Life has already brought her much closer to her peak condition. If she could obtain just one more, her strength would increase even further. However, she assures them not to worry because she has not forgotten her promise to help them defeat the Blood Moon's true form. Lu Fan immediately responds that he has been waiting a long time to hear those words. He says there is no reason to delay any longer and that they should set off immediately. She agrees, but reminds him not to hold her back. Their destination is the location of the Blood Moon's true form in the far north, a place hidden far beyond the mountain ranges. As she flies ahead, she warns everyone that they are about to encounter that gigantic beast and tells them to stay extremely careful. While traveling, Lu Fan asks her something he has wanted to know for a long time. Since she has lived for so many years, he wonders whether she has ever fought against the ancient gods before. She replies that, speaking of that, she once fought an entity known as the Dark Ancient God. She explains that the creature was still unconscious at the time and existed only as a drop of unformed black liquid. The first thing it said was an offer to become its mountain in exchange for eternal life. She says that she laughed the moment she heard those words. Lu Fan judges from her relaxed tone that she definitely did not lose that battle. She senses the ancient god's weak aura, and since it cannot resist, she destroys it with dragon fire. Lu Fan is shocked and wonders if she really burns an ancient god, thinking such early appearing ones are likely lower ranked. She tells him that they should focus on dealing with the Blood Moon beast first. If he survives that battle, then she will tell him the rest of the story. The scene then moves through enormous mountain ranges with a narrow path stretching between them. After that, a gigantic dragon suddenly appears. Its eyes glow with a deep red light, and its massive jaw makes it look incredibly intimidating. Lu and his side work together with the demon-devouring Dragon King. Their goal is to destroy the mountain and expose the Blood Moon's true form. The Black Dragon immediately responds that he gets it. The Thunder Dragon bursts out laughing and says to just watch what he can do. Meanwhile, the Star Dragon, the Poison Dragon, and the rest of the dragons are all standing by, ready to join the fight. Lu immediately shouts, calling on all of his pets to attack at once. At the same time, another version of Lu appears. The first clone releases his energy, and the screen displays Berserker Totem Summons, increasing all attributes of every friendly unit within range by 100%. Then the Black Dragon summons a gigantic meteorite that comes crashing down from the sky. Another heavenly star-powered attack activates, causing all normal attacks to be infused with stellar power and deal an extra 50% damage. The Thunder Poison Dragon then summons a lightning cage that traps every enemy inside a designated area for a few seconds. Next, the sixth skill overturns everything, causing the poisonous river of the underworld to surge through a designated area. As all of their attacks land together, every single one of them strikes the enemy dragon head-on. Right after that, a sudden blast of golden energy descends onto the enemy dragon. The dragon's entire body instantly becomes covered in blazing flames. Another massive explosion of golden energy erupts across the ground. The giant dragon is badly injured, but can only glare back with its glowing red eyes. Lu realizes that the snow-covered mountain, or rather its outer shell, is still too durable. Even all of his dragon pet's combined attacks are not enough to completely destroy the entire mountain range. But then, without wasting another second, another one of Lu's dragons appears and begins spreading fire everywhere. The fire directly hits the enemy dragon's body. The giant dragon starts screaming and crying out in pain. Lu then thinks that the damage penetrates its defense, but his dragon pets have too few skills with penetrating effects. Right after that, something suddenly shatters like a crystal. Lu then realizes it's back and thinks there is no point in continuing like this. Meanwhile, another blast of fire explodes beneath the enemy dragon's feet. Someone suddenly steps forward and says that they have a way to solve this completely. It is the Dragon King. Lu immediately asks what the solution is. Lu then says that they will attack the snow-covered outer shell together. The moment even the slightest crack appears and its real body is exposed, the Dragon King should immediately devour it. The demon-devouring Dragon King flies closer, and Lu explains that as long as the mountain acts as its outer shell and it can keep regenerating, they have to focus all of their attacks on a single point. Once even a tiny part of its true form is exposed, the Dragon King can devour it. The blue dragon silently thinks that this little dragon Tamer is treating him like nothing more than a tool. The dragon then says that they should attack together. He will target the enemy's eyeballs to draw its attention. Lu immediately responds that once the enemy recovers, he will attack the rocks around its neck. The dragon immediately agrees, tells everyone to move, and activates the red light. That red light instantly rushes toward the enemy dragon. The enemy tries to dodge, but its tail is struck before it can escape. The enemy dragon crashes into the ground while screaming in agony. Suddenly, it snaps its eyes wide open, revealing glowing blood-red eyes. Lu realizes that the demon-devouring Dragon King has attacked its eyes, buying them precious time. He knows this is the perfect moment and immediately closes his eyes. He activates his eye skill, and his eyes instantly turn golden as he unleashes the wrath of myriad dragons. All of Lu's dragon pets begin releasing their energy one after another. The power starts spinning together as it surges toward the enemy. Suddenly, a massive figure appears behind Lu. Lu raises his hand and begins channeling golden energy forward. At the same time, the massive figure behind him also releases a wave of golden energy. Then the giant figure unleashes an overwhelming amount of blue energy at an extreme level. That blue energy crashes directly into the enemy dragon, slamming it hard into the ground. The enemy dragon screams in pain because its neck is almost completely torn apart. The Dragon King immediately charges forward and attacks the enemy dragon. He bites into the energy pouring out of the enemy dragon's body. The Dragon King then starts devouring all of that energy. The enemy dragon screams in agony because it is completely losing control. The Dragon King comments that the flesh and blood of the behemoth are even more nourishing than he imagined. The Dragon King then says that for the sake of the little dragon Tamer, he has finally swallowed the filthy power of the ancient god. After seeing everything, all of Lu's dragon pets are completely exhausted, and only Chen remains by his side. Lu turns toward her and says that they should work together and finish this once and for all. She immediately replies yes. Meanwhile, the enemy dragon begins releasing its energy toward Lu and the Star Dragon. Lu immediately tells Chun to activate her Star Radiance form. Far north Blood Moon Mountain. The screen displays the dragon's skills. Roar arrow breaks through a dragon's roar without consuming any arrows. Charge time, 1 second. Another skill appears on the screen. Crimson Death Ray unleashes an even more terrifying laser beam that deals true damage. Charge time, 2 seconds. This skill belongs to the Starry Sky Dragon. Another screen then shows Starfall Light, which gathers the power of starlight from the dragon's entire body before unleashing a powerful laser beam. Charge time, 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Lu also unleashes his own red laser beam. As all of their attacks combine together, they strike the enemy dragon at the same time. At the same time, the Dragon King continues devouring its filthy energy. The enemy dragon completely collapses onto the ground, helpless and unable to fight back. Its eyes slowly turn pale as Lu stands right in front of the fallen dragon. The screen then shows that Lu's level has increased to level 117. He thinks that he is now almost ready for his 5th class advancement. He realizes that this is only the 2nd time he has summoned the demon-devouring Dragon King. He only has one final chance left. He then thinks that after the 3rd summon, she will no longer be under his control. After devouring the Blood Moon's true form, her power will undoubtedly increase tremendously. At that point, he wonders if he will still be able to stop her. He also wonders that if she ever harms the Dragon King, would he even be able to stop her? Lu then decides that he must carry out Amalur's plans as soon as possible to reduce their dependence on the demon-devouring Dragon King. Lu suddenly notices something unusual and immediately turns his eyes and looks around. All of a sudden, loud cracking sounds echo through the area like a powerful thunderstorm. Deep beneath the sea, chains begin shaking while bubbles rapidly rise through the water. At the same time, countless glowing red eyes suddenly appear. A huge number of dragons emerge, opening their mouths wide as they let out terrifying roars. They begin climbing out from the crystal mountain, raising their massive claws high into the air. The giant dragons stand tall and roar with overwhelming rage, looking ready to begin the hunt. The Dragon King then says that it seems the fallen ancient god has sensed the death of its mount. Lu immediately agrees and explains that those are the shadow guards protecting the black coffin of the fallen ancient god. He says he has defeated 1 or 2 of them before, but they could constantly regenerate and resurrect themselves. Now an entire beast tide is attacking, so he asks if she can still fight. She confidently replies that she absolutely can because the flesh and blood of the behemoth have filled her with tremendous power. Lu then realizes that because he used the wrath of myriad dragons, every one of his dragon pets is completely exhausted except for surging stars in the constellations. The screen then displays the complete details and levels of all of Lu's dragon pets. She looks surprised and warns him to be careful. She tells him to lure them closer before attacking because fighting on the frozen lake might alert the fallen ancient god. Lu then says that he understands. After all, if he can sense that its mount is dead, then that means it is already close to waking up. Suddenly, something strange happens as purple and pink energy begins spreading everywhere. Heavy chains are wrapped around that mysterious being, and the energy flows through those chains. Lu looks at the creature in shock. At the same time, the dragon lets out a deafening roar. A massive surge of energy suddenly bursts out like a powerful flood. She stands there firmly and says that something is coming. Lu immediately realizes that this is the powerful energy of the fallen ancient god and wonders if it has already awakened. That overwhelming energy crashes onto the ground, cracking it apart as if it were made of cotton. Right after that, the mountains begin to split apart, and the terrifying pressure of the energy spreads throughout the entire area. That energy quickly engulfs everything around them. She looks shocked and wonders if they have been swallowed by that corrupted energy. Lu immediately notices that his divine bone armor and his bladed beast plate have both disappeared. He looks around in confusion and wonders where they are and where the stars have gone. The plate suddenly appears and says that this is its domain. It explains that it only needs to negotiate with the 2 of them. It then reveals its identity, saying that it is the fallen ancient god. The screen displays the title upper-ranking fallen ancient god. She is shocked and realizes that it has awakened. Another warning appears on the screen, stating that they are currently inside the true realm of the God King. Lu immediately realizes that the fallen ancient god is the God King who triumphed in a previous era. The rules of that entire era were created by it. She immediately asks what it means by negotiation. She wonders if it is trying to tempt them into becoming its necromancers so they can help it awaken. The plate replies that the Dragon King is very clever, but unfortunately, she is not its main negotiation partner. Instead, it says that its true target is Lu, the young ancient god of the abyss. She instantly becomes furious and asks what it means. She secretly realizes that Lu's aura is mixed so deeply with the ancient god's energy that she never even noticed the abyss within him. Lu calmly replies that since it is being so straightforward, it should explain exactly how it plans to negotiate. The plate then says that it wants Lu to become its ally and wants her to become its mount. The moment she hears that, she becomes furious and asks how it dares to insult her. She declares that she will never become anyone's mount. The plate replies that becoming its mount is the greatest honor possible. It explains that the ancestral crocodile they defeated belonged to its race, a race that was even stronger than dragons in the previous era. It says that if she agrees, it will allow her to begin a brand new era alongside it. She immediately tells it to stop talking nonsense, because she will never submit to any race. The plate continues speaking, saying that with just a tiny wisp of its energy, it can make her far stronger than the useless, abyss ancient god ever could. It claims that even before it fully awakens, reaching its level would still be nearly impossible for her. It continues trying to persuade them, telling them to join it and help bring about the apocalypse. It says they can even discuss who should become the next God King. It tells Lu to imagine being the one who creates the rules for the entire world. Lu immediately closes his eyes as the purple energy begins moving toward his face. Even after being caught by that energy, Lu apologizes and firmly refuses the offer. He explains that the reason he seeks the divine position is to stop the endless cycle of the end times and completely end the God King's rule. The plate calmly replies that it understands. It says Lu is still thinking like a mortal because he has never experienced countless eras and cannot understand the true value of sitting upon the throne of the God King. The plate then declares that, since that is the case, their negotiations are officially over. She immediately calls out to the plate and says that something is wrong. At the same time, Lu notices that this entire domain has already begun to dissolve.